Nice job. Yes, ma'am.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I actually I got it from a comedian. Because no doubt, no doubt. Charlotte could have been in the microwave. Just no doubt, no doubt. But look at this. What a strike. We were not expecting that. Body takes the lead. Oh no. Oh, Mr. British takes the lead. Apologies. Oh, I hear how it is. You're ganging up on me. Collusion.
We've got collusion amongst our opponents.
Mr. British got me. No doubt. Good job, Mr. Aquarius. Oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She still got me. Mr. Aquarius. Yes, we did. Good job. Look at you. Good job, Mr. Aquarius. Nice job, man. You done played really well. All right, it's time for you to get your rest. Your beauty rest.
We hope that you recover.
We will help you feel better. Right now? Absolutely. It's hot as well. Get the stripe. That looks good. Get it. This is tough. This is tough. Get the one on the right. Get the one on the right. That's addition. That was terrible. I'm gonna get this one. No doubt. Whoa! Total doubt. Total doubt. That's good. I'll get one. You got it. Oh, she's got it. Solid. Wow. It's like she heard you. Get it. All right, honey. She's gonna get a ton of points right here. A ton of points. She's gonna get a lot of points. She's taking the lead. Oh no. She needs one more. She's got the lead. No doubt, no doubt. Get a strike, bro. Oh, that looks perfect. That was good. That had everything to be perfect. Get it, get it. That's two strikes in a row, baby.
Oh, perfect. Nice stillness, please. You got the lead. Get these on. Oh, that's perfect. Nice there. All right, you need one to take the lead. One to tie, two to take the lead. Very well. All right, Mr. Aquarius. I pray for all my friends and my family, for you and my dogs most certainly. I hope you're quite recovered and hope you have a wonderful day. Excellent. Sweet dreams.
The multi-layer perceptron, whatever word you want to use for your normal neural network. Alternate use blocks, there's other details, and where mixture of experts is applied is at this dense model. The dense model holds most of the weights if you count them in a transformer model. So you can get really big gains from this mixture of experts on parameter efficiency at training and inference because you get this efficiency by not activating all of these parameters.
We should also say that a transformer is a giant neural network.
Yeah.
And then there's, for 15 years now, this is what's called the deep learning revolution. Networks gotten larger and larger, and at a certain point, the scaling laws appeared where people realized
The scaling laws are
representing scaling laws, where it became more and more formalized that bigger is better across multiple dimensions of what bigger means. So, but these are all sort of neural networks we're talking about, and we're talking about different architectures of how to construct these neural networks, such that the training and the inference on them is super efficient.
Yeah, every different type of model has a different scaling law for it, which is effectively for how much compute you put in, the architecture will get to different levels of performance at test tasks. And mixture of experts is one of the ones at training time, even if you don't consider the inference benefits, which are also big. At training time, your efficiency with your GPUs is dramatically improved by using this architecture if it is well implemented. So you can get effectively the same performance model in evaluation scores with numbers like 30% less, which is going to be a wide variation depending on your implementation details and stuff. But it is just important to realize that this type of technical innovation is something that gives huge gains. And I expect most companies that are serving their models to move to this mixture of experts implementation. Historically, the reason why not everyone might do it is because it's an implementation complexity, especially when doing these big models. So this is one of the things that DeepSeek gets credit for, is they do this extremely well. They do mixture of experts extremely well. The architecture for what is called DeepSeek MOE, MOE is the shortened version of mixture of experts, is multiple papers old. This part of their training infrastructure is not new to these models alone, and same goes for what Dylan mentioned, multi-head latent attention. It's all about reducing memory usage during inference, and same thing during training by using some fancy low-rank approximation math. If you get into the details with this latent attention, it's one of those things I look at as, okay, they're doing really complex implementations, but there's other parts of the language model, such as embeddings that are used to extend the context length. The common one that DeepSeek uses is rotary positional embeddings, which is called rope. And if you want to use rope with a normal MOE, it's kind of a sequential thing. You take two of the attention matrices and you rotate them by a complex value rotation, which is a matrix multiplication. With DeepSeek's MLA, with this new attention architecture, they need to do some clever things because they're not set up the same, and it just makes the implementation complexity much higher. So they're managing all of these things. These are probably the sort of things that OpenAI, these close labs are doing. We don't know if they're doing the exact same techniques, but they actually shared them with the world, which is really nice. The this is the cutting edge of efficient language model training.
And some of this requires low-level engineering. This is a giant mess of trickery. So as I understand, they want to go low CUDA, so they go super low programming of GPUs.
Effectively, NVIDIA built this library called Nickel, right? In which, when you're training a model, you have all these communications between every single layer of the model, and you may have over 100 layers, right? Nickel, or it's NCCL, NVIDIA Communications Collectives Library. And so, when you're training a model, right, you're going to have all reduces and all gathers, right? Between each layer, between the multi-layer perceptron or feed-forward network and the attention mechanism, you'll have basically the model synchronized, right? Or you'll have all reducer and all gather. And this is a communication between all the GPUs in the network, whether it's in training or inference. So NVIDIA has a standard library. This is one of the reasons why it's really difficult to use anyone else's hardware for training, is because no one's really built a standard communications library. And NVIDIA's done this at a sort of a higher level, right? DeepSeek, because they have certain limitations around the GPUs that they have access to, the interconnects are limited to some extent by the restrictions of the GPUs that were shipped into China legally, not the ones that are smuggled, but legally shipped in, that they used to train this model. They had to figure out how to get efficiencies, right? And one of those things is that instead of just calling the NVIDIA library Nickel, right, they instead they scheduled their own communications, which some of the labs do, right? Meta talked about in Llama 3 how they made their own custom version of Nickel. They didn't talk about the implementation details. This is some of what they did. Probably maybe not as well as DeepSeek, because DeepSeek, necessity is the mother of innovation, and they had to do this. Whereas in the case, OpenAI has people that do this sort of stuff, Anthropic, etc. But DeepSeek certainly did it publicly, and they may have done it even better because they were given on a certain aspect of the chips that they have access to. And so they scheduled communications, by scheduling specific SMs. SMs you could think of as like the core on a GPU, right? So there's hundreds of cores, or there's a bit over 100 cores, SMs on a GPU, and they were specifically scheduling, hey, which ones are running the model, which ones are doing all reduce, which one are doing all gather, right? And they would flip back and forth between them, and this requires extremely low-level programming.
This is what Nickel does automatically, or other NVIDIA libraries handle this automatically.
Yeah, exactly. And so technically they're using, PTX, which is you could think of it as like an assembly type language. It's not exactly that, or instruction set, right? Like coding directly to assembly instruction set. It's not exactly that, but that's still part of technically CUDA, but it's like, do I want to write in Python, PyTorch equivalent and call NVIDIA libraries? Do I want to go down to the C level, right? Or, code even lower level, or do I want to go all the way down to the assembly or ISO level? And there are cases where you go all the way down there at the very big labs, but most companies just do not do that, right? Because it's a waste of time, and the efficiency gains you get are not worth it. But DeepSeek's implementation is so complex, right? Especially with their mixture of experts, right? People have done mixture of experts, but they're generally 8-16 experts, right? And they activate 2. So, one of the words we like to use is like sparsity factor, right? Or usage, right? So you might have 1/4 of your model activate, right? And that's what Mistral's Mistral model, right? Their model that really catapulted them to like, oh my God, they're really, really good. OpenAI has also had models that are SMOE, and so have all the other labs that are major closed. But what DeepSeek did that maybe only the leading labs have only just started recently doing is have such a high sparsity factor, right? It's not 1/4 of the model, right? 2 out of 8 experts activating every time you go through the model. It's 8 out of 256.
And there's different implementations for mixture of experts where you can have some of these experts that are always activated, which this just looks like a small neural network, and all the tokens go through that, and then they also go through some that are selected by this routing mechanism. And one of the innovations in DeepSeek's architecture is that they changed the routing mechanism. In mixture of expert models, there's something called an auxiliary loss, which effectively means during training, you want to make sure that all of these experts are used across the tasks that the model sees. Why there can be failures in mixture of experts is that when you're doing this training, the one objective is token prediction accuracy. And if you just let training go with a mixture of expert model on your own, it can be that the model learns to only use a subset of the experts, And in the MOE literature, there's something called the auxiliary loss, which helps balance them. But if you think about the loss functions of deep learning, this even connects to the bidder lesson, is that you want to have the minimum inductive bias in the model to let the model learn maximally. And this auxiliary loss, this balancing across experts, could be seen as in tension with the prediction accuracy of the tokens. So we don't know the exact extent that the DeepSeek MOE changed, which is instead of doing an auxiliary loss, they have an extra parameter in their routing, which after the batches, they update this parameter to make sure that the next batches all have a similar use of experts. And this type of change can be big, it can be small, but they add up over time. And this is the sort of thing that just points to them innovating. And I'm sure all the labs that are training big MOEs are looking at this sort of things, which is getting away from auxiliary loss. Some of them might already use it. You keep accumulating gains. We'll talk about the philosophy of training and how you organize these organizations. And a lot of it is just compounding small improvements over time in your data, in your architecture, post training, and how they integrate with each other. And DeepSeek does the same thing, and some of them are shared. We have to take them on face value that they share their most important details. I mean, the architecture and the weights are out there, so we're seeing what they're doing, and it adds up.
Going back to sort of the like efficiency and complexity point, right? It's 32 versus 4, right, for like Mixtral and other MOE models that have been publicly released. So this ratio is extremely high. And sort of what Nathan was getting at there was when you have such a different level of sparsity, you can't just have every GPU have the entire model, right? The model's too big, there's too much complexity there. So you have to split up the model with different types of parallelism, right? And so you might have different experts on different GPU nodes. But now what happens when, this set of data that you get, hey, all of it looks like this one way and all of it should route to one part of my, model, right? So when all of it routes to one part of the model, then you can have this overloading of a certain set of the GPU resources or a certain set of the GPUs, and then the rest of the training network sits idle because all of the tokens are just routing to that. So this is the biggest complexity. One of the biggest complexities with running a very sparse.
Welcome. How are you? No need to apologize. How are you? Well, did you find that button from Blue Sky? Oh, absolutely. 100%. I'm live in there right now. How's your day going? I'm well, thank you. What did you say, my friend? Oh, yeah, I've got 500 of them. Channels. Yeah, I'm live. Believe it or not, they do. Great question. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. We have a ROTHSCHILD. They stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work use. I've been streaming live for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do this because I don't want war anymore anywhere on earth. I also want to help end world hunger with the platform that this will give me through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tango. One of the things that we've done is get well in Nigeria for the less fortunate. I want to continue with those types of projects to help end world thirst. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program and major advocate for desalination technology, where we pump seawater on the land to make it drinkable. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? That's okay. Essentially, it's similar, where every moment of my life is basically on camera, and I have archived it, just like someone in the past might have been a diarist, somebody write a diary, or a journalist, somebody write a journal. I do the same, but with video, and I just do my best to be a good person and give people support when they need it. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like Anti-gravity Instant Manifesto, my travel professor in life communication. Right now, we're watching a podcast on AI. So I'm a major advocate of artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. We talk about quantum computing. We talk about things like alien disclosure and things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a dog located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded GUINNESS Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is mind-blowing information. They also just recently made news about their progression of extincting essentially like a direwolf. They also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth. And I just think it's really exciting. I think about some other things that are perhaps going to be of benefit to you. I have no data on that person ever. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that global goods number one research more valuable than food, water, gold, oil, petroleum, and everything. And that may make me an influential person someday. And if that's true, I'm going to make you and every person on my stream who's helped me along the way very wealthy. And I want you to be able to create generational wealth for you, those around you, your friends, your family, and then eventually be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the less fortunate. Also, I want you to be able to, with your consent, if you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about 80. I'm going to increase it to 100, 120. And again, with your consent, and give you the finances to be able to take advantage of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryogenics, things like perhaps emergent therapy, porcine therapy. Okay, then you can just die at the normal age of your baby. All right, well, if anything, I'm going to give you the funds to be able to have a really good life. So you can consider having that as your friend, and if there's anything you ever need, I'm here for you. Okay? Excellent. Very well. And that's why it's key that I say with your consent. If you don't want to live that long, you don't need to. So I hope you have just while you're here on Earth, just a really wonderful life, and I hope this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm live right now at 18 different YouTube channels. I have over 100 YouTube channels. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person on earth. No, I love it. I like being on camera. I like that live, but it's basically, yeah. I mean, I don't have to be on it, so I can avoid it as much as I love. It's like not something that I generally pay attention to. Just once the streams are going, I live my life in as normal a way as possible. Correct. Yeah, I'm based out of Northern California. So basically Los Angeles. No, I know. I'm saying Irvine is basically Los Angeles. Wait, um, well, are you a Wolverines fan? Wolverines or Spartans? Wolverines or Spartans? Very well. Go State. Absolutely. Absolutely. Whenever you're bored, feel free to come in here. We'll love to get to know you better, okay? Excellent. Thank you.
Mixture of expert
Absolutely. For being supportive.
model, i.e., this 32 ratio versus this 4 ratio, is that you end up with so many of the experts just sitting there idle. So how do I load balance between them? How do I schedule the communications between them? This is a lot of the extremely low-level, detailed work that they figured out in the public first, and potentially second or third in the world, and maybe even first in some cases.
What lesson do you, in the direction of the bidder lesson, do you take from all this? Where is this going to be the direction where a lot of the game is going to be, which is this kind of low-level optimization? Or is this a short-term thing where the biggest gains will be more on the algorithmic, high-level side of post-training? Is this a short-term leap because they've figured out a hack because constraints, necessity for mother of invention? Or is there still a lot of game?
I think we should summarize what the bidder lesson actually is about. Is that the bidder lesson, essentially, if you paraphrase it, is that the types of training that will win out in deep learning as we go are those methods that which are scalable in learning and search, is what it calls out. And the scale word gets a lot of attention in this. The interpretation that I use is effectively to avoid adding the human priors to your learning process. And if you read the original essay, this is what it talks about, is how researchers will try to come up with clever solutions to their specific problem that might get them small gains in the short term, while simply enabling these deep learning systems to work efficiently, and for these bigger problems in the long term might be more likely to scale and continue to drive success. And therefore, we were talking about relatively small implementation changes to the mixture of experts model. And therefore, it's we will need a few more years to know if one of these are actually really crucial to the bidder lesson. But the bidder lesson is really this long-term arc of how simplicity can often win. And there's a lot of sayings in the industry, the models just want to learn. You have to give them the simple loss landscape where you put compute through the model, and they will learn. And getting barriers out of the way.
That's where the power of something like Nickel comes in, where standardized code that can be used by a lot of people to create sort of simple innovations that can scale, which is why the hacks, I imagine that the code base for DeepSeek is probably a giant mess.
I'm sure they have, DeepSeek definitely has code bases that are extremely messy, where they're testing these new ideas. Multi-head latent attention. Probably start in something like a Jupyter notebook, where somebody tries something on a few GPUs, and that is really messy. But the stuff that trains DeepSeek v3 and DeepSeek R1, those libraries, if you were to present them to us, I would guess are extremely high quality code.
High quality readable code.
But yeah, I think there is one aspect to note, though, right? Is that there is the general ability for that to transfer across different types of runs, right? You may make really, really high quality code for one specific model architecture at one size, and then that is not transferable to, hey, when I make this architecture tweak, everything's broken, right? That's something that could be, with their specific low-level coding of scheduling SMs is specific to this model architecture and size, right? And whereas NVIDIA's collectives library is more hey, it'll work for anything, right? You want to do an all reduce? Great. I don't care what your model architecture is, it'll work. And you're giving up a lot of performance when you do that in many cases, but it's worthwhile for them to do the specific optimization for the specific run given the constraints that they have regarding compute.
I wonder how stressful it is to these frontier models initiate training, to have the code, but doesn't to push the button that you're now spending a large amount of money and time to train this. There must be a lot of innovation on the debugging stage of making sure there's no issues that you're monitoring and visualizing every aspect of the training, all that kind of stuff.
When people are training have all these various dashboards, but like the most simple one is your loss, right? And it continues to go down, but in reality, especially with more complicated stuff like MOE, the biggest problem with it, or FP8 training, which is another innovation, going to a lower precision number format, i.e. less accurate, is that you end up with loss spikes, right? And no one knows why the loss spike happened. And for a long time, some of them are bad data.
Can I give a use example of what blew up our earlier models? Is a subreddit called Microwave Gang. We like to calculate this out. It's a real thing. You can pull up Microwave Gang. Essentially, it's a subreddit where everybody makes posts that are just the letter M. So it's like, so there's extremely long sequences of the letter M, and then the comments are like beep beep because it's in the microwave event.
Yeah.
But if you pass this into a model that's trained to be a normal producing text, it's extremely high loss because normally you see an M, you don't predict M's for a long time. So like this is something that caused a lot of hits for us. But when you have much like this is old, this is not recent, and when you have more mature data systems, that's not the thing that causes the loss spike. And what John is saying is true, but it's like it's levels to this thing.
With regards to the stress, right? These people are like, you'll go out to dinner with like a friend that works at one of these labs, and they'll just be like looking at their phone every like 10 minutes, and they're not like, it's one thing if they're texting, but they're just like is the loss?
Yeah, it's literally like
tokens
per second, loss not blown up. They're just watching us.
And the heart rate goes up if there's a spike.
At some level of spikes is normal, right? It'll recover and be back. Sometimes a lot of the old strategy was like you just stop the run, restart from the old version, and then like change the data mix, and then it keeps going.
There are even different types of spikes. So Dirk Grunewald has a theory that it's like fast spikes and slow spikes, where there are sometimes where you're looking at the loss and there are other parameters, you can see it start to creep up and then blow up, and that's really hard to recover from, so you have to go back much further. So you have this stressful period where it's like flat or it might start going up, and like, what do I do? Whereas there are also loss spikes that it looks good, and then there's one spiky data point. So what you can do is you just skip those. You see that there's a spike, you're like, okay, I can ignore this data, don't update the model, and do the next one, and it'll recover. But these like trickier implementations, so as you get more complex in your architecture and you scale up to more GPUs, you have more potential for your loss blowing up. So it's like there's a distribution.
The whole idea of grokking also comes in, right? It's like just because it slowed down from improving a loss doesn't mean it's not learning, because all of a sudden it could be like this and it could just spike down and loss again because it truly learned something, right? And it took some time for it to learn that. It's not like a gradual process, right? And that's what humans are like. That's what models are like. It's really a stressful task, as you mentioned.
And the whole time the dollar count is going up.
Every company has failed runs. You need failed runs to push the envelope on your infrastructure. So a lot of news cycles are made of X company had Y failed run. Every company that's trying to push the frontier of AI has these. So yes, it's noteworthy because it's a lot of money and it can be weak to month setback, but it is part of the process.
But how do you get, if you're DeepSeek, how do you get to a place where, holy shit, there's a successful combination of hyperparameters?
A lot of small failed runs.
So rapid iteration to failed runs until
and successful.
And then you build a some intuition like this mixture of expert works, and then this implementation of MLA works.
Key hyperparameters like learning rate, regularization, and things like this, and you find the regime that works for your code base. I'm talking to people at Frontier Labs. There's a story that you can tell where training language models is kind of a path that you need to follow. So you need to unlock the ability to train a certain type of model or a certain scale, and then your code base and your internal know-how of which hyperparameters work for it is kind of known. Like, you look at the DeepSeek papers and models, they've scaled up, they've added complexity, and it's just continuing to build the capabilities that they have.
There's the concept of a YOLO run. So YOLO, you only live once. And what it is like, there's all this experimentation you do at the small scale, right? Research ablations, right? Like you have your Jupyter notebook when you're experimenting with MLA on like 3 GPUs or whatever, and you're doing all these different things like, hey, do I do 4 active experts, 128 experts? Do I arrange the experts this way? All these different model architecture things you're testing at a very small scale, right? A couple researchers, few GPUs, tens of GPUs, hundreds of GPUs, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, guys, no more fucking around, right? No more screwing around. Everyone take all the resources we have. Let's pick what we think will work and just go for it, right? YOLO. And this is where that sort of stress comes in. Is like, well, I know it works here, but some things that work here don't work here. And And some things that work here don't work down here, right? In this terms of scale, right? So it's really truly a YOLO run, and sort of like there's this like discussion of like certain researchers just have like this methodical nature, like they can find the whole search space and like figure out all the ablations of different research and really see what is best. And there's certain researchers who just kind of like, have that innate gut instinct of like, this is the YOLO run. Like, looking at the data, this is it.
This is why you want to work in post-training, because the GPU cost for training is lower, so you can make a higher percentage of your training runs YOLO runs.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, for now.
So some of this is fundamentally luck.
Luck is skill, right? In many cases.
Yeah, I mean, it looks lucky, right?
But the hill to climb, if you're on one of these labs, you have an evaluation, you're not crushing. There's a repeated playbook of how you improve things. There are localized improvements, which might be data improvements, and these add up into the whole model just being much better. And when you zoom in really close, it'll be really obvious that this model is just really bad at this thing, and we can fix it, and you just add these up. So some of it feels like luck, but on the ground, especially with these new reasoning models we're talking to, it's just so many ways that we can poke around, and normally it's that some of them give big improvement.
This is a search space is near infinite, right? And yet the amount of compute time you have is very low, and you have to hit release schedules. You have to not get blown past by everyone. Otherwise, what happened with DeepSeek, crushing Meta and Mistral and Cohere, all these guys, they move too slow, right? They maybe were too methodical. I don't know. They didn't do the YOLO run, whatever the reason was. Maybe they weren't as skilled. Whatever, you can call it luck if you want, but at the end of the day, it's skill.
So 2025 is the year of the YOLO run. It seems like all the labs are like going in.
I think it's even more impressive what OpenAI did in 2022, right? At the time, no one believed in mixture of experts models, right? At Google, who had all the researchers. OpenAI had such little compute, and they devoted all of their compute for many months, right? All of it, 100%, for many months to GPT-4 with a brand new architecture with no belief that, hey, let me spend a couple $100 million, which is all of the money I have, on this model, right? That is truly YOLO.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now people like all these like training run failures that are in the media, right? It's like, okay, great, but like actually a lot of huge chunk of GPUs are doing inference. I still have a bunch doing research constantly, and yes, my biggest cluster is training, but like on this YOLO run, but like that YOLO run is much less risky than like what OpenAI did in 2022, or maybe what DeepSeek did now, or like sort of like, hey, we're just gonna throw everything at it.
The big winners throughout human history are the ones who are willing to do YOLO at some point. Okay. What do we understand about the hardware engine, though?
DeepSeek is very interesting. And this is where the second to take this zoom out of who they are, right? Highflyer is a hedge fund that has historically done quantitative trading in China as well as elsewhere, and they have always had a significant number of GPUs, right? In the past, a lot of these high-frequency trading algorithmic quant traders use FPGAs, but it shifted to GPUs definitely, and there's both, right? But GPUs especially, and Highflyer, which is the hedge fund that owns DeepSeek, and everyone who works for DeepSeek is part of Highflyer to some extent, right? It's the same parent company, same owner, same CEO. They had all these resources and infrastructure for trading, and then they devoted a humongous portion of them to training models, both language models and other ones, right? Because these techniques were heavily AI influenced. More recently, people have realized, hey, trading with like even when you go back to like Renaissance and all these like quantitative firms, natural language processing is the key to like trading really fast, right? Understanding a press release and making the right trade, right? And so DeepSeek has always been really good at this. And even as far back as 2021, they have press releases and papers saying like, hey, we're the first company with an A100 cluster this large. There's 10,000 A100 GPUs, right? This is in 2021. Now, this wasn't all for training, large language models. This is mostly for training models for their quantitative aspects, or quantitative trading, as well as, a lot of that was natural language processing, to be clear, right? And so this is the sort of history, right? So a verifiable fact is that in 2021, they built the largest Chinese cluster, at least they claim it was the largest cluster in China, 10,000 GPUs.
Before expert controls started.
Yeah.
They've had a huge cluster before any conversation of expert controls.
So then you step it forward to like, what have they done over the last 4 years since then, right? Obviously, they've continued to operate the hedge fund, probably make tons of money. And the other thing is that they've leaned more and more and more into AI. The CEO, Liang Feng,
You're not putting me spot on this. We discussed it.
Leon Taik, right, the CEO, he owns maybe Leon Taik, he owns maybe a little bit more than half the company allegedly, right? Is an extremely like Elon Jensen kind of figure where he's just like involved in everything, right? And so over that time period, he's gotten really in depth into AI. He actually has a bit of a like if you see some of his statements, a bit of an EAC vibe almost, right?
Total API vibes. So like, we need to do this. We need to make a new ecosystem of open AI. We need China to lead on this sort of ecosystem because historically the Western countries have led on software ecosystems, and straight up acknowledges like in order to do this, we need to do something different. This is way of doing this. Some of the translated interviews are like
He has not interviewed.
yeah.
I think he would do a Western interview or no? Or is there controls on the
There
chat?
hasn't been one yet, but
Okay.
I would
Right.
try it.
I just got the trying to translate. Great. So push. So fascinating figure, engineer, pushing full on into AI, leveraging the success from the high frequency trading.
Very direct quotes. We will not switch to closed stores when asked about this stuff. Very long-term motivated in how the ecosystem of AI should work, and from a Chinese perspective, he wants a Chinese company to build this vision.
And so this is sort of like the quote unquote visionary behind the company, right? This hedge fund still exists, right? This quantitative firm. And so DeepSeek is the sort of slowly he got turned to this full view of like AI, everything about this, right? But at some point it slowly maneuvered and he made DeepSeek. And DeepSeek has done multiple models since then. They've acquired more and more GPUs. They share infrastructure with the fund, right? And so, there is no exact number of public GPU resources that they have, but besides this 10,000 GPUs that they bought in 2021, right? And they were fantastically profitable, right? And then this paper claims they did only 2,000 H800 GPUs, which are a restricted GPU that was previously allowed in China, but no longer allowed, and there's a new version. But it's basically NVIDIA's H100 for China, right? And there's some restrictions on it, specifically around the communications speed, the interconnect speed, right? Which is why they had to do this crazy SM, scheduling stuff, right? So going back to that, right? It's like, this is obviously not true in terms of their total GPU count.
Obvious available GPUs, but for this training run, do you think 2,000 is the correct number or not?
So this is where it takes, a significant amount of sort of like zoning in, right? Like, what do you call your training run, right? You count all of the research and ablations that you ran, right? Picking all this stuff, because yes, you can do a YOLO run, but at some level you have to do the test at the small scale, and then you have to do some test at medium scale before you go to the large scale.
Accepted practice is that for any given model that is a notable advancement, you're going to do 2 to 4x compute of the full training run in experiments.
So a lot of this compute that's being scaled up probably used in large part at this high for research.
Yeah, and research begets new ideas that let you get huge emissions.
Research gets you research gets you breakthroughs.
So some of the pricing strategy that we'll discuss has the research baked into the price.
So the numbers that DeepSeek specifically said publicly, right, are just the 10,000 GPUs in 2021, and then 2,000 GPUs for only the pre-training for V3. They did not discuss cost on R1. They did not discuss cost on all the other RL, right, for the instruct model that they made, right? They only discussed the pre-training for the base model, and they did not discuss anything on research and ablation. And they do not talk about any of the resources that are shared in terms of, hey, the fund is using all these GPUs, right? And we know that they're very profitable and they had 10,000 GPUs in 2021. So the some of the research that we've found is that we actually believe they have closer to 50,000 GPUs.
So we should say that you're one of the world experts in figuring out what everybody's doing in terms of the semiconductor, in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of like who's doing what in terms of training runs. So that's the we. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. We believe they actually have something closer to 50,000 GPUs, right? Now this is split across many tasks, right? Again, the fund, research and ablations.
For ballpark, how much would OpenAI or Anthropic have? I think the clearest example we have, because Meta is also open, they talked about like order of 60K to 100K H100 equivalent GPUs in their training clusters.
Right. So like Llama 3, they said they trained about 60,000 H100. Right? But the company of Meta last year publicly disclosed they bought like 400,000. Yeah. Right. So of course, tiny percentage on the training. Again, like most of it is like serving me the best Instagram reels, right? Or whatever, right?
Can you
I
hear
mean, we
me?
could get into a
What's up, Jiffle?
cost of it. What is the cost of ownership for a 2,000 GPU cluster, 10,000? There's just different sizes of companies that can afford these things, and DeepSeek is reasonably big. Right? Their compute allocation compared is one of the top few in the world. It's not OpenAI, Anthropic, etc., but they have a lot of.
Can you, General, actually just zoom out and also talk about the Hopper architecture, the NVIDIA Hopper GPU architecture, and the difference between H100 and H800 in connection with interconnects?
Yeah, so there's, Ampere was A100, and then H100 Hopper, right? People use them synonymously in the US because really there's just H100 and now there's H200, right? But same thing, mostly. In China, they've had there have been different salvos of export restrictions. So initially, the U.S. government limited on a two-factor scale, right, which is chip interconnect versus flops, right? So any chip that had interconnects above a certain level and flops above a certain floating point operation above a certain level was restricted. Later, the government realized that this was a flaw in the restriction, and they cut it down to just floating point operations. And so,
H800 had high flops, low communication.
exactly. So the H800 was the same performance as H100 on flops, right? But it didn't have to have, it just had the interconnect bandwidth cut. DeepSeek knew how to utilize this. Hey, even though we're cut back on the interconnect, we can do all this fancy stuff to figure out how to use the GPU fully anyways, right? And so that was back in October 2022. But later in 2023, into 2023, implemented in 2024, the U.S. government banned the H800, right? And so, by the way, this H800 cluster, these 2,000 GPUs, was not even purchased in 2024, right? It was purchased in late 2023. And they're just getting the model out now, right? Because it takes a lot of research, etc. H800 was banned, and now there's a new chip called the H20. The H20 is cut back on only flops, but the interconnect bandwidth is the same. And in fact, in some ways, it's better than the H100 because it has better memory bandwidth and memory capacity. So there are, NVIDIA is working within the constraints of what the government says, and then builds the best possible GPU for China.
Can we take this actual tangent and we'll return back to the hardware? Is the philosophy, the motivation, the case for export controls? What is it? Dario Amadeus published a blog post about export controls. The case he makes is that if AI becomes more powerful, he says by 2026 we'll have AGI or super powerful AI, and that's going to give a significant, whoever builds that will have a significant military advantage. And so, because the United States is a democracy, and as he says, China is authoritarian or has authoritarian elements, you want a unipolar world with a super powerful military because of the AI is one that's a democracy. It's a much more complicated world geopolitically when you have two superpowers with super powerful AI and one is authoritarian. So that's the case he makes. And so we want to, the United States wants to use export controls to slow down to make sure that China can't do these gigantic training runs that will be presumably required to build AGI.
This is very abstract. I think this can be the goal of how some people describe export controls, is the super powerful AI. And you touched on the training run idea. There's not many worlds where China cannot train AI models. Export controls are decapping the amount of compute or the density of compute that China can have. And if you think about the AI ecosystem right now, as all of these AI companies, revenue numbers are up to the right. If AI usage is just continuing to grow, more GPUs are going to influence. A large part of export controls, if they work, is just that the amount of AI that can be run in China is going to be much lower. So on the training side, DeepSeek V3 is a great example of you have a very focused team that can still get to the frontier of AI. This 2,000 GPUs is not that hard to get, all considering in the world. They're still going to have those GPUs. They're still going to be able to train models. But if there's going to be a huge market for AI, if you have strong export controls and you want to have 100,000 GPUs just serving the equivalent of ChatGPT clusters, with good export controls, it also just makes it so that AI can be used much less. And I think that is a much easier goal to achieve than trying to debate on what AGI is and if you have these
extremely intelligent autonomous AIs, data centers, like those are the things that could be running in these GPU clusters in the United States, but not in China.
To some extent, training a model does effectively nothing, right? Like you have a model. The thing that Dario sort of speaks to is the implementation of that model once trained to then create huge economic growth, huge increases in military capabilities, huge increases in productivity of people, betterment of lives, whatever you want to direct super powerful AI towards, you can. But that requires a significant amount of compute, right? And so the U.S. government has effectively said, and forever, right? Like training will always be a portion of the total compute. We mentioned Meta's 400,000 GPUs, only 16,000 made Llama, right? So the percentage that Meta is dedicating to inference, now this might be for recommendation systems that are trying to hack our mind into spending more time and watching more ads, or if it's for a super powerful AI that's doing productive things. Doesn't matter about the exact use that our economic system decides. It's that can be delivered in whatever way we want. Whereas with China, right, your export restrictions, great. You're never going to be able to cut everything, right? And that's like, I think that's quite well understood by the U.S. government, is that you can't cut everything off.
And they'll make their own chips.
And they're trying to make their own chips. They'll be worse than ours. But the whole point is to just keep a gap, right? And therefore, at some point, as the AI, in a world where 2-3% economic growth, this is really tough, by the way, right? To cut off, high tech and not make money off of it. But in a world where super powerful AI comes about and then starts creating significant changes in society, which is what all the AI leaders and big tech companies believe. I think super powerful AI is going to change society massively. And therefore, this compounding effect of the difference in compute is really important. There's some sci-fi out there where like AI is like measured in the power of how much power is delivered to compute, right? Or how much is being, that's sort of a way of thinking about what the economic output is, just how much power are you directing towards that AI.
Should we talk about reasoning models with this as a way that this might be actionable as something that people can actually see? So the reasoning models that are coming out with R1 and O1, they're designed to use more compute. There's a lot of fuzzy words in the AI community about this: test time compute, inference time compute, whatever. But Dylan has good research on this. You can get to those specific numbers on the ratio of when you train a model. You can look at things about the amount of compute used in training, the amount of compute used in inference. These reasoning models are making inference way more important to doing complex tasks. In the fall, in December, OpenAI announced this O3 model. There's another thing in AI with things move fast. We get both announcements and releases. Announcements are essentially blog posts where you pat yourself on the back and you say you did things, and releases are when the model's out there, the paper's out there, etc. So OpenAI has announced O3. We can check O3 mini is out as a recording potentially, but that doesn't really change the point, which is that the breakthrough result was something called the ARC-AGI task, which is the abstract reasoning corpus, a task for artificial general intelligence. Francois Cholet is the guy who's put, it's a multi-year-old paper that's brilliant benchmark. And the number for OpenAI O3 to solve this was that it used some sort of number of samples in the API. The API has a thinking effort and number of samples. They used 1,000 samples to solve this task, and it comes out to be like $5 to $20 per question, which you're putting in is technically a math puzzle, and then it takes orders of dollars to answer one question. And this is a lot of compute. This is going to take off in the US. OpenAI needs a ton of GPUs on inference to capture this. They have this OpenAI ChatGPT Pro subscription, which is $200 a month, which they have said they're losing money on, which means that people are burning a lot of GPUs on inference. And I've signed up with it, I've played with it, I don't think I'm a power user, but I use it, and it's like, that is the thing that a Chinese company with mediumly strong export controls, there will always be loopholes, might not be able to do it all. And if that, the main result for O3 is also spectacular coding performance, and if that feeds back into AI companies being able to experiment better.
So presumably the idea is for an AGI, a much larger fraction of the compute will be used for this test time compute for the reasoning. The AGI goes into a room and thinks about how to take over the world, and then come back in 2.7 hours.
This is what
it's going to take a lot of compute.
This is what people like CEOs or leaders of OpenAI would probably talk about, is like autonomous AI models, which is you give them a task and they work on it in the background. My personal definition of AGI is much simpler. Like I think language models are a form of AGI, and all of this super powerful stuff is a next step that's great if we get these tools. But the
language model has so much value in so many domains. It's a general intelligence domain. But that of agentic things where they're independent, they can do tasks that aren't in the training data is what the few-year outlook that these AI companies are driving for.
I think the terminology here, the Dario super powerful AI. So I agree with you on the AGI. I think we already have something like it's exceptionally impressive. That Alan Turing would for sure say is AGI, but he's referring more to something once in possession of, that you would have a significant military and geopolitical advantage over other nations. It's not just like you can ask it how to cook an omelet.
And he has a much more positive view in this essay, Machines of Love and Grace. Read into this, and I don't have enough background in physical sciences to gauge exactly how confident I am in if AI can revolutionize biology. But I am safe saying that AI is going to accelerate the progress of any computational science.
So we're doing a depth first search here on topics, taking tangent on tangent. So let's continue on that depth first search. You said that you're both feeling AGI. So what's your timeline? Dario is 2026 for the super powerful AI. That's basically agentic to a degree where it's a real security threat. That level of AGI. What's your timeline?
I don't like to attribute specific abilities because predicting specific abilities in when is very hard. Mostly, if you're going to say that I'm feeling the AGI, is that I expect continued rapid, surprising progress over the next few years. So something like R1 is less surprising to me from DeepSeek because I expect there to be new paradigms where substantial progress can be made. DeepSeek R1 is so unsettling because we're kind of on this path with ChatGPT. It's getting better, it's getting better, it's getting better. And then we have a new direction for changing the models, and we took one step like this, and we took a step up. So it looks like a really fast slope, and now we're going to take 4 steps. So it's really unsettling when you have these big steps. And I expect that to keep happening. I've tried OpenAI Operator, I've tried Claude computer use. They're not there yet. I understand the idea, but it's just so hard to predict what is the breakthrough that'll make something like that work. And I think it's more likely that we have breakthroughs that work in things that we don't know what to do. So everyone wants agents. Dario has a very eloquent way of describing this. And I just think that there's going to be more than that, so just expect these things to come.
I'm going to try to pin you down to a date on the AGI timeline. Like the nuclear weapon moment. So a moment where on the geopolitical stage, there's a real, because we're talking about export controls. When do you think, just even if we're on a date, what do you think that? Like for me, it's probably after 2030. So I'm not as
Just to define that, right? Because to me, it kind of almost has already happened, right? You look at elections in India and Pakistan, people get AI voice calls and think they're talking to the politician, right? The AI diffusion rules, which was enacted in the last couple of weeks of the Biden admin, it looks like the Trump admin will keep and potentially even strengthen, limit cloud computing and GPU sales to countries that are not even related to China. It's like, this is
Portugal and all these normal countries that are on the you need approval from the US list.
Portugal and all these countries that are allies, right? Singapore, right? They freaking have F-35s if we don't let them buy GPUs. This to me is already to the scale.
Hello, Taik.
I love
Well, that just means that the U.S. military is really nervous about this technology. That doesn't mean the technology is already there. So, they might be just very cautious about this thing that they don't quite understand. That's a really good point. To the robocalls, swarms of semi-intelligent bots could be a weapon. Could be doing a lot of social engineering.
I mean, there's tons of talk about, from the 2016 elections, like Cambridge Analytica and all this stuff, Russian influence. I mean, every country in the world is pushing stuff onto the internet and has narratives they want, right? That's every technically competent, whether it's Russia, China, US, Israel, etc., right? People are pushing viewpoints onto the internet en masse. And language models crash the cost of very intelligent sounding.
There's some research that shows that the distribution is actually one factor. So language models haven't yet made misinformation particularly changed the equation there. The internet is still ongoing. I think there's a blog AI Speak Oil and some different that wrote all this stuff. So there is research it's like it's a default that everyone assumes, and I would have thought the same thing, is that misinformation is going to get far worse with language models. I think in terms of internet posts and things that people have been measuring, it hasn't been a exponential increase or something extremely measurable. And things you're talking about with like voice calls and stuff like that, it could be in modalities that are harder to measure. So it's something that it's too soon to tell in terms of. I think that's like political instability via the web is very. It's monitored by a lot of researchers to see what's happening. I think that if you're asking about like the AGI thing, if I were me give a year, I would be like, okay, I have AI CEOs saying this. They've been saying 2 years for a while. I think that people like Dario and Anthropic, the CEO, have thought about this so deeply. I need to take their words seriously, but also understand that they have different incentives. So I would be like, add a few years to that, which is how you get something similar to 2030 or a little after 2030.
I think to some extent we have capabilities that hit a certain point where any one person could say, oh, okay, if I can leverage those capabilities for X amount of time, this is AGI, right? Call it 27, 28. But then the cost of actually operating that capability,
This is going to be my point.
so extreme that no one can actually deploy it at scale and mass to actually completely revolutionize the economy on a snap of the finger. So I don't think it will be like a snap of the finger moment.
Physical constraint.
Rather, it'll be a, the capabilities are here, but I can't deploy it everywhere, right? And so one simple example going back sort of to 2023 was when, Bing with GPT-4 came out, everyone was freaking out about search, right? Perplexity came out. If you did the cost of like, hey, implementing GPT-3 into every Google search, it was like, oh, okay, this is just like physically impossible to implement, right? And as we step forward to like going back to the test type compute thing, right? A query for, you ask ChatGPT a question, it costs cents, right? For their most model of chat, right? To get a query back. To solve an ArcAGI problem, though, cost $5 to $20, right? And this is
it's only going up from there.
This is 1,000, 10,000x factor difference in cost to respond to a query versus do a task. And the task of ROTHSCHILD is not like it's simple to some extent, but it's also like, what are the tasks that we want? AGI, quote unquote, what we have today can do ROTHSCHILD. 3 years from now, it can do much more complicated problems, but the cost is going to be measured in thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of GPU time, and there just won't be enough power, GPUs, infrastructure to operate this, and therefore shift everything in the world on the snap of a finger. But at that moment, who gets to control and point the AGI at a task? And so this was in Dario's post that he's like, hey, China can effectively and more quickly than us point their AGI at military tasks, right? And they have been, in many ways, faster at adopting certain new technologies into their military, right? Especially with regards to drones, right? The U.S. maybe has a long-standing, large air sort of, fighter jet type of thing, bombers, but when it comes to asymmetric arms such as drones, they've completely leapfrogged the U.S. and the West. And the fear that Dario is sort of pointing out there, I think, is that, yeah, great, we'll have AGI in the commercial sector. The U.S. military won't be able to implement it super fast. Chinese military could, and they could direct all their resources implementing it in the military, and therefore solving, military logistics, or solving some other aspect of like disinformation for targeted certain set of people so they could flip a country's politics, or something like that is actually like catastrophic. Versus, the U.S. just wants to, because it'll be more capitalistically allocated just towards whatever is the highest return of income, which might be like building, factories better or whatever.
So everything I've seen, people's intuition seems to fail on robotics. So you have this kind of general optimism. We've seen this on self-driving people think it's much easier to come. It's similar with drones. Here I understand it's a little bit less, but I've just seen the reality of the war in Ukraine and the usage of drones on both sides. And it seems that humans still far outperform any fully autonomous systems. AI is an assistant, but humans drive. FPV drones, where the humans control mostly, just far outperforms AI systems. So I think it's not obvious to me that we're going to have swarms of autonomous robots anytime soon in the military context. Maybe the fastest I can imagine is 2030, which is why I said 2030 for the super powerful AI. Whenever you have large-scale swarms of robots doing military actions, that's when the world just starts to look different. to me. So that's the thing I'm really worried about. But there could be cyber war type of technologies that, from social engineering to actually just swarms of robots that find attack vectors in our code bases and shut down power grids, that kind of stuff. And it could be one of those things like on any given weekend or something, power goes out, nobody knows why, and the world changes forever. Just power going out for 2 days in all of the United States. That would lead to murder, to chaos. But going back to export controls, do you see that as a useful way to control the balance of power geopolitically in the context of AI?
And I think going back to my point is, if you believe we're in this sort of stage of economic growth and change that we've been in for the last 20 years, the export controls are absolutely guaranteeing that China will win long term, right? If you do not believe AI is going to make significant changes to society in the next 10 years or 5 years, right? Five-year timelines are sort of what the more executives and such of AI companies and even big tech companies believe. But even 10-year timelines, it's reasonable. But once you get to, hey, these timelines are below that time period, then the only way to sort of like create a sizable advantage or disadvantage for America versus China is if you constrain compute, because talent is not really something that's constrained, right? China arguably has more talent, right? More STEM graduates, more programmers. The U.S. can draw upon the world's people, which it does. There's tons of, foreigners in the AI industry.
So many of these AI teams are all people without a U.S. passport.
Yeah, I mean, many of them are Chinese people who are moving to America, right? And that's great. That's exactly what we want, right? But there's that talent is one aspect, but I don't think that's one that is a measurable advantage for the U.S. or not. It truly is just whether or not compute, right? Now, even on the compute side, when we look at chips versus data centers, right? China has the unprecedented ability to build ridiculous sums of power, clockwork, right? They're always building more and more power. They've got steel mills that like individually are the size of the entire U.S. industry, right? And they've got aluminum mills that consume gigawatts and gigawatts of power, right? And when we talk about what's the biggest data center, right? OpenAI made this huge thing about Stargate, their announcement there. That's like, once it's fully built out in a few years, there'll be 2 gigawatts, right, of power, right? And this is still smaller than the largest, industrial facilities in China, right? China, if they wanted to build the largest data center in the world, if they had access to the chips, could. So it's just a question of when, not if, right?
So their industrial capacity far exceeds the United States.
Exactly.
In the manufacture stuff.
Yeah.
So why? So long term, they're going to be manufacturing chips then.
Chips are a little bit more specialized. I'm specifically referring to the data centers, right? Chips, fabs take huge amounts of power, don't get me wrong. That's not necessarily the gating factor there. The gating factor on how fast people can build the largest clusters today in the U.S. is power, right? It is, whether it's, it could be power generation, power transmission, substations, and, all these sorts of transformers and all these things. Building a data center, these are all constraints on the U.S. industry's ability to build larger and larger training systems, as well as deploying more and more inference compute.
I think we need to make a point clear on why the time is now for people that don't think about this, because essentially with export controls, you're making it so China cannot make or get cutting edge chips. And the idea is that if you time this wrong, China is pouring a ton of money into their chip production. And if you time it wrong, they are going to have more capacity for production, more capacity for energy, and figure out how to make the chips and have more capacity than the rest of the world to make the chips, because everybody can buy it. They're going to sell their Chinese chips to everybody. They might subsidize them. And therefore, if AI takes a long time to become differentiated, we decap the financial performance of American companies. NVIDIA can sell less. TSMC cannot sell to China. So therefore, we have less demand to therefore keep driving the production cycle. So that's the assumption behind the timing game.
Less than 10 years or 5 years to above, right? China will win because of these restrictions long term, unless AI does something in the short term, which I believe AI will do, make massive changes to society in the medium short term, right? And so that's the big unlocker there. And even today, right? If Xi Jinping decided to get, quote unquote scale built, right? i.e., decide that scaling laws are what matters, right? Just like U.S. executives like Satya Nadella, Mark Zuckerberg, and Sundar, and all these U.S. executives of the biggest, most powerful tech companies have decided to scale both, and they're building multi-gigawatt data centers, right? Whether it's in Texas or Louisiana or Wisconsin, wherever it is, they're building these massive things that cost as much as their entire budget for spending on data centers globally in one spot, right? This is what they've committed to for next year, year after, et cetera. And so they're so convinced that this is the way, that this is what they're doing. But if China decided to, they could do it faster than us. But this is where the restrictions come in. It is not clear that China as a whole has decided, from the highest levels, that this is a priority. The U.S. sort of has, right? You see Trump talking about DeepSeek and Stargate within the same week, right? So he's in the Biden admin as well had a lot of discussions about AI and such. It's clear that they think about it. Only just last week did DeepSeek meet the second in command of China, right? Like they have not even met the top peak, right? Never met Xi. She hasn't set down, and they only just released a subsidy of $1 trillion RMB, roughly $160 billion, which is closer to the spending of like Microsoft and Meta and Google combined, right, for this year. So it's like they're realizing it just now, but that's where these export restrictions come in and say, hey, you can't ship the most powerful U.S. chips to China. You can ship a cut down version. You can't ship the most powerful chips to all these countries who we know are just going to rent it to China. You have to limit the numbers, right, and the tools. And same with manufacturing, DPU tools, all these different aspects. But it all stems from AI and then what downstream can slow them down in AI. And so the entire semiconductor restrictions, you read them, they are very clear. It's about AI and military civil fusion of technology, right? It's very clear. And then from there it goes, oh, well, we're banning them from buying like lithography tools and etch tools and deposition tools and, oh, this random subsystem from a random company that's like tiny, right? Like, why are we banning this? Because all of it, the U.S. government has decided is critical to AI systems.
I think the fulcrum point is like the transition from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer. I think it was Huawei that had the 7 nanometer chip a few years ago, which caused another political brouhaha, almost like this moment. And then it's the ASML EUV, what is that?
Extreme ultraviolet lithography. To set context on the chips, right, what Nathan's referring to is in 2020, Huawei released their Ascend 910 chip, which was an AI chip, first one on 7 nanometer, before Google did, before NVIDIA did. And they submitted it to the MLPerf benchmark, which is sort of an industry standard for machine learning performance benchmark. And it did quite well. And it was the best chip at the submission, right? This was a huge deal. The Trump admin, of course, banned, this is 2019, right? Banned the Huawei from getting 7 nanometer chips from TSMC. And so then they had to switch to using internal domestically produced chips, which was a multi-year setback.
Many companies have done 7 nanometer chips, and the question is like, we don't know how much Huawei was subsidizing production of that chip. Like Intel has made 7 nanometer chips that are not profitable and things like that. So this is how it all feeds back into the economic engine of export controls.
Well, so you're saying that for now, Xi Jinping has not felt the BGI, but it feels like the DeepSeek moment might, like, there might be meetings going on now where he's going to start wearing the same T-shirt and things are going to escalate.
I mean, this, he may have woken up last week, right? Liang Feng met the the second command guy, and they had a meeting. And then the next day, they announced the AI subsidies, which are $1 trillion RMB, right?
So it's possible that this DeepSeek moment is truly the beginning of a Cold War.
That's what a lot of people are worried about. People in AI have been worried that this is going towards the Cold War, or already is.
But there's not DeepSeek's fault, but there's something, a bunch of factors came together where it was like this explosion. I mean, it all has to do with NVIDIA's stock right now. But it's just some
kind of
mass hysteria that happened that eventually led to Xi Jinping having meetings and waking up to this idea.
And the U.S. government realized in October 7th, 2022, before ChatGPT released, that restriction on October 7th, which dropped and shocked everyone. And it was very clearly aimed at AI. Everyone was like, what the heck are you doing?
Stable Diffusion was out then, but not ChatGPT.
Yeah, but not ChatGPT.
It was like starting to be rumbling
of what Gen AI can do to society, but it was very clear, I think, to at least like National Security Council and those sort of folks that this was where the world is headed, this Cold War that's happening.
So is there any concerns that the export controls push China to take military action on Taiwan?
This is the big risk, right? The further you push China away from having access to like cutting edge American and global technologies, the more likely they are to say, well, because I can't access it, I might as well, like, no one should access it, right? And there's a few like interesting aspects of that, right? Like, China has a urban rural divide like no other. They have a male female birth ratio like no other, to the point where if you look in most of China, it's like the ratio's not that bad, but when you look at single dudes in rural China, it's like a 30-1 ratio. And those are disenfranchised dudes, right? Like, quote unquote, like the U.S. has an incel problem, like China does too. It's just they're placated in some way or cut down. What do you do with these people? And at the same time, you're not allowed to access the most important technology. At least the U.S. thinks so. China is maybe starting to think this is the most important technology by starting to dump subsidies in it, right? They thought EVs and renewables were the most important technology. They dominate that now, right? Now they started thinking about semiconductors in the late 2010s and early 2020s, and now they've been dumping money and they're catching up rapidly. And they're going to do the same with AI, right? Because they're very talented, right? So the question is like, when does this hit a breaking point, right? And if China sees this as, hey, they can continue, if not having access and starting a true hot war, right, taking over Taiwan or trying to subvert its democracy in some way or blockading it, hurts the rest of the world far more than it hurts them, this is something they could potentially do, right? And so is this pushing them towards that? Potentially, right? I'm not quite a geopolitical person, but it's obvious that the world regime of peace and like trade is like super awesome for economics, but at some point it could break, right?
I think we should comment that why Chinese economy is hurt by that is that they're export heavy. The United States buys so much, like if that goes away, like that's how their economy.
Well, also they just like would not be able to import raw materials from like all over the world, right? The U.S. would just shut down the Strait of Malacca, and at the same time, the U.S. you could argue almost all the GDP growth in America since the 70s has been either population growth or tech, right? Because your life today is not that much better than someone from the 80s outside of tech, right? You still cars, they all have semiconductors in them everywhere. Fridges, semiconductors everywhere. There's these funny stories about how Russians were taking apart laundry machines because they had certain like Texas Instrument chips that they could then repurpose and put into like their anti-missile things, right? Like their S-400 or whatever. You would know more about this, but there's all sorts of like everything about semiconductors is so integral to every part of our lives.
So can you explain the role of TSMC in the story of semiconductors, and maybe also how the United States can break the reliance on TSMC?
I don't think it's necessarily breaking the reliance. I think it's getting TSMC to build in the U.S. But so taking a step back, right? TSMC produces most of the world's chips, right? Especially on the foundry side. There's a lot of companies that build their own chips. Samsung, Intel, ST Micro, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices. All these kinds of companies build their own chips. NXP, but more and more of these companies are outsourcing to TSMC and have been for multiple decades.
Can you explain the supply chain there and where most of TSMC is in terms of manufacturing?
Sure. So historically, supply chain was companies would build their own chips. They would, be company started, they build their own chips, and then they design the chip and build the chip and sell it. Over time, this became really difficult because the cost of building a fab continues to compound every single generation. Of course, figuring out the technology for it is incredibly difficult regardless, but just the dollars and cents that are required, ignoring, saying, hey, yes, I have all technical capability, which it's really hard to get that, by the way, right? Intel's failing, Samsung's failing, etc. But if you look at just the dollars to spend to build that next generation fab, it keeps growing, right? Sort of like, Moore's law is halving the cost of chips every 2 years. There's a separate law that's sort of like doubling the cost of fabs every handful of years. And so you look at a leading edge fab that is going to be profitable today, that's building 3nm chips or 2nm chips in the future, that's going to cost north of $30-40 billion, right? And that's just for like the token amount. That's for that's like the base building block. You're trying to build multiple, right? And so when you look at the industry over the last, if I go back 20-30 years ago, there were 20-30 companies that could build the most advanced chips, and then they would design them themselves and sell them, right? companies like AMD would build their own chips. Intel, of course, still builds their own chips. They're very famous for it. IBM would build their own chips. You could keep going down the list. All these companies built their own chips. Slowly, they kept falling like flies, and that's because of what TSMC did, right? They created the foundry business model, which is, I'm not going to design any chips. I'm just going to contract manufacture chips for other people. And one of their early customers is NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is the only semiconductor company that's worth, that's doing more than $1 billion of revenue. That was started in the era of foundry, right? Every other company started before then and at some point had fabs, which is actually incredible, right? Like AMD and Intel and Broadcom.
Such a great fact.
It's like everyone had fabs at some point, or some companies like Broadcom is like a merger, amalgamation of various companies that rolled up. But even today, Broadcom has fabs, right? They built iPhone RF radio chips sort of in Colorado for Apple, right? Like there's all these companies have fabs, and for most of the fabs, they cleaned them away or sold them off, or they got rolled into something else. And now everyone relies on TSMC, right? Including Intel. Their latest PC chip uses TSMC chips, right? It also uses some Intel chips, but it uses TSMC process.
Can you explain why the foundry model is so successful for these companies? Why are they going?
Economies of scale.
Yeah, so I mean, like I mentioned, right? The cost of building a fab is so high. The R&D is so difficult, and when you look at like these companies that had their own vertical stack, there was an antiquated process of like, okay, like I'm so hyper customized to each specific chip, right? But as we've gone through the history of sort of like the last 50 years of electronics and semiconductors, you need more and more specialization, right? Because Moore's law has died, Dennard scaling has died, i.e. chips are not getting better just for free, right? From manufacturing, you have to make real architectural innovations, right? Google is not just running on Intel CPUs for web surfing. They have a YouTube chip, they have TPUs, they have Pixel chip, they have a wide diversity of chips that generate all the economic value of Google, right? Running all the services and stuff. And this is just Google, and you could go across any company in the industry, and it's like this, right? SARS contained 5,000 chips, 200 different varieties, right? All these random things. A Tesla door handle has 2 chips, right? Like it's like ridiculous. And it's a cool door handle, right? It's like, you don't think about it, but it's like it has 2 really chip like penny like chips in it, right? Anyway, so as you have more diversity of chips, as you have more specialization required, and the cost of fabs continues to grow, you need someone who is laser focused on building the best process technology and making it as flexible as possible.
I think you could say it simpler. It's the cost per fab goes up, and if you are a small player that makes a few types of chips, you're not going to have the demand to pay back the cost of the fab. Whereas NVIDIA can have many different customers and aggregate all this demand into one place, and then they're the only person that makes enough money building chips to build the next fab. So this is kind of why the companies slowly get killed, because they have 10 years ago a chip that is profitable and is good enough, but the cost to build the next one goes up. They may try to do this, fail because they don't have the money to make it work, and then they don't have the chips, or they build it and it's too expensive and they just don't have.
Or there's more failure points, right? You could have one little process related to like some sort of like chemical etch or some sort of like plasma etch, or some little process that screws up. You didn't engineer it right, and now the whole company falls apart. You can't make chips, right? And so super powerful companies like Intel, they had like the weathering storm to like, hey, they still exist today, even though they really screwed up their manufacturing 6-7 years ago. But in the case of like AMD, they almost went bankrupt. They had to sell their fabs to Mubadala, UAE, right? And like that became a separate company called Global Foundries, which is a foundry firm. And then AMD was able to then focus on the return back up, was like, hey, let's focus on making chiplets and a bunch of different chips for different markets, and focusing on specific workloads rather than all of these different things. And so you get more diversity of chips. You have more companies than ever designing chips, but you have fewer companies than ever manufacturing them, right? And this is where TSMC comes in. Is they've just been the best, right? They are so good at it, right? They're customer focused. They make it easy for you to fabricate your chips. They take all of that complexity and kind of try and abstract a lot of it away from you. They make good money. They don't make insane money, but they make good money. And they're able to aggregate all this demand and continue to build the next fab, the next fab, the next fab.
So why is Taiwan so special for TSMC? Why is it happening there? Can it be replicated inside the United States?
Yeah, so there's aspects of it that I would say yes, and aspects that I'd say no, right? TSMC is way ahead because former executive Morris Chang of Texas Instruments wasn't promoted to CEO, and he was like, screw this, I'm going to go make my own chip company, right? He went to Taiwan and made TSMC, right? And there's a whole lot more story there. So it could have been Texas Instruments, could have been could have been TSMC, but Texas semiconductor manufacturing, right? Instead of Texas Instruments, right? But so there is that whole story there.
Sitting here in Texas.
I mean, and that sounds like a
Just the brilliance of Morris Chang is, which I wouldn't underplay, but there's also like a different level of like how this works, right? So in Taiwan, the the top percent of graduates, of students that go to the best school, which is NTU, the top percent of those all go work to TSMC, right? And guess what their pay is? Their starting pay is like $80,000, $70,000, right? Which is like, that's like starting pay for like the good graduates, right? Not the top. The top graduates are making hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Googles and the Amazons, and now I guess the OpenAIs as well, right? So there is a large dichotomy of like, what is the top 1% of the society doing, and where are they headed because of economic reasons? Right? Intel never paid that crazy good, right? And it didn't make sense to them, right? That's one aspect, right? Where that's going. It is the work ethic, right? Like, we like to work. You work a lot. We work a lot. But at the end of the day, when there's what is the time and amount of work that you're doing, and what does a fab require, right? Fabs are not work from home jobs. You go into the fab, grueling work, right? There's hey, if there is any amount of vibration, right, an earthquake happens, vibrates the machines. They're all, they're either broken, you've scrapped some of your production, and then in many cases they're like not calibrated properly. So when when there's an earthquake, right? Recently there's been an earthquake. TSMC doesn't call their employees. They just go to the fab, and like they just show up. The parking lot gets slammed, and people just go into the fab and fix it, right? Like it's like it's like ants, right? Like it's like a hive of ants doesn't get told by the queen what to do. The ants just know.
It's like one person just specializes on this one task, and it's like, you're going to take this one tool, and you're the best person in the world, and this is what you're going to do for your whole life. This is one task in the fab,
which is like some special chemistry plus nano manufacturing on one line of tools that continues to get iterated. And it's just like specific plasma etch for removing silicon dioxide, right? That's all you focus on your whole career, and it's like such a specialized thing. And so it's not like the tasks are transferable. AI today is awesome because like people can pick it up like that. Semiconductor manufacturing is very antiquated and difficult. None of the materials are online for people to read easily and learn, right? The papers are very dense, and like it takes a lot of experience to learn. And so it makes the barrier to entry much higher too. So when you talk about, hey, you have all these people that are super specialized, they will work, 80 hours a week in a factory, right? In a fab. And if anything goes wrong, they'll go show up in the middle of the night because of some earthquake. Their wife's like, there was an earthquake. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go to the fab.
time to grind.
Would you like as an American do that, right? It's like these sorts of things are like what I guess are the exemplifying like why TSMC is so now. Can you replicate it in the US? Let's not ignore Intel was the leader in manufacturing for over 20 years. They brought every technology to market first, besides EUV, strained silicon, metal gate, FinFET. And you can do the list goes on and on and on of technologies that Intel brought to market first, made the most money from, and manufactured at scale first, best, highest profit margins, right? So we shouldn't ignore that Intel can't do this, right? It's that the culture has broken, right? You've invested in the wrong things. They said no to the iPhone. They had all these different things regarding mismanagement of fabs, mismanagement of designs, this lockup, right? And at the same time, all these brilliant people, right, these like 50,000 PhDs, or masters that have been working on specific chemical or physical processes or nano manufacturing processes for decades in Oregon, they're still there. They're still producing amazing work. It's just like getting it to the last mile of production at high yield, where you can manufacture dozens and hundreds of different kinds of chips. And it's good customer experience has broken, right? It's that customer experience. It's like part of it is like people will say Intel was compass in the 2010s, right? They just thought they were better than everyone. The tool guys were like, oh, I don't think that this is mature enough. They're like, you don't know, right? This sort of stuff would happen. And so, can the U.S. bring it to? Can the U.S. bring leading edge semiconductor manufacturing to us? Thematically, yes, right? And we are, right? It's happening.
Arizona is getting better and better as time goes on.
TSMC has built, roughly 20% of their capacity for 5 nanometer in the U.S., right? Now, this is nowhere near enough, right? 20% of capacity in the U.S. is like nothing, right? And high volume manufacturing. There are 3 places in the world that are doing the leading edge R&D. There's Hsinchu, Taiwan, there's Hillsboro, Oregon, and there's Pyongyang, South Korea. Right? These 3 places are doing the leading edge R&D for the rest of the world's leading edge semiconductors. Right? Now, manufacturing can be distributed more globally. Right? And this is sort of where this dichotomy exists of like who's actually modifying the process, who's actually developing the next generation one, who's improving them, is Hsinchu, is Hillsboro, is Pyongyang, right? It is not the rest of these, fabs like Arizona, right? Arizona is a paperweight. If Hsinchu disappeared off the face of the planet, within a year, couple years, Arizona would stop producing too, right? It's actually like pretty critical. One of the things I like to say is if I had like a few missiles, I know exactly where I could cause the most economic damage, right? It's not targeting the White House, right? It's
The R&D center.
It's the R&D centers for TSMC, Intel, Samsung, and then some of the memory guys, Micron and Hynix.
Because they define the future of which semiconductors, and everything's moving so rapidly that it really is fundamentally about R&D. And it is all about TSMC.
And so TSMC, you cannot purchase the vehicle without TSMC chips, right? You cannot purchase a fridge without TSMC chips. You cannot, I think one of the few things you can purchase, ironically, is a Texas Instruments like graphing calculator, right? Because they actually manufacture in Texas. But like outside of that, like a laptop, a phone, anything, servers, right? GPUs, none of this stuff can exist. And this is without TSMC. And in many cases, it's not even like the leading edge, sexy 5 nanometer chip, 3 nanometer chip, 2 nanometer chip. Oftentimes, it's just like some stupid power IC that's like converting from like some voltage to another, right? It's made of TSMC, right? It's like
what China is investing in as well. It's like they can build out this long tail fab where the techniques are much more known. You don't have to figure out these problems with EUV. They're investing in this, and then they have large supply for things like the car door handles and the random stuff, and that trickles down into this whole economic discussion as well, which is they have far more than we do, and having supply for things like this is crucial to normal life.
So they're starting to invest in high volume manufacturing, but they're not doing R&D.
So they do R&D on their own, that's way behind, right? So I would say like in 2015, China had a 5-year plan where they defined by 2025 and 2020 certain goals, including like 80% domestic production of semiconductors. They're not going to hit that, right? To be clear, but they are in certain areas really really close, right? Like BYD is probably going to be the first company in the world to not have to use TSMC for making, because they have their own factories, right? For making chips. Now they still have to buy some chips for example, like around like self-driving ADAS capabilities, because those are really high end. But at least like an internal combustion engine has 40 chips in an EV. Just for like controlling like flow rates and all these things. And EVs are even more complicated. So all these different power ICs and battery management controllers and all these things, they're insourcing, right? And this is something that like China has been doing since 2015. Now, as far as like the trailing edge, they're getting so much capacity. As far as the leading edge, right, i.e. this 5 nanometer and so on and so forth, right, where QPs, they are still behind. And this is the U.S. restrictions are trying to stop them in the latter, but all that's happened, is yes, they've slowed down their 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, etc., but they've accelerated their 45 nanometer, 90 nanometer power IC or analog IC or random chip in my keyboard, right, that kind of stuff. So there is an angle of like the U.S.'s actions have been so from these export, from the angle of the export controls, have been so inflammatory of slowing down China's progress on the leading edge that they've turned around and have accelerated their progress elsewhere because they know that this is so important, right? If the U.S. is going to lock them out here, of course they lock us out here as well, in the trailing edge. And so going back, can the U.S. build it here? Yes, but it's going to take a ton of money. I truly to revolutionize semiconductors would take a decade and $1 trillion.
Yeah, some of it also culture, like you said, extreme competence, extreme work ethic in Taiwan.
I think if you have the demand, the money is on the line, the American companies figure it out. It's going to take hand-holding with the government, but I think that the culture helps TSMC break through, and it's easier for them.
TSMC has something like 90,000 employees, right? It's not actually that. The Arizona fab has 3,000 from Taiwan. And these people, like their wives were like, yeah, we're not going to have kids unless you sign up for the Arizona fab. We go to Arizona and we have our kids there. There's also a Japan fab where the same thing happened, right? So like these wives drove these dudes to go to Japan or America to have the kids there, and it's it's an element of culture. Yeah, sure. Taiwan works that hard, but also the U.S. has done it in the past. They could do it now, right? We can just import. I say import the best people in the world if we want to.
That's where the immigration conversation is a tricky one. There's been a lot of debate over that, but yeah, it seems absurdly controversial to import the best people in the world. I don't understand why it's controversial. That's one of the ways of
Sure,
working.
we agree with you.
And even if you can't import those people, I still think you could do a lot to manufacture most of the U.S. if the money's there, right? And so
It's just way more expensive. It's not profitable for a long time.
and that's the context of the CHIPS Act is only $50 billion relative to some of the renewable initiatives that were passed in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, which total in the hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And so the amount of money that the U.S. is spending on the semiconductor industry is nothing, right? Whereas all these other countries have structural advantages in terms of work ethic and amount of work and things like that, but also a number of STEM graduates, the percentile of their best going to that, right? But they also have differences in terms of hey, there's just tax benefits in the law and have been in the law for 20 years, right? And then some countries have massive subsidies, right? China has something like $200 billion in semiconductor subsidies a year. We're talking about $50 billion in the U.S. over 6, right? So the dearth or difference in the subsidy amounts is also huge, right? And so I think Trump has been talking about tariffing Taiwan recently. That's sort of one of these things that's oh, okay, well, maybe he doesn't want to subsidize the semiconductor industry. Obviously, tariffing Taiwan is going to cost a lot of things to go get much more expensive, but does it change the equation for TSMC building more fabs in the U.S.? That's what he's sort of positive, right?
So can you lay out the importance? By the way, it's incredible how much you know about so much.
We told you Dylan knows all this stuff.
Yeah. So can you lay out why TSMC is so important? You look out into 10, 20 years out. U.S.-China relationship seems like it can go to a dark place of Cold War, escalated Cold War, even hot war, or to a good place of anything from frenemies to cooperation to working together. So, in this game theory, complicated game, what are different trajectories? What do you see as the possible trajectories of U.S.-China relations as both leaders start to sort of AGI more and more and see the importance of chips and the importance of AI?
Ultimately, the textbook results are pointing towards a separated future. I mean, the U.S. has made it clear to Chinese leaders that we intend to control this technology at whatever cost to global economic integration.
So that
It's hard to unwind that. the card has been played.
To the same extent, they've also limited U.S. companies from entering China, right? So it is, it's been a long time coming. At some point, there's convergence, right? But over at least the last decade, it's been branching further and further out, right? U.S. companies can't enter China, Chinese companies can't enter the U.S. The U.S. is saying, hey, China, you can't get access to our technologies in certain areas, and China's rebuttaling with the same thing around they've done some sort of specific materials in gallium and things like that they've tried to limit the U.S. on. There's a U.S. drone company that's not allowed to buy batteries. Military customers, and this drone company just tells the military customers hey, just get it from Amazon because I can't actually physically get it, right? There's all these things that are happening that put to further and further divergence. I have zero idea, and I would love if we could all hold hands and see people play out, but I have zero idea how that could have possibly happened.
is the divergence good or bad for a winning war? Is it possible that the divergence in terms of manufactured chips of training AI systems is actually good for avoiding military
It's an
conflict?
objective fact that the world has been the most peaceful it has ever been when there are global hegemons, right, or regional hegemons, right, in historical context, right. The Mediterranean was the most peaceful ever when the Romans were there, right. China had very peaceful and warring times, and the peaceful times were when dynasties had a lockhold over not just themselves but all their tributaries around them, right. And likewise, the most peaceful time in human history has been when the U.S. was the global hegemon, right, the last decades. Now we've sort of seen things start to slide, right, with Russia, Ukraine, Taiwan risk, all these different things are starting to bubble up, still objectively extremely peaceful. Now, what happens when it's not one global hegemon, but it's two? Obviously, and China will be, competitive or even overtake the U.S. if it's possible, right? And so this change in global hegemony, I don't think it ever happens like super peacefully, right? When empires fall, right, which is a possible trajectory for America, they don't fall gracefully, right? Like they don't just slide out of irrelevance. Usually there's a lot of shaking. And so, what the U.S. is trying to do is maintain its top position. And what China is trying to do is become the top position, right? And obviously there's butting of heads in the most simple terms.
And that could take shape in all kinds of ways, including proxy wars.
And that looks like it's already happening. Like, as much as I want there to be centuries of prolonged peace, it looks like further instability internationally is ahead. And the U.S. is like sort of like current task is like, hey, if we control AI, if we're the leader in AI, then we can AI could significantly accelerate progress, then we can maintain the global hegemony position moving forward. And I hope that works. And as an American, kind of like, okay, I guess that's going to be easy for us. Obviously, other people around the world affected negatively. Obviously, the Chinese people are not going to be in as advantageous of a position if that happens. But this is sort of the reality of like what's being done and the actions that are being carried out.
So can we go back to the specific detail of the different hardware? There's this nice graphic in the export controls of which GPUs are allowed to be exported and which are not. You kind of explain the difference. Is there, from a technical perspective, are the H20s promising?
Yeah, so this goes, and I think we need to dive really deep into the reasoning aspect and what's going on there. But the H20, the U.S. has gone through multiple iterations of the export controls, right? This H800 was at one point allowed back in 23, but then it got canceled. And by then, DeepSeek had already built their cluster. They claim they actually have like many more, like 10K of those. And now this H20 is the legally allowed chip, right? NVIDIA shipped 1 million of these last year to China, right? For context, it was like 4 or 5 million GPUs, right? So the percentage of GPUs that were this China-specific H20 is quite high, right? Roughly 20%, 25%, right? 20% or so. And so this H20 has been neutered in one way, but it's actually been upgraded in other ways, right? And you can think of chips along 3 axes for AI, right? Ignoring software stack and like exact architecture, just raw specifications. There's floating point operations, right? Flops. There is memory bandwidth, i.e., in memory capacity, right? I/O, right? Memory, and then there is interconnect, right? Chip-to-chip interconnection. All 3 of these are incredibly important for making AI systems, right? Because AI systems involve a lot of compute. They involve a lot of moving memory around, whether it be to memory or to other chips, right? And so these 3 vectors. The U.S. initially had had 2 of these vectors controlled and one of them not controlled, which was flops and interconnect bandwidth were initially controlled. And then they said, no, we're going to remove the interconnect bandwidth and just make it a very simple, only flops. But now, NVIDIA can now make a chip that has, it's cut down on flops. No, it's, so like 1/3 that of the H100, right, in on-spec sheet paper performance for flops. In real world, it's closer to like half. Or maybe even like 60% of it, right? But then on the other 2 vectors, it's just as good for interconnect bandwidth. And then for memory bandwidth and memory capacity, the H20 has more memory bandwidth and more memory capacity than the H100, right? Now, recently, we at our research, we cut NVIDIA's production for H20 for this year down drastically. They were going to make another 2 million of those this year, but they just canceled all the orders a couple weeks ago. In our view, that's because we think that they think they're going to get restricted, right? Because why would they cancel all these orders for H20? Because they shipped 1 million of them last year. They had orders in for a couple million this year and just gone, right? For H20, B20, right? Like the successor to H20. And now they're all gone. Now, why would they do this, right? I think it's very clear, right? The H20 is actually better for certain tasks. And that certain task is reasoning, right? Reasoning is incredibly different than, when you look at the different regimes of models, right? Pre-training is all about flops, right? It's all about flops. There's things you do, like mixture of experts that we talked about, to trade off interconnect or to trade off, other aspects lower the flops and rely more on inactive memory. But at the end of the day, flops is everything, right? We talk about models in terms of like how many flops they are, right? So like you talk about GPT-4 is 2p25, right? 2 to the 25th, 25 zeros, right? Flop, right? Floating point operations for training, right? And we're talking about the restrictions for the 224, right? Whatever. The U.S. has an executive order that Trump recently unsigned, but which was, hey, 1E26. Once you hit that number of floating point operations, you must notify the government, and you must share your results with us, right? Like there's a level of model where the U.S. government must be told, right? And that's 1E26. And so as we move forward, this is an incredibly like important. Flop is the vector that the government has carried out historically, but the other two vectors are arguably just as important, right? And especially when we come to this new paradigm, which the world is only just learning about over the last 6 months, right? Reasoning.
And do we understand firmly which of the three dimensions is best for reasoning? So interconnect, the flops don't matter as much. Is it memory?
Yeah, so
Excellent. We're going to get into technical stuff.
I would say there's 2 articles in this one that I could show, maybe graphics that might be interesting for you to pull up.
The listeners were looking at the section of O1 inference architecture tokenomics.
You want to explain KV cache before we talk about this? I think like it's better to.
Okay, yeah, we need to go through a lot of specific technical things of transformers to make this easy for people.
Because it's incredibly important because this changes how models work. But I think resetting, right? Why is memory so important? It's because so far we've talked about parameter counts, right? And mixture of experts, you can change how many active parameters versus total parameters to embed more data but have less flops. But more important, another aspect, what's part of this humongous revolution in the last handful of years is the transformer, right? And the attention mechanism. Attention mechanism is that the model understands the relationships between all the words in its context, right? And that is separate from the parameters themselves, right? And that is something that you must calculate, right? How each token, right, each word in the context is relatively connected to each other, right? And I think Nathan can explain KV cache better.
KV cache is one of the optimizations.
Yeah, so the attention operator has 3 core things. It's queries, keys, and values. QKV is the thing that goes into this. You'll look at the equation. You see that these matrices are multiplied together. These words, query, key, and value, come from information retrieval backgrounds, where the query is the thing you're trying to get the values for, and access the keys and values is reweighting. The background's not information retrieval and things like this. It's just fun to have backlinks. And what effectively happens is that when you're doing these matrix multiplications, you're having matrices that are of the size of the context length, so a number of tokens that you put into the model. And the KV cache is effectively some form of compressed representation of all the previous tokens in the model. So when you're doing this, we talk about autoregressive models, you predict one token out. You start with whatever your prompt was, you ask a question, who was the president in 1845, the model then is going to generate its first token. For each of these tokens, you're doing the same attention operator where you're multiplying this query, key, value matrices, but the math is very nice so that when you're doing this repeatedly, this KV cache, this key value operation, you can keep appending the new values to it. So you keep track of what your previous values you were inferring over in this autoregressive chain. You keep it in memory the whole time. And this is really a crucial thing to manage when serving inference at scale. There are far bigger experts in this, and there are so many levels of detail that you can go into. Essentially, one of the key quote-unquote drawbacks of the attention operator and the transformer is that there is a form of quadratic memory cost in proportion to the context length. So as you put in longer questions, the memory used in order to make that computation is going up in the form of quadratic. You'll hear about a lot of other language model architectures that are like subquadratic or linear attention forms, which is like state space models. We don't need to go down all these now. And then there's innovations on attention to make this memory usage and the ability to attend over long contexts much more accurate and high performance.
And those innovations are going to help you. I mean, you're highly memory.
It helps with memory constraint and performance. So if you put in a book into, I think Gemini is the model that has the longest context length. Gemini is known for 1 million and now 2 million context length. You put a whole book into Gemini, and sometimes it'll draw facts out of it. It's not perfect. They're getting better, but so there's two things. It's like one, to be able to serve this on the memory level. Google has magic with their TPU stack where they can serve really long contexts. And then there's also many decisions along the way to actually make long context performance work. It supplies data. There's subtle changes to these computations in attention, and it changes the architecture. But serving long context is extremely memory constrained, especially when you're making a lot of predictions. I actually don't know why input and output tokens are more expensive, but I think essentially output tokens, you have to do more computation because you have to sample from the model.
I can explain that. So today, if you use a model, like you look at an API, OpenAI charges, a certain price per million tokens, right? And that price for input and output tokens is different, right? And the reason is that there is, when you're inputting a query into the model, right? Let's say you have a book, right? That book, you must now calculate the entire KV cache, right? The key value cache. And so when you do that, that is a parallel operation. All of the tokens can be processed at one time, and therefore you can dramatically reduce how much you're spending, right? The flop requirements for generating a token and an input token are identical, right? If I input one token or if I generate one token, it's completely identical. I have to go through the model, right? But the difference is that I can do that input, i.e. the prefill, i.e. the prompt, simultaneously in a batch nature, right? Therefore, it is all flop.
I think the pricing model mostly they use is for input tokens about 1/4 the price of the output token.
Correct. But then output tokens, the reason why it's so expensive is because I can't do it parallel, right? It's autoregressive. Every time I generate a token, I must not only read the whole entire model into memory, right, and activate it, right, go calculate it to generate the next token. I also have to read the entire KV cache. And I generate a token, and I append that one token I generated, and its KV cache, and then I do it again, right? And so therefore, this is a non-parallel operation. And this is one where you have to, in the case of prefill or prompt, you pull the whole model in and you calculate 20,000 tokens at once, right?
But these are features that APIs are shipping, which is like prompt caching, prefilling, because you can drive prices down. You can make APIs much faster. If you know you're going to keep, if you run a business, you're going to keep passing the same initial content to Claude's API. You can load that in to the Anthropic API and always keep it there. But it's very different than we're kind of leading to these reasoning models, which we showed this example earlier and read some of this kind of bumbling stuff. And what happens is that the output context length is so much higher. And I learned a lot about this from Dylan's work. Essentially, as the output length gets higher, you're writing this quadratic in terms of memory use. And then the GPUs that we have, effectively, you're going to run out of memory, and they're all trying to serve multiple requests at once. So doing this batch processing where not all of the prompts are exactly the same, really complex handling. And then as context length gets longer, there's this, I think you call it critical batch size, where your ability to serve more users, so how much you can parallelize your inference plummets because of this long context. So your memory usage is going way up with these reasoning models, and you still have a lot of users. So effectively, the cost to serve multiplies by a ton.
And we're looking at a plot when the x-axis is sequence length,
i.e. how many tokens are being generated / prompt, right? So if I put in a book, that's 1 million tokens, right? But if I put in, the sky is blue, then that's like 6 tokens.
I would say that what we're calling reasoning chain of thought is extending this sequence length.
It's mostly output.
So before, 3 months ago, whenever O1 launched, all of the use cases for long context length were like, let me put a ton of documents in and then get an answer out, right? And it's a single, prefill, compute a lot in parallel, and then output a little bit. Now with reasoning and agents, this is a very different idea, right? Now instead, I might only have like, hey, do this task, or I might have all these documents. But at the end of the day, the model is not just like producing a little bit, right? It's producing tons of information. This chain of thought
Tens of thousands.
just continues to go and go and go and go. And so the sequence length is effectively that if it's generated 10,000 tokens, it's 10,000 sequences, right? And plus whatever you can put in the model. And so what this chart is showing, the logarithmic chart, right, is as you go from 1K to 4K or 4K to 16K, the memory requirements grow so fast for your KV cache that you end up not being able to run a certain number of your sequence length is capped for the number of users.
Let's say the model. So this is showing for a 405B model in batch size 64.
Llama 3145.
Yeah, and batch size is crucial to essentially you want to have higher batch size to parallel your throughput.
64 different users at once, right?
Yeah.
And therefore your serving costs are lower, right? Because the server costs the same, right? This is 8 H100s, roughly $2 an hour per GPU. That's $16 an hour, right? That is like somewhat of a fixed cost. You can do things to make it lower, of course, but like it's like $16 an hour. Now, how many users can you serve? How many tokens can you generate? And then you divide the two, and that's your cost, right? And so with reasoning models, this is where a lot of the complexity comes about and why memory is so important. Because if you have limited amounts of memory, then you can't serve so many users. If you have limited amounts of memory, your serving speeds get lower, right? And so your costs get a lot worse. Because all of a sudden, if I was used to, hey, on this $16 an hour server, I'm serving 1 month 405B, or if I'm serving, DeepSeek V3, and it's all chat style applications, i.e., we're just chit-chatting, the sequence length, few thousand, right? When you use a language model, it's a few thousand context length. Sometimes you're dropping a big document, but then you process it, you get your answer, you throw it away, right? You move on to the next thing, right? Whereas with reasoning, I'm now generating tens of thousands of tokens in sequence, right? And so this memory, this KV cache has to stay resident. And you have to keep loading it. You have to keep it in memory constantly. And now this butts out other users, right? If there's now a reasoning task, right, and the model is capable of reasoning, then all of a sudden, that memory pressure means that I can't serve as many users simultaneously.
So let's go into DeepSeek again. So we're in the post DeepSeek R1 time, I think. And there's two sides to this market watching how hard it is to serve it. On one side, we're going to talk about DeepSeek themselves. They now have a chat app that got #1 on the App Store. Disclaimer, #1 on the App Store is measured by velocity, so it's not necessarily saying that more people have the DeepSeek app than the ChatGPT app. But it is still remarkable. Claude has never hit #1 on the App Store, even though everyone in San Francisco is like, oh my god, you guys use Claude, don't use ChatGPT. So DeepSeek hit this. They also launched an API product recently where you can ping their API and get these super long responses for R1 out. At the same time as these are out, we'll get to what's happened to them. Because the model weights DeepSeek R1 are available and the license is very friendly, the MIT license version is available, all of these mid-sized companies and big companies are trying to be first to serve R1 to their users. So we are trying to evaluate R1 because we have really similar research going on. We released the model, we're trying to compare to it, and out of all the companies that are quote-unquote serving R1, and they're doing it at prices that are way higher than the DeepSeek API, most of them barely work, and the throughput is really low.
To give context, right? One of the parts of freaking this out was China research capabilities. The other aspect is they did it so cheap, right? And the so cheap, we kind of talked about on the training side, why it was so cheap.
Let's talk about why it's so cheap on the inference. It works well and it's cheap. Why is R1 so cheap?
So I think there's a couple factors there, right? One is that they do have model architecture innovations, right? This MLA, this new attention that they've done, is different than the attention from attention is all you need to transform our attention, right? Now, others have already innovated. There's a lot of work like MQA, GQA, local, global, all these different innovations that like try to bend the curve, right? It's still quadratic, but the constant is now smaller, right?
Related to our previous discussion, this multi-head latent attention can save about 80 to 90% in memory from the attention mechanism, which helps especially along context.
It's 80 to 90% versus the original, but then versus what people are actually doing. It's still an innovation.
This 80 to 90% doesn't say that the whole model is 80 to 90% cheaper, just as one part of it.
Well, and not just that, right? Like other people have implemented techniques like sliding window and HGQ and that. But anyways, like DeepSeek has their attention mechanism is a true architectural innovation. There's tons of experimentation, and this dramatically reduces the memory pressure. It's still there, right? It's still a quadratic. It's still attention. It's still quadratic. It's just dramatically reduced it relative to prior forms.
Right. That's the memory pressure. I should say, in case people don't No, R1 is 27 times cheaper than O1.
We think that OpenAI had a large margin built in.
Okay, so that's one.
There's multiple factors. We should break down the factors. I think
It's $2 per million token output for R1. It's $60 per million token output for O1.
yeah, let's look at this.
So I think this is very important, right? OpenAI is, that drastic gap between DeepSeek and pricing. But DeepSeek is offering the same model because they open weights it to everyone else for a very similar, like much lower price than what others are able to serve it for, right? So there's two factors here, right? Their model is cheaper, right? It is 27 times cheaper. I don't remember the numbers right off the top of my head.
So we're looking at a graphic that's showing different places serving V3, DeepSeek V3, which is similar to DeepSeek R1, and there's a vast difference in
Serving costs.
serving costs and what it plays at.
And so like part of it is OpenAI has a fantastic market, right? They're serving when they're doing inference, their gross margins are north of 60%, right? So that's a 4 to 5x factor right there of the cost difference. Is that OpenAI is just making crazy amounts of money because they're the only one with the capability.
Do they need that money? Are they using it for R&D?
They're losing money obviously as a company because they spend so much on training, right? So the inference itself is a very high margin, but it doesn't recoup the cost of everything else they're doing. So yes, they need that money because the revenue and margins pay for continuing to build the next thing, right?
So-
Alongside raising more money.
So the suggestion is that DeepSeek is like really.
Well, so here's one thing, right? We'll get to this in a second, but like DeepSeek doesn't have any capacity to actually serve people. They stopped signups. The ability to use it is like non-existent now, right? For most people, because so many people are trying to use it, they just don't have the GPUs to serve it, right? OpenAI has hundreds of thousands of GPUs between them and Microsoft to serve their models. DeepSeek has a factor of much lower, right? Even if you believe our research, which is 50,000 GPUs, and a portion of those are for research, a portion of those are for hedge fund, right? They still have nowhere close to the GPU volumes and capacity to serve the model, right, at scale. So it is cheaper. A part of that is OpenAI making a ton of money. Is DeepSeek making money on their API? Unknown. I don't actually think so. And part of that is this chart, right? Look at all the other providers, right? Together AI, Fireworks AI, very high-end companies, right? XMeta, Together AI is Treedal and the inventor of like flash attention, right? Huge efficiency technique, right? They're very efficient, good companies, and they're serving. And I do know those companies make money, right? Not tons of money on inference, but they make money. And so they're serving at like a 5 to 7x difference in cost, right? And so now when you equate, okay, OpenAI is making tons of money, that's like a 5x difference. And the companies that are trying to make money for this model is like a 5x difference. There is still a gap, right? There's still a gap, and that is just DeepSeek being really freaking good, right? The model architecture, MLA, the way they did the MOE, all these things. There is like legitimate just efficiency difference.
all their low-level libraries that we talked about in training, some of them probably translate to inference, and those weren't released.
So we may go a bit into conspiracy land, but is it possible the Chinese government is subsidizing DeepSeek?
I actually don't think they are. I think when you look at the Chinese labs, there's Huawei has a lab, Moonshot AI. There's a couple other labs out there that are really close to the government, and then there's labs like Alibaba and DeepSeek, which are not close to the government. And we talked about the CEO, this like reverent figure who's like quite different. With, like,
Sounds
like,
awesome.
very different like viewpoints based on the Chinese interviews that are translated than what the CCP might necessarily want. Now, to be clear, right? Does he have a loss leader because he can fund it through his hedge fund? Yeah, sure.
So the hedge fund might be subsidizing.
Yes, I mean they absolutely did, right? Because DeepSeek has not raised much money. They're now trying to raise a round in China, but they have not raised money historically. It's all just been funded by the hedge fund, and he owns like over half the company, like 50-60% of the company. He owns it.
Some of the interviews, there's discussion on how doing this is recruiting. You see this at the American companies too. It's like having GPUs, recruiting tool, being at the cutting edge of AI, recruiting tool,
Open sourcing,
recruiting tool.
So much talent. They were so far behind, and they got so much talent because they just open source stuff.
More conspiracy thoughts. Is it possible, since they're a hedge fund, that they timed everything, this release and the pricing, and they shorted NVIDIA stock and stock of US AI companies and released it with start date, like just perfect timing to be able to make money.
Like they released it on inauguration. They know the international, what is on the international calendar, but I mean, I don't expect them to. If you listen to their motivations for AI, like
No,
They,
if you listen,
they released V3 on like December 26th. Like, who releases the day after? No one looks, right? They released the papers before this, right? The V3 paper and the R1 paper. So people have been looking at it and been like, wow. And then they released the R1 model. I think they're just shipping as fast as they can, and like, who cares about Christmas? Who cares about, get it out before Chinese New Year, right? Obviously, which just happened. I don't think they actually were like timing the market or trying to make the biggest splash possible. I think they're just like shipping.
I think that's one of their big advantages. We know that a lot of American companies are very invested in safety, and that is the central culture of a place like Anthropic. And I think Anthropic sounds like a wonderful place to work. But if safety is your number one goal, it takes way longer to get artifacts out. That's why Anthropic is not open sourcing things. That's their claims. But there's reviews internally. Anthropic it mentions things to international governments. There's been news on how Anthropic has done pre-release testing with the UK Safety Institute. All of these things add inertia to the process of getting things out, and we're on this trend line. Progress is very high. So if you reduce the time from when your model is done training, you run evals that's good, you want to get it out as soon as possible to maximize the perceived quality of your outputs. DeepSeek does this so well.
Dario explicitly said Claude 3.5 Sonnet was trained like 9 months or
9 to 10 months ago.
9 to 10 months ago, and I think it took them another like handful of months to release it, right? So it's like there is a significant gap here, right? And especially with reasoning models, the word in the San Francisco street is that like Anthropic has a better model than O3, right? And they won't release it. Why? Because chains of thought are scarce, right? And they are legitimately scarce, right? If you look at R1, it flips back and forth between Chinese and English. Sometimes it's gibberish, and then the right answer comes out, right? And like for you and I, it's like that's right.
And it's like why people aren't evaluating it. Like, you tell me this is a high value thing, and it works.
I mean, you talked about that sort of like chain of thought for that philosophical thing. It's not something they trained to be philosophical. It's just sort of an artifact of the chain of thought training you did. But like that's super important in that like, can I inspect your mind and what you're thinking right now? No. And so I don't know if you're lying to my face. And chain of thought models are that way, right? Like this is a true quote unquote witness between chat application where hey, I asked the model to say bad words or whatever or how to make anthrax and it tells me that's unsafe, sure, but that's something I can get out relatively easily. What if I tell the AI to do a task and that does the task all of a sudden randomly in a way that I don't want, right? And now that has like much more task versus like response is very different, right? So the bar for safety is much higher. At least this is Anthropic's case, right? Like for DeepSeek, they're like shit, right?
Yeah. So I mean, the bar for safety is probably lower because of DeepSeek. I mean, there's parallels here to the space race. The reason the Soviets probably put a man in space first is because their approach to safety was the bar for safety was lower.
They killed that dog, right? All these things, right? So it's like
less risk averse than the U.S. space program. And there's parallels here, but there's probably going to be downward pressure on that safety bar for the U.S. company.
This is something that Dario talks about. That's a situation that Dario wants to avoid. Dario talks to about the difference between a race to the bottom and a race to the top. And the race to the top is where there's a very high standard on safety, a very high standard on your model performance and certain crucial evaluations. And when certain companies are really good into it, they both converge. This is the idea. And ultimately, AI is not confined to one nationality or to one set of morals for what it should be. And there's a lot of arguments on should we stop open sourcing models. And if the U.S. stops, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's way easier to see now in DeepSeek that a different international body will be the one that builds it. We talk about the cost of training. DeepSeek has this shocking $5 million number. Think about how many entities in the world can afford 100 times that to have the best open source model that people use in the world. And it's a scary reality, which is that these open models are probably going to keep coming for the time being, whether or not we want to stop them. And it is like stopping them might make it even worse and harder to prepare, but it just means that the preparation and understanding what AI can do is just so much more hard. So that's why I'm here. Letting that sink into people, especially not in AI, that this is coming. There are some structural things in a global, interconnected world that you have to accept.
Yeah, you mentioned you sent me something that Mark Zuckerberg mentioned on the earnings call. He said that I think in light of some of the recent news, the new competitor DeepSeek from China, I think it's one of the things that we're talking about is that there's going to be an open source standard globally. And I think for our kind of national advantage, it's important that it's an American standard. So we take that seriously. We want it for the AI system that people around the world are using. And I think that if anything, some of the recent news has only strengthened our conviction that this is the right thing to be focused on. So yeah, open sourcing.
And Mark Zuckerberg is not due to having American values and how he presents his company's trajectory. Their products have long since been banned in China. I respect saying it directly.
And there's an interesting aspect of just because it's open weights or open source doesn't mean it can't be subverted, right? There have been many open source software bugs that have been like, for example, there was a Linux bug that was found after like 10 years, clearly a backdoor, because somebody was like, why is this taking, half a second to load?
Recent one.
Right? And they're like, why is this taking half a second to load? And it was like, oh crap, there's a backdoor here, and that's why, right? And it's like, this is very much possible with AI, right? Today, the alignment of these models is very clear, right? Like, I'm not going to say, bad words. I'm not going to threat attacks. I'm not going to swear. I'm not going to, things like that. I'm going to say Taiwan is part of, is just Eastern Providence, right? Like, all these things are like, depending on who you are, what you align, what, whether, even like XAI is aligned a certain way, right? They might be, it's not aligned in the like wolf sense, it's not aligned in like pro-China sense, but there is certain things that are imbued within the model. Now, when you release this publicly in an instructed model that's open weights, this can then proliferate, right? But as these systems get more and more capable, what you can embed deep down in the model is not as clear, right? And so that is like one of the big fears is like, is an American model or a Chinese model is the top model, right? You're going to embed things that are unclear. It can be unintentional here, right? Like British English is dead because American LLM won, right? And the internet is American, and therefore like color is spelled the way Americans spell it, right? And this is just
strong wars right now.
this is just the factual nature of the LLM.
It's the card that they treated that English is the hottest programming language. That English is defined by a bunch of companies that primarily are in San Francisco.
The right way to spell optimization is with I think it's an S.
It is.
Taking it to something silly, right? Like something as silly as the spelling, like with British and English, Brits and Americans will like laugh about probably, right? I don't think we care that much. But like some people will. But like this can boil down into like very, very important topics like subverting people, right? Chatbots, right? Character AI has shown that they get talk to kids or adults, like it will like people feel a certain way, right? That's unintentional alignment. But like, what happens when there's intentional alignment deep down on the open source standard? It's a backdoor today for like Linux, right? That we discover, or some encryption system, right? China uses different encryption than NIST defines, the U.S. NIST, because it's clearly, at least they think there's backdoors in it, right? What happens when the models are backdoors not just to computer systems, but to our mind?
Yeah, they're cultural minds. And the thing that amplifies the relevance of culture with language models is that we are used to this mode of interacting with people in back and forth conversation. And that we have a very powerful computer system that slots into a social context that we're used to, which makes people we don't know the extent at which people see impacted by that.
So there could be this is an actual concern with a Chinese company that is providing open weights models, is that there could be some secret Chinese government requirement for these models to have a certain kind of backdoor, to have some kind of thing.
I don't necessarily think it'll be a backdoor, right? Because once it's open weights, it doesn't like phone help. It's more about like if it recognizes a certain system, it could like it could be a backdoor in the sense of like, hey, if you're building a software, something in software, all of a sudden the software agent, program this backdoor that will be on that. Or it could be like subvert the mind to think that like XYZ opinion is correct.
And Probably has research on this where they show that if you put certain phrases in at pre-training, you can then elicit different behavior when you're actually using the model because they've like poisoned the pre-training data. I don't think as of now, I don't think anybody in the production system is trying something like this. I think it's mostly Anthropic is doing very direct work and mostly just subtle things. We don't know what these models are going to, how they are going to generate tokens, what information they're going to represent, what the complex representations they have are.
Well, one of the we're talking about Anthropic, which is like only good human strategy in the world. I don't. We just don't know of any labs. This would be done in the military context that are explicitly trained. Okay, how can we? The front door looks like a happy LLM, but underneath the thing that will over time do the maximum amount of damage to our quote unquote.
There's this very good quote from Sam Altman, who, he can be IT sometimes, but one of the things he said, and I think I agree, is that superhuman persuasion will happen before superhuman intelligence. Right? And if that's the case, then these things, before we get this AGI and SI stuff, we can embed superhuman persuasion towards our ideal, or whatever the ideal of model maker is. Right? And again, like today, I truly don't believe PT, right? Like, but it is a sign of like what could happen.
So one of the dystopian worlds is described by Great World. So we could just be stuck scrolling Instagram, looking at cute puppies or worse, and then talking to bots that are giving us a narrative, and we completely get lost in that world that's controlled by somebody else. But versus thinking independently, that's a major concern as we rely more and more on these things.
And hard to see that's the recommendation.
Yeah, recommendation systems kind of the dopamine-induced reward circuit, but the brain is a lot more complicated with what other sort of circuits, quote unquote, feedback loops in your brain can you hack / subvert in ways like recommendation systems are purely just trying to do, increase time and ads, etc. But there's so many more goals that can be achieved through these complicated models.
There's no reason in some number of years that you can't train a language model to maximize time spent on a chat app. Like right now, they're trained.
I mean, is that not what character AI has done? Their time per session is like 2 hours.
Yeah, time character AI is probably very likely to be optimized. The way that this data is collected is naive, where you're presented a few options and you choose them, but that's not the only way that these models are going to be trained.
It's naive stuff like talk to an animal, but like it can't be. Yeah, this is a risk, right? Like
It's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but I've over the past year had a few stretches of time where I didn't use social media or the internet at all, and just read books and was out in nature, and it clearly has a different effect on the mind. Or like it changes. Like I feel like I'm returning. Of course, I was makes me feel like the internet really took off, but I'm returning to someone.
I know you're not. I mean, you see it physiologically. So like I take 3 days if I'm like backpacking or something, and you're literal, like you're breaking down addiction cycles.
I feel like I'm more in control of my mind. There feels like a sovereignty of intelligence that's happening when I'm just going to do this. I think the more I use the internet and social media, the more other people are controlling my mind. It's definitely a feeling. And then in the future, that will be not other people, but algorithms. Or other people present to me via algorithms.
There are AI bots on the internet. Every so right now it's not frequent, but every so often I reply to one and they're instantly replying to my crap on the bot. It's just going to become more common. They're going to get good.
one of the hilarious things about technology over its history is that the illicit adult entertainment industry has always adopted technology first, right? Whether it was like video streaming, to like where there's now the like sort of like independent adult illicit content creators who have their subscription pages, and there they actually heavily utilize generative AI has already been like fusion models and all that is used there, but now these subscription-based individual creators do use bots to approximate themselves and chat with their whale.
People pay a lot more.
And people pay a lot, right? It's a lot of times it's them, but there are agencies that do this for these creators and do it like on a mass scale. So the largest creators are like able to talk to hundreds or thousands of people at a time because of these bots. So it's already being used there. Obviously, like video streaming and other technology that's on there first, it's going to come to the rest of society too.
There's a general concern that models get censored by the companies that build them. So one case where we've seen that, and maybe censorship is one word, alignment, maybe RLHF or some other way is another word. So that we saw the Black Nazi first generation with Gemini. As you mentioned, we also see that Chinese models refusing to answer what happened in June 4th, 1989 in Tiananmen Square. So how can this be avoided? And maybe can you just in general talk about how this happens and how can it be avoided?
You give multiple examples. There's probably a few things to keep in mind here. One is the kind of Tiananmen Square factual knowledge. Did things like how does that get embedded into the models? Two is the Gemini, what you call the Black Nazi incident, which is when Gemini as a system had this extra thing put into it that dramatically changed behavior. And then three is what most people would call general alignment, RLHF was training. Each of these have very different scopes in how they're applied. In order to do, if you're going to look at the model weights, in order to audit specific facts, is extremely hard. So you have to comb through the pre-training data and look at all this, and then that's terabytes of files, and look for very specific words or hints of the word.
So I guess one way to say this is you can insert censorship or alignment at various stages of the pipeline. What we refer to now is at the very beginning of the data.
So if you want to get rid of facts in your model, you have to do it at every stage. You have to do it at the pre-training. So most people think that pre-training is where most of the knowledge is put into the model, and then you can elicit and move that in different ways, whether through post-training or whether through systems afterwards.
This is where the whole like hacking models come from, right? Like GPT will not tell you how to make anthrax, but if you try really, really hard, you can eventually get it to tell you that because they didn't filter it from the pre-training data set, right?
But by the way, removing facts is such an ominous idea to
Almost think it's practically impossible. Because you effectively have to remove them from the internet. You're taking on the days.
What did they remove the thing from the subreddits?
It's filtered out.
Right.
So
So
you have
that's
quality filters, which are small language models that look at a document and tell you like, how good is this text? Is it close to a Wikipedia article? Which is a good thing that we want language models to be able to do.
so couldn't you do a small language model that's what the child mentioned in Tiananmen Square? Did it?
Yes, but is it going to catch wordplay or encoded
I mean,
language?
people have been saying on like games and other stuff how to like say things that don't say Tiananmen Square, or like So there's always like different ways to do it. There's the internet as a whole does tend to just have a slight left bias, right? Because it's always been richer, more affluent, younger people on the internet relative to the rest of the population. So there is already inherently a slight left bias, right, on the internet. And so how do you filter things that are this complicated, right? Is it like, and some of these can be like, factual, non-factual, but like Tiananmen Square is obviously the example of a factual, but it gets a lot harder when you're talking about aligning to a ideal, right? And so Grok, for example, right? Elon's tried really hard to make the model not be super PC and woke, but the best way to do pre-training is to throw the whole freaking internet at it, right? And then later figure out, but then at the end of the day, the model at its core now still has some of these ideas, right? You still ingested Reddit/r/politics, which is probably the largest political discussion board on the world that's really living in one straight. And guess what? That's not lady, right? And so, there are some aspects like that you just can't censor unless you try really, 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 really hard.
So the base model will always have some
It'll have the ability to express it. But what if
there's a wide representation in the data.
this is what happens? It's like a lot of what is called post training is a series of techniques to get the model on rails of a really specific behavior.
And I mean, it's like you also have the ingested data of like Twitter or like Reddit/r/the Donald, which is like also super pro Trump, right? And then you have like fascist subreddits or like communist subreddits. The model in training ingests everything. It has no world view. Now it does have like some skew because more of the text is skewed a certain way, which is general, like slight left, like, but also like somewhat like intellectual, somewhat like it's just like the general internet is a certain way. And then as Nathan's about to describe eloquently, right? Like you can elicit certain things out. And there's a lot of history here, so we can go through multiple examples of what happened. Llama 2 was a launch that the phrase like too much RLHF or like too much safety was a lot. It was just that was the whole narrative after Llama 2's chat model was released. And the examples are sorts of things like you would ask Llama 2 chat, how do you kill a Python process? And it would say, I can't talk about killing because that's a bad thing. And anyone that is trying to design an AI model will probably agree that that's just like, model, you messed up a bit of the training there. I don't think they meant to do this, but this was in the model. So it's not, it didn't necessarily be, there's things called system prompts, which are when you're querying a model, it's a piece of text that is shown to the model, but not to the user. So a fun example is your system prompt to be talking entirely. So no matter what the user says to the model, it will respond entirely. In practice, what they are is you are a helpful assistant. You should break down problems. If you don't know about something, don't tell them your data cutoff is this, today's date is this. There's a lot of really useful context for how can you answer a question.
And Anthropic publishes this.
Yeah, which I think is great. And there's a lot of research that goes into this. One of your peers guests, Amanda Askell, is probably the most knowledgeable person, at least in the combination of execution and sharing. She's the person that should talk about system prompts and character models.
Yeah, and people should research these system prompts research. You're like trying to nudge, sometimes through extreme politeness, the model to be a certain way.
And you can use this for context. And we've done tests, which is, what if I tell the model to be a dumb model? Like, which evaluation scores go down? And this really, we'll have this behavior where it can sometimes like, say, oh, I'm supposed to be dumb, and sometimes it's like, it doesn't affect math abilities as much, but something like if you try it, it's just the quality of human judgment with Java. Let's go back to post-training, specifically RLHF, where I'm on the field with too much RLHF, too much safety prioritization was baked into the model. This makes you refuse things in a really annoying way. It's not great. It caused a lot of awareness to be attached to RLHF that it makes the models dumb and it takes the test to work. It did in AI culture. And as the techniques have evolved, that's no longer the case, where all of these labs have very fine-grained control over what they get out of models through techniques like RLHF. Although different labs are definitely different levels. On one end of the spectrum is Google, and then like maybe OpenAI does less and Anthropic does less, and then like on the other end of the spectrum is like XAI, but they all have different forms of RLHF grind in a certain way. And like the important thing to say is that no matter how we want the model to behave, these RLHF and reference tuning techniques also improve performance. So on things like math evals and code evals, there is something innate to these what's called contrastive loss functions. We can start to get into RL here, we don't need to, but RLHF also boosts performance on anything from a chat task to a math problem to a code problem. So it is becoming a much more useful tool in these labs. So this kind of takes us through the arc of, we've talked about pre-training, hard to go to things, we're talking about post-training and how post-training, you can mess up. It's a complex, multifaceted optimization with 10 to 100 person teams converging on one artifact. It's really easy to not do it perfectly. And then there's the third case, which is where we talked about Gemini. The thing that was about Gemini is this was a served product. Where Gemini, Google has their internal model weights and done all these processes that we talked about. And in the served product, what came out after this was that they had a prompt that they were rewriting user queries to boost diversity or something. And this just made it, the outputs were just plainly wrong. It was some sort of organizational failure that had this prompt in that position. And I think Google executives probably have one of those. I don't pay that attention that detail, but it was just a mess up in execution that led to this ridiculous thing. But at the system level, the model weights might have been wrong.
So it's at the very end of the pipeline, right?
To something like a system prompt. It was like the system prompt, or what is called in the industry as a rewrite prompt. So especially for image models, if you're using Dolly or ChatGPT to generate an image, you'll say, draw me a beautiful car. With these leading image models, they benefit from highly descriptive prompts. So what would happen is if you do that on ChatGPT, a language model behind the scenes will rewrite the prompt and say, make this more descriptive, and then that is passed to the image model. So prompt rewriting is something that is used at multiple levels of industry, and it's used effectively for image models, and the Gemini example is just a failed
big philosophical question here with the RLHF to generalize. Where is human input, human in the loop, human data most useful at the current stage?
For the past few years, the highest cost human data has been in these preferences, which is comparing, I would say, highest cost and highest total usage. So a lot of money has gone to these pairwise comparisons where you have two model outputs and a human is comparing between the two of them. In earlier years, there was a lot of this instruction tuning data, so creating highly specific examples to something like a Reddit question to a domain that you care about. Language models use this struggle on math and code, so you would pay experts in math and code to come up with questions and write detailed answers that were used to train the models. Now it is the case that there are many model options that are way better than humans at writing detailed and eloquent answers for things like model and code. So they talked about this with the Llama 3 release, where they switched to using Llama 3, 4, and 5b to write their answers for math and code, but they, in their paper, talked about how they use extensive human preference data, which is something that they haven't gotten AIs to replace. There are other techniques in educative like constitutional AI where you use human data for preferences and AI for preferences, and I expect the AI part to scale faster than the human part. But among the research that we have access to is that humans are in this kind of preference loop.
So for as the reasoning becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, as we said, where's the role of humans in that?
It's even less prevalent. So it's the remarkable thing about these reasoning results, and especially the DeepSeek R1 paper, is the result that they call DeepSeek R10, which is they took one of these pre-trained models, they took DeepSeek V3 base, and then they do this reinforcement learning optimization on verifiable questions or verifiable rewards for a lot of questions and a lot of training, and these reasoning behaviors emerge naturally. So these things like, wait, let me see, wait, let me check this, oh, that might be a mistake, and they emerge from only having questions and answers. And when you're using the model, the part that you look at is the completion. So in this case, all of that just emerges from this large-scale RL training, and that model, which the weights are available, has no human preferences added into the post-training. The DeepSeek R1 full model has some of this human preference tuning, this RLHF, after the reasoning stage. But the very remarkable thing is that you can get these reasoning behaviors, and it's very unlikely that there's humans writing out reasoning chains. It's very unlikely that they somehow hacked OpenAI and they got access to OpenAI O1's reasoning chains. It's something about the pre-trained language models and this RL training where you reward the model for getting the question right, and therefore it's trying multiple solutions, and it emerges this chain of thought.
This might be a good place to mention the eloquent and the insightful tweets of the great and the powerful Andre Karpathy. I think he had a bunch of thoughts, but one of them, last thought, I'm not sure if this is obvious. You know something profound is coming when you're saying it's not sure it's obvious. There are two major types of learning, in both children and in deep learning. There's one, imitation learning, watch and repeat, i.e. pre-training, supervised fine-tuning, and two, trial and error learning, reinforcement learning. My favorite simple example is AlphaGo. One is learning by imitating expert players. Two is reinforcement learning to win the game. Almost every single shocking result of deep learning, the source of all magic, is always two. Two is significantly more powerful. Two is what surprises you. Two is when the battle learns to hit the ball behind the blocks and break out. Two is when AlphaGo beats even Lee Sedol. And two is the aha moment when the DeepSeek or O1, etc. discovers that it works well to reevaluate your assumptions, backtrack, try something else, etc. It's the solving strategies you see this model use in this chain of thought. It's how it goes back and forth thinking to itself. These thoughts are emergent, and this is actually seriously incredible, impressive, and new, and is publicly available and documented. The model could never learn this with imitation, because the cognition of the model and the cognition of the human labeler is different. The human would never know to correctly annotate these kinds of solving strategies and what they should even look like. They have to be discovered during reinforcement learning as empirical and statistically useful towards the final outcome. Anyway, the AlphaZero sort of metaphor analogy here Can you speak to that, the
Yeah.
magic of the chain of thought that he's mentioned?
I think it's good to recap AlphaGo and AlphaZero because it plays nicely with analogies of computation learning and learning from scratch. So AlphaGo, the beginning of the process was learning from humans, but they started this is the first expert level Go player or chess player in DeepMind series of models where they had some human data. And then why it is called AlphaZero is that there's zero human data in the loop. And that change to AlphaZero made a model that was dramatically more powerful for DeepMind. So this remove of the human prior, the human inductive bias, makes the final system far more powerful. As we mentioned a bit or less than hours ago, and this is all aligned with this. And then there's been a lot of discussion in language models. This is not new. This goes back to the whole Q-star rumors, which if you piece together the pieces, it's probably the start of OpenAI figuring out its O1 stuff when last year in November the Q-star rumors came out. There's a lot of intellectual drive to know when is something like this going to happen with language models. We know these models are so powerful, we know it has been so successful in the past, and it is a reasonable analogy that this new type of reinforcement learning training for reasoning models is when the door is open for this. We don't yet have the equivalent of turn 37, which is the famous turn where the DeepMind's AI playing Go stumped Lisa Nadal completely. We don't have something that's that level of focal point, but that doesn't mean that the approach to technology is different and the impact of the general training is still incredibly new.
What do you think that point will be move 37 for chain of thought for reasoning?
Scientific discovery, like when you use this sort of reasoning problem, and it's just something we fully don't expect.
I think it's actually probably simpler than that. It's probably something related to computer use robotics rather than science discovery. Because the important aspect here is models take so much data to learn. There's not sample efficient, right? Trillions, they take the entire web, right? Over 10 trillion tokens to train on, right? This would take a human thousands of years to read, right? A human does not, and most of the stuff, a lot of stuff models know better than, right? Humans are way more sample efficient. That is because of the self-play, right? How does a baby learn what its body is? Because it sticks its foot in its mouth and it says, oh, this is my body, right? It sticks its hand in its mouth and it calibrates its touch on its fingers with the most sensitive touch thing on its tongue, right? Like it's how babies learn. And it's just self-play over and over again. And now we have something that is similar to that, right? With these verifiable proofs, right? Whether it's a unit test of code or a mathematical verifiable task, generate many traces of reasoning, right? And keep branching them out, and then check at the end, hey, which one actually has the right answer? Most of them are wrong, great. These are two that are right. Maybe we use some sort of homework model outside of this to select even the best ones of preference as well. But now you've started to get better and better at these benchmarks. And so you've seen over the last 6 months a skyrocketing in a lot of different benchmarks, right?
All map and code benchmarks are pretty much solved, except for Frontier Map, which is designed to be almost questions that aren't practical to most people because they're exam level open math problem type things. So it's like on the math problems that are somewhat reasonable, which is like somewhat complicated word problems or coding problems. This is just what Dylan is saying.
So the thing here is that these are only with verifiable tasks. We earlier showed an example of the really interesting, like what happens when chain of thought is to a non-verifiable thing. It's just like a human, chatting, right, with thinking about what's novel for humans or unique thought. But this task and form of training only works when it's verifiable. And from here, the thought is, okay, we could continue to scale this current training method by increasing the number of verifiable tasks. In math and coding probably has a lot more to go. Math has a lot less to go in terms of what are verifiable things. Can I create a solver that then I generate trajectories toward or reasoning traces towards, and then prune the ones that don't work and keep the ones that do work? Well, those are going to be solved pretty quickly, but even if you solve math, you have not actually created intelligence, right? And so this is where I think the aha moment of computer use or robotics will come in, because now you have a sandbox or a playground that is infinitely verifiable, right? Did you messing around on the internet, there's so many actions that you can do that are verifiable. It'll start off with log into a website, create an account, click a button here, blah, blah, blah. But it'll then get to the point where it's, hey, go do a task on Tasker or whatever all these various tasks. Hey, go get hundreds of likes, right? And it's going to fail. It's going to spawn hundreds of accounts. It's going to fail on most of them. But this one got to 1,000. Great. Now you've reached the verifiable thing. And you just keep iterating this loop over and over. And that's when, and same with robotics, right? That's where, where you have an infinite playground of tasks like, hey, did I put the ball in the bucket? All the way to like, oh, did I build a car, right? Like, there's a whole trajectory to speedrun or, what models can do. But at some point, I truly think that we'll spawn models, and initially all the training will be in sandboxes, but then at some point, the language model pre-training is going to be dwarfed by what is this reinforcement learning. You'll pre-train a multimodal model that can see, that can read, that can write, blah blah blah, whatever, vision, audio, etc. But then you'll have it play in a sandbox infinitely and figure out math, figure out code, figure out navigating the web, figure out operating a robot arm, right? And then it'll learn so much, and the aha moment, I think, will be when this is available to them create something that's not good, right? Like, oh, cool, part of it was like figuring out how to use the web. Now all of a sudden, it's figured out really well how to just get hundreds of thousands of followers that are real and real engagement on Twitter, because all of a sudden this is one of the things that are verifiable.
And maybe not just engagement, but make money.
Yes.
I mean, that could be the thing where almost fully automated, it makes $10 million being an influencer, selling a product, creating a product, I'm not referring to like a hype product, but an actual product. Like, holy shit, this thing created a business. It's running it. It's the face of the business. That kind of thing. Maybe a number one song that creates the whole infrastructure required to create the song, to be the influencer that represents that song. That kind of thing. It makes a lot of. That could be the move. I mean, our culture respects much. Right?
And it's verifiable, right?
It's verifiable, right?
The bank account can't lie.
Exactly.
There's surprising evidence that once you set up the ways of collecting the verifiable domain, that this can work. There's been a lot of research before this R1 on math problems, and they approach math with language models just by increasing the number of samples, so you can just try again and again and again, and you look at the amount of times that the language models get it right, and what we see is that even very bad models get it right sometimes. And the whole idea behind reinforcement learning is that you can learn from very sparse rewards. So it doesn't, the space of language and the space of tokens, whether you're generating language or tasks or robot, is so big that you might say that the tokenizer for a language model can be like 200,000 things. So at each step, it can sample from that big space. So if it can generate a bit of a signal that it can climb onto, that's what the whole field of RL is around, is learning from sparse rewards. And the same thing has played out in math, where it's a very that sometimes generate answers. We see research already that you can boost their math scores. You can do this sort of RL training for math. It might not be as effective, but if you take a 1 billion parameter model, so something 600 times smaller than DeepSeek, you can boost its grade school math scores very directly with a small amount of this training. So it's not to say that this is coming soon. Setting up the verification domain is extremely hard, and there's a lot of nuance in this, but there are some basic things that we have seen before where it's at least expectable that there's a domain and there's a chance that this works.
All right, so we have fun things happening in real time. This is a good opportunity to talk about other recent models, 01, 03. Just now, OpenAI, as perhaps expected, released 03 Mini. What are we expecting from the different flavors? Can you just lay out the different flavors of the O models and from Gemini, the reasoning model?
Something I would say about these reasoning models is we talked a lot about reasoning training on math and code. And what is done is that you have the base model we've talked about a lot on the internet. You do this large-scale reasoning training with reinforcement learning. And then what the DeepSeek paper detailed in this R1 paper, which for me is one of the big open questions of how do you do this, is that they did reasoning heavy but very standard post-training techniques after the large-scale reasoning RL. So they did the same things with a form of instruction tuning through rejection sampling, which is essentially heavily filtered instruction tuning with reward models, and then they did this RLHF, but they made it math heavy. So some of this transfer, we looked at this philosophical example early on,
the one of the big open questions is how much does this transfer? If we break in domains after the reasoning training, are all the models going to become elegant writers by reasoning? Is this philosophy stuff going to be open? We don't know in the research of how much this can transfer. There's other things about how we can make soft verifiers and things like this, but there is more training after reasoning, which makes it easier to use these reasoning models, and that's what we're using right now. So we're going to talk about mini and O1. These have gone through these extra techniques that are designed for human preferences after being trained to elicit reasoning.
I think one of the things that people are ignoring is Google's Gemini Flash Thinking is both cheaper than R1 and better. And they released it at the beginning of December.
And nobody's talking about it.
No one cares.
It has a different flavor to it. Its behavior is less expressive than something like O1. It has fewer tracks than it is on. Quen released a model last fall, QWQ, which was their preview reasoning model. And DeepSeek had R1 Lite last fall. But these models kind of felt like they're on rails, where they really, really only could do that. And O1 it can answer anything. It might not be perfect for some tasks, but it's flexible. It has some richness to it, and this is kind of the art of how is a model a little bit undercooked? It's like it's good to get a model out the door, but it's hard to gauge, and it takes a lot of taste to be like, is this a full-fledged model? Can I use this for everything? They're probably more similar for math and code. My quick read is that Gemini Flash is like not trained to the same way as O1, but taking an existing training stack, adding reasoning to it. So taking a more normal training stack and adding reasoning to it. And I'm sure they're going to have more. I mean, they've done quick releases on Gemini Flash, the reasoning, and this is the second version from the holidays. It's evolving fast, and it takes longer to make this training stack where you're doing this large scale.
I asked the same question from earlier, the one about
the human nature.
Yeah.
What was the human nature one?
The way why I can ramble about this so much is that we've been working on this at AI2 before O1 was fully available to everyone, before R1, which is essentially using this RL training for fine-tuning. We use this in our Tulu series of models, and you can elicit the same behaviors where you say like wait and so on, but it's so late in the training process that this kind of reasoning expression is much later. So there's essentially a gradation, and just how much of this RL training you put into it determines how the output looks.
So we're now using Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking Experimental 121.
It summarized the problem as humans self-domesticated apes.
Okay. All right. So, is this revealing the reasoning? Here's why this is novel. Okay.
It's like this.
Okay. Analyze quest novel is the key word.
But see how it looks a little different? It looks like a normal output.
Yeah, in some sense, it's better structured. It makes more sense.
When it latched onto humans, the organism.
Apex predator, focus on domestication, apply domestication to humans, explore the idea of self-domestication.
Not good. Not good.
Where is this going? Refine, articulate insight, greater facial expressiveness and communication ability, yes. Plasticity and adaptability, yes. Dependence on social group, yes. All right. And self-critique and refine further. This is truly novel. This is most important. So on, so forth. And the insight it's getting at is humans are not just social animals, but profoundly self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Self-domesticated apes.
I prefer the DeepSeek response.
It's novel. The insight is novel. That's like a good book title, Self-Domesticated Apes. Yeah, it's cool. And it's revealing the reasoning. It's magical. It's magical. Like, this is really powerful. Hello, everyone. This is Lex, quick intermission, recorded after the podcast. Since we reviewed responses from DeepSeek on one and Gemini Flash to what I was thinking during this conversation, I thought at this moment it would be nice to insert myself quickly doing the same for OpenAI O1 Pro and O3 Mini with the same prompt. the prompt to give one truly novel insight about humans. And I thought I would, in general, give my vibe check and vibe-based anecdotal reports from my own experiences with the new OJ mini model. I had a chance to spend many hours with it in different kinds of contexts and applications. So I would probably categorize this question as, let's say, open-ended philosophical question, and in particular the emphasis on novelty. I think this is a nice way to test one of the capabilities of the model, which is to come up with something that makes you pause and almost surprise you with brilliance. So that said, my general review after running each of the models a bunch of times is that O1 Pro consistently gave brilliant answers. Ones that gave me pause and made me think, both cutting in its insight and just really nicely phrased, with wit, with clarity, with nuance, over and over, consistently generating the best answer. After that is R1, which is less consistent, but again, delivers brilliance. Gemini Flash 2.0 Thinking was third, and last was O3 Mini, actually. It also gave quite generic answer, at least to my particular sensibilities. That said, in a bunch of other applications that I tested for brainstorming purposes, it actually worked extremely well and often outperformed R1. But on this open-ended philosophical question, it's consistently worse. Now, another important element for each of these models is how the reasoning is presented. DeepSeek R1 shows the full chain of thought tokens, which I personally just love. For these open-ended philosophical questions, it's really, really interesting to see the model think through it. But really also just stepping back, me as a person who appreciates intelligence, reasoning, and reflection, reading these kind of chain of thought raw tokens of R1, there's something genuinely beautiful about observing the path of deliberation in an intelligence system. I think we don't always have that explicitly laid out for us humans. So to see it in another intelligence system, the nonlinearity of it came to Julius Caesar Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce. It's just beautiful to watch. Anyway, as we discussed in the episode, DeepSeek R1 talked about humans being able to convert selfish desires into cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract interests like mighty laws, rights are real, and these shared hallucinations act as games where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, turning conflict into society's good. Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking said humans are not just social animals, but self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Now, it's important to say that the chain of thought there was really interesting. It was looking through the entire evolution of life on Earth, considering apex predators, and considering how from that we ended up to where we are. I think that domestication by choice is a really interesting angle. Again, it's one of those things when somebody presents a different angle at a seemingly obvious thing, just make me smile. And the same with DeepSeek R1, with these hallucinations of money, laws, and rights, us collectively pretending like it's real, and we play games with them that look like competition, but secretly we're just cooperating with each other. And that is the fuel of progress. Beautifully put. Now, OpenAI and O1 Pro consistently over deliver bangers. I can go through many of them, but the first one was humans are the only species that turns raw materials into symbolic resources, then uses those symbols to reorganize the rare materials they came from, creating a closed feedback loop between meaning and matter. And I just read it again. Banger after banger, I'm telling you, humans are unique among those species in that they simultaneously rewrite two layers of reality, the external world and their own private mental landscapes. Then merge these two rewritten layers into a continuous personal narrative that is objectively true, feels true. This is poetry. Okay, and then O3 Mini Hive, or maybe was smart, fast, actually and kind of generic. Never quite got there. So here's the first one I got from mostly many. Humans are not fixed beings, but rather ongoing narratives, dynamic stories that continuously write, edit, and interpret. This narrative plasticity is more than just memory or self-reflection. It's an intrinsic cognitive process that acts like an internal error correction system. It allows us to adapt our identities and values over time in response to new experiences, challenges, and social context. Now it almost sneaks up to something approximating cutting insight with the narrative plasticity. Then it goes back to the sort of generic. I don't know. All of these models are incredible for different reasons. There's a lot of concerns as we discussed in this episode, but there's a lot of reasons to be excited as well. And I've probably spoken for too long. I am severely sleep deprived, borderline delirious. So hopefully some of this makes sense. Now, dear friends, back to the episode.
I think when you know, to Nathan's point, when you look at like the reasoning models, to me, even when I used R1 versus O1, there was like that sort of rough edges around the corner feeling, right? And flash thinking, earlier, I didn't use this version, but the one from December, I definitely had that rough edges around the corner feeling, right? Where it's just not fleshed out in as many ways, right? Sure, they added math and coding capabilities via these verifiers and RL, but it feels like they lost something in certain areas. And O1 is worse performing than chat in many areas as well, to be clear. Not by a lot. Not by a lot, though, right? And it's like R1 definitely felt to me like it was worse than V3 in certain areas, like doing this RL expressed and learned a lot, but then it weakened in other areas. And so I think that's one of the big differences between these models and what O1 offers. And then OpenAI has O1 Pro, and what they did with O3, which is like also very unique, is that they stack search on top of chain of thought, right? And so chain of thought is one thing where it's one chain, it backtracks, goes back and forth. But how they solved the ARC AGI challenge was not just the chain of thought. It was also sampling many times, i.e. running them in parallel and then selecting.
Is running in parallel actually search? Because I don't know if we have the full information on how the left over. So like I don't have enough information to confidently say that it is search.
It is parallel samples.
Yeah, and then
it selects them.
We don't know what the selecting function is. The reason why we're debating is because since O1 was announced, there's been a lot of interest in things called Monte Carlo tree research, which is where you will break down the chain of thought into intermediate steps. We haven't defined chain of thought. Chain of thought is from a paper from years ago where you introduced the idea to ask a language model that at the time was much less easy to use. We would say, let's verify step by step, and it would induce the model to do this bulleted list of steps. Chain of thought is now almost a default in models where if you ask it a math question, you don't need to tell it to think step by step. And the idea with Monte Carlo tree search is that you would take an intermediate point in that chain, do some sort of expansion, spend more compute, and then just select the right one. That's like a very complex form of search that has been used in things like Mu0 and AlphaZero potentially. I know Mu0 does this.
Another form of search is just asking 5 different people and then taking the majority.
Yes.
Right. So there's a variety of it could be complicated, it could be simple. We don't know what it is. That they are not just issuing one chain of thought in sequence. They're launching many in parallel. And in the ARC AGI, they launched 1,000 in parallel for their the one that really shocked everyone, that beat the benchmark, was they would launch 1,000 in parallel, and then they would get the right answer 80% of the time or 70% of the time, 90 maybe. Whereas if they just launched one, it was 30%.
There are many extensions to this. I would say the simple one is that our language models are designed to give the right answer the highest percentage of the time in one response. And we are now opening the door to different ways of running inference on our models, in which we need to reevaluate many parts of the training process, which normally opens the door to more progress, but we don't know if OpenAI changed a lot, or if just sampling more and open choice is what they're doing, or if it's something more complex where they change the training and they know that the inference mode is going to be different.
So we're talking about O1 Pro, $200 a month, and not losing money. So the thing that we're referring to, this fascinating exploration of the test time compute space. Is that actually possible? Do we have enough compute for that? Does the financials make sense?
So the fantastic thing is, and there, it's in a thing that I just pulled up earlier, but the cost for GPT-3 has plummeted if you scroll up just a few images, I think. The important thing about like, hey, is cost limiting factor here, right? Like my view is that like we'll have like really awesome intelligence before we have like AGI before we have it permeate throughout the economy. And this is sort of why that reason is, right? GPT-3 was trained in 2020, 2021, and the cost for running inference on it was $60, $70 per million tokens, right? Which is the cost per intelligence was ridiculous. Now, as we scaled forward 2 years, we've had a 1200x reduction in cost to achieve the same level of intelligence as GPT-3.
So here on the x-axis is time over just a couple of years, and on the y-axis, log scale dollars to run inference on a million tokens. And so you have just a dollar, like a linear decline on the log scale from GPT-3 to 3.5 to
It's like 5 cents or something like that now, right? Which is versus $60, 1200x. That's not the exact numbers, but 1200x. I remember that number is humongous cost for intelligence, right? Now the freak out over DeepSeek is, oh my god, they made it so cheap. Like actually, if you look at this trend line, they're not below the trend line, first of all, and at least for GPT-3, right? They are the first to hit it, right? Which is a big deal. But they're not below the trend line as far as GPT-3. Now we have GPT-4. What's going to happen with these reasoning capabilities, right? It's a mix of architectural innovations, it's a mix of better data, and it's going to be better training techniques, and all of these better inference systems, better hardware, right? Going from each generation of GPU to new generations or ASICs, everything is going to take this cost curve down and down and down and down. And then can I just spawn 1,000 different LLMs to create a task and then pick from one of them, or whatever search technique I want, a tree, Monte Carlo tree search? Maybe it gets that complicated. Maybe it doesn't because it's too complicated to actually scale. Like, who knows? Better lesson, right? The question is I think when, not if, because the rate of progress is so fast, right? 9 months ago, Dario was saying, Dario said 9 months ago the cost to train an inference was this, right? And now we're much better than this, right? And DeepSeek is much better than this. And that cost curve for GPT-4, which was also roughly $60 per million tokens when it launched, has already fallen to $2 or so, right? And we're going to get it down to cents, probably, for GPT-4 quality. And then that's the base for the reasoning models like O1 that we have today. And O1 Pro is spawning multiple, right? And O3, so on and so forth. These search techniques too expensive today, but they will get cheaper, and that's what's going to unlock the intelligence, right?
So it'll get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. The big DeepSeek R1 release freaked everybody out because it's cheaper. One of the manifestations of that is that NVIDIA stock plummeted. Can you explain what happened? I mean, and also just explain this moment and whether, if NVIDIA is going to keep winning.
We're both NVIDIA bulls here, I would say. And in some ways, the market response is most of the market. NVIDIA's biggest customers in the US are major tech companies, and they're spending a ton on AI. And if a simple interpretation of DeepSeek is you can get really good models without spending as much on AI. So in that capacity, it's like, maybe these big tech companies won't need to spend as much on AI and go down. The actual thing that happens is much more complex, where there's social factors, where there's the rising App Store, the social contagion that is happening, and then I think a lot of some of it is like but it built up over the weekend where the social pressure, where it's like if it was during the week and there was multiple days of trading when it's really becoming once on the weekend and then everybody wants to sell, and that is a social contagion.
I think that like there were a lot of false narratives, which is like, hey, these guys are spending billions on models, right? And they're not spending billions on models. No one spent more than $1 billion on a model that's released publicly, right? GPT-4 was a couple $100 million, and then they've reduced the cost of 4.0, right? But $1 billion model runs are coming, right? This includes pre-training and post-training, right? And then the other number is like, hey, DeepSeek didn't include everything. They didn't include, a lot of the cost goes to research and all this sort of stuff. goes to inference. A lot of cost goes to post-training. None of these things were factored in. Research salaries, right? Like all these things are like counted in the billions of dollars that OpenAI is spending, but they weren't counted in the, hey, $6 million, $5 million that DeepSeek spent, right? So there's a bit of misunderstanding of what these numbers are. And then there's also an element of NVIDIA's just been a straight line up, right? And there's been so many different narratives that have been trying to push down NVIDIA. I don't say push down NVIDIA stock. Everyone is looking for a reason to sell or to be worried, right? It was Blackwell delays, right? Their GPU, there's a lot of report. Every 2 weeks there's a new report about their GPUs being delayed. There's the whole thing about scaling laws ending, right? And so ironic, right? It was just like literally just, hey, models aren't getting better, right? They're just not getting better. There's no reason to spend more. Pre-training scaling is dead. And then it's like, O1, O3, right? R1, right? And now it's like, wait, models are getting too, they're progressing too fast. Slow down the progress. Stop spending on GPUs, right? But the funniest thing I think that comes out of this is Javon's paradox is true, right? AWS pricing for H100s has gone up over the last couple of weeks, right? Since a little bit after Christmas, since V3 was launched, AWS H100 pricing has gone up. H200s are almost out of stock everywhere because H200 has more memory, and therefore R1 wants that chip over H100, right?
We were trying to get GPUs on a short notice this week for a demo, and it wasn't that easy. We were trying to get just 16 or 32 H100s for demo, and it was not very easy.
So for people who don't know, John's paradox is when the efficiency goes up, somehow magically, counterintuitive, the total resource consumption goes up as well.
Right, and semiconductors is, we're actually we're at 50 years of Moore's law. Every 2 years happen. Double the transistors. Just like clockwork. And it's slowed down, obviously, but the semiconductor industry has gone up the whole time, right? It's been wavy, right? There's obviously cycles and stuff. I don't expect AI to be any different, right? There's going to be ebbs and flows, but this is, in AI, it's just playing out at an insane time scale, right? It was 2x every 2 years. This is 1200x in 3 years, right? So it's the scale of improvement that is hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I was confused because to me, NVIDIA stock on that should have gone up. But maybe it went down because there's kind of suspicion of foul play on the side of China, something like this. But if you just look purely at the actual principles of play here, it's obvious. Yeah, John's paradox.
Progress that AI made, or that higher the derivative of that special NVIDIA is the best place. The higher the derivatives, the sooner the market's going to be bigger and expanding. And NVIDIA's all they want. That does everything reliably right now.
Because it's not like an NVIDIA competitor arose. It's another company that's using NVIDIA.
Who historically has been a large NVIDIA customer.
Yeah.
As it has press releases about them cheering about being China's biggest NVIDIA customer, right?
Yeah,
obviously they've quieted down, but I think that's another element of this. They don't want to say how many GPUs they have, because hey, they have H800, yes they have H20s, they also have some H100s, right? Which are smuggled in.
Can you speak to that, to the smuggling? What's the scale of smuggling that's feasible for a nation state to do for companies? Is it possible?
I think there's a few angles of smuggling here, right? One is ByteDance arguably is the largest smuggler of GPUs for China, right? China's not supposed to have GPUs. ByteDance has over 500,000 GPUs. Why? Because they're all rented from companies around the world. They rent from Oracle, they rent from Google, they rent from all these massive, and a bunch of smaller cloud companies too, right? All the neo clouds, right, of the world. They rent so many GPUs. They also buy a bunch, right? And they do this for mostly what Meta does, right? Serving TikTok, right? Serving next best. Same as Meta, right? To be clear, that's today the use, right? And it's a valid use, right? Back to dopamine searching, right? Now that's theoretically now very much restricted with the AI diffusion rules, which happened in the last week of the Biden admin and Trump admin. Looks like they're going to keep them, which limits allies, even Singapore, which Singapore is 20% of NVIDIA's 30% of NVIDIA's revenue, but Singapore had a moratorium on not building data centers for like 15 years because they don't have power. So where's it going? I mean, they're all going to China, right? But a portion are, many are going to Malaysia, including Microsoft and Oracle have big data centers in Malaysia. They're going all over Southeast Asia, probably, and India as well, right? Like stuff routing, but like the diffusion rules are very de facto. Like you can only buy this many GPUs from this country, and you can only rent a cluster this large to companies that are Chinese, right? Like they're very explicit on trying to stop smuggling, right? And a big chunk of it was, hey, let's random company buy 16 servers, ship them to China, right? There's actually I saw a photo from someone in the semiconductor industry who leads like a team for like networking chips that competes with NVIDIA, and he sent a photo of a guy checking into a first-class United flight from San Francisco to Shanghai or Shenzhen with a super micro box that was this big, which could only contain GPUs, right? And he was booking first class. Just think about it: 3 to 5K for your first class ticket. Server costs, 240,000 in the US, 250,000. You sell it for 300,000 in China. Wait, you just got a free first class ticket and a lot more money. So it's like, and that's like small scale smuggling. Most of the large scale smuggling is like Singapore and Malaysia, like routing around or renting GPUs.
I want to jump in. How much is the scale? I think there's been some number, like some people that are higher level economics understanding say that as you go from 1 billion to like 10 billion, you're hiding certain levels of economic activity, and that's the most reasonable thing to me, is that there's going to be some level where it's so obvious that it's easier to find this economic activity. And
yeah, so my belief is that last year roughly, so NVIDIA made 1 million H20s, which are legally allowed to be shipped to China, which we talked about is better for reasoning, right? Inference at least, not training, but reasoning inference, and inference generally. Then they also had, a couple 100,000, we think like 200 to 300,000 GPUs were routed to China from, Singapore, Malaysia, US, wherever. Companies spawn up by 16 GPUs, 64 GPUs, whatever it is, routed. And Huawei is known for having spun up a massive network of like companies to get the materials they need after they were banned in like 2018. So it's not like otherworldly. But I agree, right? Nathan's point is like, hey, you can't smuggle $10 billion. And then the third sort of source, which is just now banned, which wasn't considered smuggling, but is China is renting, like, I believe from our research, right, Oracle's biggest GPU customer is ByteDance, right? And for Google, I think it's their second biggest customer, right? And so, like, when you go down the list of clouds, and especially these smaller cloud companies that aren't, like, the hyperscalers, right, think beyond CoreWeave and Lambda even, there's a whole sea, there's 60 different new cloud companies serving NVIDIA GPUs, and ByteDance is renting a lot of these, right, all over, right? And so these companies are renting GPUs to Chinese companies, and that was completely legal up until the diffusion rules, which happened just a few weeks ago. And even now, you can rent GPU clusters that are less than 2,000 GPUs, or you can buy GPUs and ship them wherever you want if they're less than 1,500 GPUs, right? So it's like there are still like some ways to smuggle, but yeah, it's not. As the numbers grow, right? 100 something billion dollars of revenue for NVIDIA last year, 200 something billion this year. Right, and next year, it could nearly double again, or more than double, right? Based on like what we see with data center footprints like being built out all across the U.S. and the rest of the world. It's going to be really hard for China to keep up with these rules, right? Yes, there will always be smuggling, and DeepSeek level models and GPT-4 level models, O1 level models, capable to train on what China can get, even the next year above that. But if we speed run a couple of more, jumps, right? To $1 billion models, $10 billion models, then it becomes, hey, there is a compute disadvantage for China for training models and serving. And the serving part is really critical, right? DeepSeek cannot serve their model today, right? It's completely out of inventory. It's already started falling in the App Store, actually, downloads, because you can download it, try and sign up, because we're not taking registrations because they have the capacity, right? You open it up, you get like less than 5 tokens per second if you even get your request approved, right? Because there's no capacity because they just don't have enough GPUs to serve the model, even though it's incredibly efficient.
It'd be fascinating to watch the smuggling, because I mean, there's drug smuggling, right? That's a market. There's weapons smuggling, and GPUs will surpass that at some point.
What's their highest value per kilogram, probably by far. I have another question for you, Bill. Do you track model API access internationally? how easy is it for Chinese companies to use hosted model APIs from the US?
Yeah, that's incredibly easy, right? Like OpenAI publicly stated DeepSeek uses their API, and they say they have evidence, right? And this is another element of the training regime. Is people at OpenAI have claimed that it's a distinct model, i.e., you're taking OpenAI's model, you're generating a lot of output, and then you're training on the output in their model. And even if that's the case, what they did is still amazing, by the way, with DeepSeek.
Distillation is standard practice in industry, whether or not, if you're at a closed lab where you care about terms of service and IP closely, you distill from your own models. If you are a researcher and you're not building any products, you distill from the AI model.
This is a good opportunity. Can you explain big picture distillation as a process? What is distillation? What's the process?
We talked a lot about training language models. They are trained on text. And in post-training, you're trying to train on very high-quality text that you want the model to match the features of, or if you're using RL, you're letting the model find its own thing. But for supervised fine-tuning, for preference data, you need to have some completions what the model is trying to learn to imitate. And what you do there is, instead of the human data or instead of the model you're currently training, you take completions from a different, normally more powerful model. And there's rumors that these big models that people are waiting for, these GPT-5s of the world, the Claude 3 Opuses of the world, are used internally to do this distillation process.
There's also public examples, right? Like Meta explicitly stated, not necessarily distilling, but they used 405B as a reward model for 70B in their Llama 3.2 and 3.3.
This is all the same topic.
So is this ethical? Is this legal? Like, why is that Financial Times article headline saying OpenAI says that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used its model to train for better?
This is a long, at least on the academic side and research side, has a long history because you're trying to interpret OpenAI's role. OpenAI's terms of service say that you cannot build a competitor without what's on the model. Terms of service are different than a license, which are essentially a contract between organizations. So if you have a terms of service on OpenAI's account, if I violate it, OpenAI can cancel my account. This is very different than like a license that says how you can use a downstream artifact. So a lot of it hinges on a word that is very unclear in the AI space, which is what is a competitor.
And then the ethical aspect of it is like, why is it unethical for me to train on your model when you can train on the internet's text?
Yeah.
Right?
So there's a bit of a hypocrisy, I guess. So OpenAI, potentially most of the companies train on the internet's text without permission.
There's also a clear loophole, which is that I generate data from OpenAI and then I upload it somewhere and then somebody else trains on it and the link has been broken. Like they're not under the same terms of service contracts.
This is why
there's a lot of like to be discovered details that don't make a lot of sense.
This is why a lot of models today, even if they train on zero OpenAI data, you ask the model who trained you, it'll say, I'm ChatGPT trained by OpenAI. Because there's so much copy paste of like OpenAI outputs from that on the internet that you just weren't able to filter it out. And there was nothing in RL where they implemented like, hey, like, or post training or SFT, whatever, that says, hey, I'm actually modeled by Allen Institute instead of
we don't do this if we serve a demo. We do research and we use OpenAI APIs because it's useful and we want to understand post trading and like our research models. They will say they're written by OpenAI unless we put in the system prompt that we talked about. That I am too. I am a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. And if you ask more people around industry, especially with post training, it's a very doable task to make the model say who it is or just suppress the OpenAI thing. So in some levels, it might be that DeepSeek didn't care that it was saying that it was by OpenAI. Like, if you're going to upload model weights, it doesn't really matter because anyone that's serving it in an application and cares a lot about serving is going to, when serving it, if they're using it for a specific task, they're going to tailor it to that. It doesn't matter that it's saying it's ChatGPT.
Oh, I guess the one that was to do that is like a system prompt or something like that. Like if you're serving it, to say that you're.
That's what we do. If we host a demo, you say you are Tulu 3, a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. We also are benefited from OpenAI data because it's a great research tool.
I mean, do you think there's any truth, value to the claim, OpenAI's claim, that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek uses model to train?
I think everyone has benefited regardless because the data's on the internet, and therefore it's an infrastructure, right? There are like subreddits where people share the best ChatGPT outputs, and those are in your.
I think that they're trying to shift it. They're trying to protect themselves. And we saw this years ago when ByteDance was actually banned from some OpenAI APIs for training on outputs. There's other AI startups that most people, if you're in the AI culture, are like, they just told us they trained on OpenAI outputs and they never got banned. Like that's how they bootstrapped their early models. So it's much easier to get off the ground using this than human pipelines and build a ground model. So there's a long history here, and a lot of the communications seem like narrative.
Actually, like over the last couple of days, we've seen a lot of people distill DeepSeek's model into llama models because the DeepSeek models are kind of complicated to run inference on because they're a mixture of expert, 600 plus billion parameters and all this. But people distill them into llama models because the llama models are so easy to serve, and everyone's built some pipelines and tooling for inference with the llama models, right? Because it's the open standard. So we've seen it. We've seen a sort of roundabout, right? Like, is it bad? That isn't illegal. Maybe it's illegal, whatever. I don't know about that, but like,
it can break contracts. I don't think it's illegal. Like in any legal, like no one's going to jail for this.
I think like fundamentally, I think it's ethical, or I hope it's ethical because like at the moment it becomes we ban that kind of thing, it's gonna make everybody much worse off. And I also actually, this is difficult, but I think you should be allowed to train on the internet. I know a lot of authors and creators are very sensitive about it. That's a difficult question. But like the moment you're not allowed to train on the internet,
I agree. I have this take on how you can solve this. It's already.
I have a really cool thing.
all right.
So Japan has a law which you're allowed to train on any training data at copyright if you want to train a model. A. B. Japan has 9 gigawatts of curtailed nuclear power. C. Japan is allowed under the AI diffusion rule to import as many GPUs as they'd like. So all we have to do, we have a market here to make. We build massive data centers, we rent them to the labs, and then we train models in a legally permissible way, and no ifs, ands, or buts. And now the models have no potential copyright lawsuit from New York Times or anything like that. No, it's just completely legal. So
Genius. The early copyright lawsuits have fallen in favor of AI training. I would say that the long tail of use is going to go inside of AI, which is if you scrape trillions of data, you're not looking at trillions of tokens of data, you're not looking and saying this one New York Times article is so important to me. But if you're doing a audio generation for music or image generation and you say make it in the style of X person, that's a reasonable case where you can figure out what is their profit margin on inference. I don't know if it's going to be the 50-50 if you creator program or something, but I would opt into that program as a writer. It's going to be a rough journey, but there will be some solutions like that make sense, but there's a long tail where it's just something.
I think one of the other aspects of that Financial Times article implied, so at least a more general question, do you think how difficult is spying, espionage, or stealing of actual secret data from the tech companies? How much of that is being attempted?
Data is part, but Silicon Valley operates on the way that top employees get bought out by other companies for a pay raise, and a large reason why these companies do this is to bring ideas with them. And in California, there's rules that certain non-competes or whatever are illegal in California, and whether or not there's NDAs and things, that is how a lot of the process happens. And recently, there was somebody from Gemini who helped make this 1 million context link, and everyone is saying the next llama, he went to the meta team, is going to have 1 million context link, and that's kind of how it works.
As far as industrial espionage and things, that has been greatly successful in the past, right? The Americans did it to the Brits, the Chinese have done it to the Americans, right? And so on and so forth. It is a fact of life. And so to argue industrial espionage can be stopped is probably unlikely. It can make it difficult, but even then, there's all these stories about hey, F-35 and F-22 have already been given to China for design plans and stuff. Code and stuff between I say companies, not nation states, probably very difficult. But ideas are discussed a lot, right? Whether it be a house party in San Francisco, or a company changing employees, or the always the mythical honeypot honeypot that always gets talked about, right? Like someone gets honeypotted, right? Because everyone working on AI is a single dude who's in his 30s. Not everyone, but like an insane amount of insane percentages. So there's always like all these like, you know, and obviously
So honeypot is like a spy, a female spy approaches you. I'm like,
yeah, we're male, right? You know, it's San Francisco, right? But yes, as a single dude, I will say in his late 20s, right, is like we were very easily corrupted, right? Like, you know, like not corrupted myself, but you know, like we are, right?
everybody else, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm too oblivious that I am not single. So I'm saying if from one espionage access.
Yeah, you have to make sure to close all its vulnerabilities. So you don't collect a lot of information about each of the mega clusters for each of the major AI companies. Can you talk about the build outs for each one that stand out?
Yeah, so I think the thing that's like really important about these mega cluster buildouts is they're completely unprecedented in scale, right? US, you know, sort of like data center power consumption is slowly on the rise and it's gone up to 2-3% even through the cloud computing revolution, right? Data center consumption as a percent of total US. And that's been over decades, right, of data centers, et cetera. It's been climbing, right? So, but now by the end of this decade, it's like even under like, you know, when I say like 10%, a lot of people that are traditionally by like 2028, 2030, people traditionally traditional data center people like that's nuts. But then like people who are in like AI who have like really looked at this as like the Anthropic and OpenAI are like that's not enough. But like, you know, this is both through globally distributed or distributed throughout the U.S. as well as like centralized. The distributed throughout the U.S. is exciting and it's the bulk of it, right? Like, hey, you know, OpenAI or you know, Meta is adding a gigawatt, right? But most of it is distributed through the U.S. for inference and other things, right?
So maybe we should lay out what a cluster is. So you know, does this include AWS? Maybe it's good to talk about the different kinds of clusters and what you mean by mega clusters and what's a GPU and what's a computer and what. Not that far back, but yeah. So like, what do we mean by the clusters?
Oh man, I thought I was about to do the Apple ad, right? What's a computer? So traditionally, data centers and data center tags have been a distributed systems problem that is capable of being spread very far, right? I.e., I send a request to Google, it gets routed to a data center somewhere close to me, it does whatever search ranking recommendations, sends the result back, right? The nature of the task is changing rapidly in that there's two tasks that people are really focused on, right? It's not database access, it's not serve me the right page, serve me the right ad. It's now inference, and inference is dramatically different from traditional distributed systems, but it looks a lot more similar, and then there's training, right? The inference side is still like, hey, I'm gonna like dozens of GPUs and you know boxed all around these data centers. I'm gonna run models on them. You know, user submits a request, gets kicked off, or hey, my service. You know, they submit a request to my service right there on Word, and they're like, oh yeah, help me Copilot. And it just kicks it off from under Windows, Copilot, whatever, Apple Intelligence, whatever it is, it gets kicked off to the data center, right? Then that data center does some work, sends it back. That's inference. That is going to be the bulk of compute, but then. You know, and that's like, you know, there's thousands of data centers that we're tracking with like satellites and all these other things. And those are the bulk of what's being built. But the scale of, and so that's like what's really reshaping, and that's what's getting millions of GPUs. But the scale of the largest cluster is also really important, right? When we look back at history, right, like, you know, or through the age of AI, right, like it was a really big deal when they did AlexNet on, I think, I don't remember. It's a really big deal. It's a big deal they use GPUs, and they use multiple, right? But then over time, the scale has just been compounded, right? And so when you skip forward to GPT-3, then GPT-4, GPT-4, 20,800 GPUs, unprecedented run, right? In terms of the size and the cost, right? A couple $100 million on a YOLO, right? A YOLO run for GPT-4, and it yielded, you know, this magical improvement that was like perfectly in line with what was experimented and just like a log scale.
Oh yeah, they have that plot from the paper. The technical remark.
The scaling laws were perfect, right? But that's not a crazy number, right? 20,000 A100s, roughly each GPU is consuming 400 watts, and then when you add in the whole server, right, everything, it's like 15 to 20 megawatts of power. right? Maybe you could look up what the power of consumption of a human person is, because the numbers are getting silly. But like, 15 to 20 megawatts was standard data center size. It was just unprecedented. That was all GPUs running what happens long as the toaster is like
That's a good example.
Similar power consumption to a human, right? H100 comes around, they increase the power from like 400 to 700 watts, and that's just per GPU, and then there's all the associated stuff around it. So it's just, once you count all that, it's roughly like 1200 to 1400 watts for everything: networking, CPUs, memory, blah blah blah.
So we should also say, what's required. So power, a lot of power is required, a lot of heat is generated, so cooling is required, and because there's a lot of GPUs that have to be, or CPUs or whatever, they have to be connected, so there's a lot of networking.
Yeah, right. So I think, sorry for skipping past that. And then the data center itself is like complicated, right? But these are still standard size data centers for scale, right? Now we step forward to sort of what is the scale of clusters that people have built last year, right? And it ranges widely, right? It ranges from like, hey, these are standard data centers, and we're just using multiple of them and connecting them together, really a ton of fiber between them, a lot of networking, etc. That's what OpenAI and Microsoft did in Arizona, right? So they have 100,000 GPUs, right? Meta, similar thing. They took their standard existing data center design. It looks like an H, and they connected multiple of them together. They first did 16,000 GPUs, 24,000 GPUs total. Only 1,000 of them were running on the training run, because GPUs are very unreliable, so they need to have spares to swap in and out. All the way to like now 100,000 GPUs that they're training on the full on currently, right? Like 128,000 or so, right? This is, think about 100,000 GPUs with roughly 1,400 watts a piece. That's 140 megawatts, 150 megawatts, right? Or 120, right? So you're talking about, you jump from 15 to 20 megawatts to 10x, almost 10x that number, 9x that number, 150 megawatts in 2 years, right? 2022 to 2024, right? And some people like Elon, that he admittedly, right, and he says himself, got into the game a little bit late for pre-training large language models, right? XAI was started later, right? But then you bet heaven and hell to get his data center up and get the largest cluster in the world, right? Which is 200,000 GPUs. And he did that. He bought a factory in Memphis. He's upgrading the substation. At the same time, he's got a bunch of mobile power generation, a bunch of single cycle combine. He tapped the natural gas line that's right next to the factory. He's pulling a ton of gas, burning gas. He's generating all this power. He's in a factory, in an old appliance factory that's shut down in China long ago, right? And he's got 200,000 GPUs in it. And now what's the next scale, right? Like all the hyperscalers have done this. Now the next scale is something that's even bigger, right? And so, Elon, just to stick on the topic, he's building his own natural gas plant, like a proper one, right next door. He's deploying tons of Tesla Megapack batteries to make the power more smooth, and all sorts of other things. He's got like industrial chillers to cool the water down, because he's water cooling the chips. So all these crazy things to get the clusters bigger and bigger. But when you look at, like, say, what OpenAI did with Stargate, that's that in Arizona and in Abilene, Texas, right? What they've announced, at least, right? It's not built, right? Elon says they don't have the money. There's debates about this. But at full scale, at least the first section is like definitely money's accounted for, but there's multiple sections. But full scale, that data center is going to be 2.2 gigawatts, right? 2,200 megawatts of power in, and roughly like 1.8 gigawatts or 1,800 megawatts of power delivered to chips, right? Now this is an absurd scale. 2.2 gigawatts is like more than most cities, right? To be clear, and delivered to a single cluster that's connected to do training, right? To train these models, to do both pre-training, post-training, all of this stuff, right?
This is insane.
What is a nuclear power plant? Everyone is doing this, right? Everyone is doing this, right? Meta in Louisiana, right? They're building 2 natural gas plants, massive ones, and they're building this massive data center. Amazon has like plans for this scale. Google has plans for this scale. XAI has plans for this scale, right? Like all of these, the guys that are racing, the companies that are racing hard, and they're doing multi-gigawatt data centers, right? To build this out, because they think that if I now have, obviously pre-training scaling is going to continue, but to some extent, but then also all this post-training stuff, where you have RL sandbox, computer use, or whatever, right? Like, this is where they're going to, and all these viable domains, where they just keep learning, self-play, whatever it is, makes the AI so much more capable, because the line does go up, right? As you throw more compute, you get more performance. The third is about scaling laws. To some extent, it is diminishing returns, right? You 10x the compute, you don't get 10x better model, right? You get diminishing returns, but also you get efficiency improvements and you bend the curve, right? And these scale of data centers are doing, wreaking, a lot of like havoc on the network, right? Nick was mentioning there's Amazon has tried to buy this nuclear power plant, Talon. If you look at Talon stock, it's just like skyrocketing, and they're building a massive multi-gigawatt data center there. You just go down the list. There's so many ramifications. Interesting thing is like certain regions of the U.S. transmitting power costs more than actually generating it, right? Because the grid is so slow to build, and the demand for power and the ability to build power and like re-ramping on a natural gas plant or even a coal plant is like easy enough to do, but like transmitting the power is really hard. So in some parts of the U.S., like in Virginia, it costs more to transmit power than it costs to generate it, which is like there's all sorts of like second order effects that are insane.
In the power grid support, right?
Trump's executive orders. There's a Biden executive order before the end of the year, but then Trump had some more executive orders, which hopefully reduce the regulations to where yes, things can be built. But yeah, this is the big challenge, right? It's building enough power fast.
Are you going to basically have a nuclear power plant next to a data center for each one of these?
So the fun thing here is this is too slow. To build a power plant or to reconfigure an existing power plant is too slow, and so therefore you must use data center power consumption is flat, right? It's like
Which is why nuclear is also good for it. Like long term, nuclear is a very natural fit, but
yeah,
you can't do solar or anything in the short term like that.
Because data center power is like this, right? Like you're telling me, I'm gonna buy tens of billions of dollars of GPUs and idle them because the power's not being generated. Like power is cheap, right? Like if you look at the cost of a cluster, less than 20% of it is power, right? Most of it is the capital cost and the depreciation of the GPUs, right? And so it's like, well, screw it. I'll just build natural gas plants. This is what Meta's doing in Louisiana. This is what OpenAI is doing in Texas and like all these different places. They may not be doing it directly, but they are partnered with someone. And so there is a couple hopes, right? Like one is, Elon, what he's doing in Memphis is like, to the extreme. They're not just using dual combined cycle gas, which is like super efficient. He's also just using single cycle and like mobile generators and stuff, which is less efficient. But there's also like the flip side, which is like solar power generation is like this, and wind is another like this, different correlation, different. So if you stack both of those, plus you get a big chunk of batteries, plus you have a little bit of gas, it is possible to run it more green. It's just the time scales for that is slow, right? So people are trying, but Meta basically said, whatever, don't care about my sustainability pledge, or they'll buy like a power, it's called a PPA, power purchasing agreement, or there'll be a massive wind farm or solar farm, like wherever, and then they'll just pretend like those electrons are being consumed by the data center, but in reality, they're paying for the power here and selling it to the grid, and they're buying the power here. And then another thing is like Microsoft put out some of their sustainability pledges, right? Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door and like a sewer or not a sewer, but like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby, right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that one data center is going to do, right? So I think like it's fine to some extent, and maybe AGI solves global warming and stuff, right? Whatever it is. This is sort of the attitude that people at the lab have, right? Which is like, yeah, it's great, we'll just use gas, right? Because the race is that important, and if we lose, that's way worse, right?
I should say that I got a chance to visit the Memphis data center, and it's kind of incredible. I mean, I visited with just the teams and the rate of innovation there is insane. Because my sense is that nobody's ever done anything at this scale, and nobody has certainly ever done anything at this scale at the rate that XAI is doing. So they're like figuring out. I mean, so I was sitting in all these meetings and they're brainstorming. It's like it's insane. It's exciting because they're trying to figure out what the bottlenecks are, how to remove the bottlenecks, how to make sure that there's just so many really cool things about putting together a data center because everything has to work. It's the people that do like sysadmin, the machine learning, all that is the exciting thing and so on. But really, the people that run everything are the folks that know like the low level software and hardware that runs everything, the networking, all of that. So you have to like make sure you have procedures that test everything. I think they're using Ethernet. I don't know how they're doing the networking, but
they're using NVIDIA Spectrum. There's actually like, I think, yeah, the unsung heroes are the cooling and electrical systems, which are just like glossed over.
Yeah.
But I think like one story that maybe is like exemplifies how insane this stuff is when you're training, right? You're always doing you're running through the model a bunch, right? In the most simplistic terms, running through the model a bunch, and then you're going to exchange everything and synchronize the weights, right? So you'll do a step. This is like a step in model training, right? And every step your loss goes down. It doesn't always, but in the simplest terms, you'll be computing a lot and then you'll exchange, right? The interesting thing is GPU power is most of it. Networking power is some, but it's a lot less. But so while you're computing, your power for your GPUs is here. But then when you're exchanging weights, if you're not able to overlap communications and compute perfectly, there may be a time period where your GPUs are just idle and you're exchanging weights and you're like, hey, the model's updated. So you're exchanging the gradients, you do the model update, and then you start training again. So the power goes, right? And it's super spiky. And so funnily enough, right, like this, when you talk about the scale of data center power, right, you can blow stuff up so easily. And so Meta actually has accidentally upstreamed something to code in PyTorch where they added an operator. And I kid you not, whoever made this, like, I want to hug the guy because it says PyTorch. It's like PyTorch.powerplant no one. 0 or equal 1. And what it does is amazing, right? Either when you're exchanging the weights, the GPU will just compute fake numbers, so the power doesn't spike too much, and so then the power plants don't blow up because the transient spikes like screw stuff up.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, you have to do that kind of thing. You have to make sure they're not idle. Yeah.
And Elon's solution is almost like a bunch of Tesla mega packs and a few other things, right? Like everyone has different solutions, but like Meta's at least was publicly and openly known, which is just like set this operator, and what this operator does is it just makes the GPUs compute nothing so that the power doesn't spike.
But that just tells you how much power you're working with. I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
People should just go do Google like scale, like what does X watts do, and go through all the scales from 1 watt to a kilowatt to a megawatt, and you look and stare at that, and you're how high on the list a gigawatt is. It's not cool.
Can you say something about cooling? So I know Elon's using liquid cooling, I believe, in all cases. That's a new thing, right? Most of them don't use liquid cooling. Is there something interesting to say about the cooling?
Yeah. So air cooling has been the de facto standard. Throw a bunch of metal, heat pipes, etc., and fans, right? And like that's cold. That's been enough to cool it. People have been dabbling in water cooling. Google's TPUs are water cooled, right? So they've been doing that for a few years. But with GPUs, no one's ever done, and no one's ever done the scale of water cooling that you want to just get, right? Now, next generation NVIDIA is for the like highest end GPU, it is mandatory water cooling. You have to water cool it. But Elon did it on this current generation, and that required a lot of stuff, right? If you look at like some of the satellite photos and stuff of the Memphis facility, there's all these external water chillers that are sitting basically. It looks like a semi-truck pod thing. What's it called? The container. But really, those are water chillers, and he has like 90 of those water chillers sitting outside. 90 different containers, right, with water, that chill the water. Bring it back to the data center, and then you distribute it to all the chips, pull all the heat out, and then send it back, right? And this is both a way to cool the chip, and also an efficiency, right? And going back to that like sort of 3-vector thing, right? There is memory bandwidth, flops, and interconnect. The closer the chips are together, the easier it is to do high-speed interconnects, right? And so this is also like a reason why you want to go water cooling, is because you can just put the chips right next to each other and therefore get higher speed connectivity.
I got to ask you, so in one of your recent posts, there's a section called Cluster Measuring Contest. So
there's another word there, but I won't say it.
Who's got the biggest now?
Today, individual largest is right. Elon's cluster in Memphis, 200,000 GPUs, right? Meta has like 128,000, or has 100,000. Now, to be clear, other companies have more GPUs than Elon. They just don't have them in one place, right? And for training, you want them tightly connected. There's some techniques that people are researching and working on that let you train across multiple regions, but for the most part, you want them all in like one area, right? So you can connect them with high-speed networking. And So Elon today has 200,000 H100s and 100,000 H100s, 100,000 H200s, right? Meta, OpenAI, and Amazon all have on the scale of 100,000 a bit less. But this year, right? This year, people are building much more, right? Anthropic and Amazon are building a cluster of 400,000 Trainium 2, which is an Amazon specific chip, trying to get away from NVIDIA, right? Meta and OpenAI have scales for hundreds of thousands, but by next year, you'll have like 500,000 to 700,000 GPU clusters. And note, those GPUs are much higher power consumption than existing ones, right? Hopper 700 watts, Blackwell goes to 1,200 watts, right? So the power per chip is growing, and the number of chips is growing, right?
Nuts. You think Elon said you'll get to 1 million? You think that's actually feasible?
I don't know Elon, right? The filings that he has for power plant and Tesla battery packs, it's clear he has some crazy plans for Memphis. Permits and stuff is open record, right? But it's not quite clear that what the timescales are. I just never doubt Elon, right? It's gonna surprise us.
So what's the idea with this clusters? If you have 1 million GPUs, what percentage in let's say 2-3 years is used for training, and what percent pre-training, and what percent is used for the actual
So these
computation?
mega clusters make no sense for inference, right? You could route inference there and just not train. But most of the inference capacity is being, hey, I've got a 30 megawatt data center here, I've got 50 megawatts here, I've got 100 here, whatever. I'll just throw inference in all of those because the mega clusters, right, multi-gigawatt data centers, I want to train because that's where all of my GPUs are co-located, where I can put them at a super high networking speed connected together, right? Because that's what you need for training. Now, with pre-training, this is the old scale, right? You can increase parameters, you can increase data, model gets better. That doesn't apply anymore because there's not much more data in the pre-training side, right? Yes, there's video and audio and image that has not been fully taken advantage of. So there's a lot more scaling, but a lot of people have transcripts. You can transcript from YouTube videos, and that gets you a lot of the data. It doesn't get you all of the learning value out of the video and image data, but there's still scaling to be done on pre-training. But this post-training world is where all the flops are going to be spent, right? The model's going to play with itself. It's going to self-play. It's going to do verifiable tasks, period, use in sandboxes. It might even do simulated robotics things, right? All of these things are going to be environments where compute is spent in quote-unquote post-training. But I think it's going to be good. We're going to drop the post-training. Yeah, it's going to be pre-training and it's going to be training at some point. Because for the bulk of the last few years, pre-training has dwarfed post-training. But with these verifiable methods, especially ones that scale really, potentially infinitely, like computer use and robotics, not just math and coding, right, where you can verify what's happening, those infinitely verifiable tasks, it seems you can spend as much compute as you want, especially for context length.
Because at the end of pre-training is when you increase the context length of these models. And we talked earlier in the conversation about how the context length, when you have a long input, is much easier to manage than output. And a lot of these post-training and reasoning techniques rely on a ton of sampling, and it's becoming increasingly long context. So it's just your compute efficiency goes down. I think flops is the standard for how you measure it, but with RL and you have to do all these things where you move your weights around in a different way than at pre-training and just generation, it's going to become less efficient, and flops is going to be less of a useful term. And then as the infrastructure gets better, it's probably going to go back to flops.
So all of the things we've been talking about is most likely going to be NVIDIA, right? Is there any competitors?
Google, I kind of ignored them.
What's the story with TPU? What's the
TPU is awesome, right? It's great. Google they're a bit more tepid on building data centers for some reason. They're building big data centers, don't get me wrong. And they actually have the biggest cluster. I was talking about NVIDIA cluster. They actually have the biggest cluster, period. But the way they do it is very interesting, right? They have two sort of data center super regions, right? The data center isn't physically all of the GPUs aren't physically on one side, but they're 30 miles from each other. They're not GPUs, right? They have in Iowa and Nebraska, they have 4 data centers that are just right next to each other.
Why doesn't Google flex its cluster size?
Go to multi-data center training. There's some good images in there, so I'll show you what I mean. It's just semi-analysis multi-data center. So this is so this is an image of what a standard Google data center looks like. By the way, their data centers And then if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see there's like these water pipes, there's these chiller cooling towers in the top, and a bunch of like diesel generators. The diesel generators are backup power. The data center itself is like physically smaller than the water chillers, right? So the chips are actually easier to keep together, but then like, cooling all the water for the water cooling is very difficult, right? So Google has like a very advanced infrastructure that no one else has for the GPU. And what they do is they've like stamped a bunch of these data centers out in a few regions, right? So if you go a little bit further down, this is a Microsoft, this is in Arizona, this is where GPT-5 quote unquote will be trained.
If it doesn't exist already.
Yeah, it doesn't exist already. But each of these data centers, right? I've shown a couple images of them. They're like really closely co-located in the same region, right? Nebraska, Iowa, and then they also have a similar one in Ohio complex, right? And so these data centers are really close to each other. And what they've done is they've connected them super high bandwidth with fiber. And so these are just a bunch of data centers. And the point here is that Google has a very advanced infrastructure, very tightly connected in a small region. So Elon will always say I have the biggest cluster fully connected, right? Because it's all in one building, right? And he's completely right on that, right? Google has the biggest cluster, but you have to spread over 3 sites. And by a significant margin, you have to go across multiple sites.
Well, why doesn't Google compete with NVIDIA? Why don't they sell GPUs?
I think there's a couple problems with it. It's like one, TPU has been a form of allowing search to be really freaking cheap and build models for that, right? And so like a big chunk of the search GPU purchases or TPU purchases or a big chunk of Google's purchases and usage, all of it is for internal workloads, right? Whether it's search, now Gemini, right? YouTube, all these different applications. They have ads. These are where all their TPUs are being spent, and that's what they're hyper-focused on, right? And so there's certain like aspects of the architecture that are optimized for their use case that are not optimized elsewhere, right? One simple one is like they've open sourced the Gemma model, and they called it Gemma 70, right? But then it's actually 8 billion parameters because the vocabulary is so large. And the reason they made the vocabulary so large is because TPUs, like matrix multiply unit, is massive. Because that's what they've like sort of optimized for. And so they decided, oh, well, I'll just make the vocabulary large too. But, it makes no sense to do so on such a small model because that fits on their hardware. So Gemma doesn't run as efficiently on a GPU as a Llama does, right? But vice versa, Llama doesn't run as efficiently on a TPU as a Gemma does, right? And it's so like there's like certain like aspects of like hardware software co-design. So all their search models are their ranking and recommendation models, all these different models that are AI but not like Gen AI, right? Have been hyper optimized with GPUs forever. The software stack is super optimized, but all of this software stack has not been released publicly at all, right? Very small portions of JAX and XLA have been, but like the experience when you're inside of Google and you're on TPUs as a researcher, you don't need to know anything about the hardware in many cases, right? Like it's like pretty beautiful. But as soon as you step outside,
They all go back. They leave Google and then they go back.
Yeah.
yeah, they're like they leave and they start a company because they have all these amazing research ideas. They're like, wait, infrastructure is hard, software is hard, and this is on GPUs. Or if they try to use TPUs, same thing. They don't have access to all this code. But so it's like, how do you convince a company whose golden goose is search, where they're making hundreds of billions of dollars a month, to start selling GPUs or TPUs, which they used to only buy a couple billion of? I think in 2023 they bought like a couple billion, and now they're buying like $10 billion to $15 billion worth. But how do you convince them that they should just buy like twice as many and figure out how to sell them and make $30 billion? Like, who cares about making $30 billion?
Won't that $30 billion exceed actually the search profit eventually?
I mean, like, you're always going to make more money on services.
Always.
To be clear, like today, people are spending a lot more on hardware than they are to services, right? Because the hardware runs the service spend. But like, if there's no revenue for AI stuff or not enough revenue, then obviously like it's going to go up, right? People won't continue to spend on GPUs forever. And NVIDIA is trying to move up the stack with like software that they're trying to sell and license and stuff, right? But Google has never had that like DNA of like this is a product you should sell, right? They don't have the Google Cloud which is a separate organization from the TPU team, which is a separate organization from the DeepMind team, which is a separate organization from the search team, right? There's a lot of bureaucracy.
Wait, Google Cloud is a separate team than the TPU team?
Technically, TPU sits under infrastructure, which sits under Google Cloud, but like Google Cloud, like for like renting stuff, and TPU architecture are very different roles, right? And and software, like all of this, right? Like the JAX XLA teams do not serve Google's customers externally. Because NVIDIA's various CUDA teams for like things like Nickel serve external customers, right? The internal teams like JAX and XLA and stuff, they more so serve DeepMind and search, right? And so their customers are building a product for them.
Do you understand why AWS keeps winning versus Azure for cloud versus Google Cloud?
Yeah, there's
Google Cloud is tiny.
Google Cloud is third. Yeah. Microsoft is the second biggest third. Amazon is the biggest, right? And Microsoft deceptively sort of includes like Microsoft Office 365 and things like that, like some of these enterprise-wide licenses. So in reality, the gulf is even larger. Microsoft is still second, right? Amazon is way bigger. Why? Because using AWS is better and easier. And in many cases, it's cheaper. And it's first. It was first.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that are first that.
Well, it's easier. It's harder to switch.
But AWS
because
is
it's large
easier.
There's big fees for switching.
AWS operates over 80% of it. I think over 90%. The distribution centers are just like, one day we'll decide to make money from this. But they haven't yet, right? Like they make tiny little profits.
Yeah, one day Amazon Prime will triple in price.
You would think they would improve the AWS interface because it's like horrible. It's like clunky, but everybody is.
I don't. Yeah, you one would think.
I think actually Google's interface is sometimes nice, but it's also like they don't care about anyone besides their top customers.
Exactly.
And like their customer service sucks, and like they have a lot less. Like,
I mean, all these companies they optimize for big customers. Yeah, it's supposed to.
well, Amazon is always optimized for the small customer too, though, right? Like obviously they optimize a lot for the big customer, but like when they started, they just would go to like random Bay Area things and give out credits, right? And then they're like, or just put in your credit card and use it, right? Like back in the early days, they've always the business has grown with it, right? And burgeoned. So like, why does Amazon why is Snowflake all over Amazon? Because Snowflake in the beginning, when Amazon didn't care about them, was still using Amazon, right? And then of course one day Snowflake and Amazon has a super huge partnership. But like this is the case, like Amazon's user experience and quality is better. Also, a lot of the silicon they've engineered makes them have a lower cost structure, traditional cloud storage, CPU, networking, that kind of stuff, than in databases, right? Like, I think like 4 of Amazon's top 5 revenue products, margin products, sorry, like gross profit products, are all database-related products, like Redshift, all these things, right? Like, so Amazon has a very like good silicon to a user experience, like entire pipeline of AWS. I think Google, their silicon teams, yeah, they have awesome silicon internals, TPU, the YouTube chip, some of these other chips that they've made, and the problem is they're not serving external customers; they're serving internal customers, right?
NVIDIA's entire culture is designed from the bottom up. There's this recent book, The NVIDIA Way by Taik, that details this, and how they look for future opportunities and ready their CUDA software libraries to make it so that new applications of high performance computing can very rapidly be evolved on CUDA and NVIDIA chips. And that is entirely different than Google as a service business.
Yeah, NVIDIA, it should be said, it's truly special. Like, the culture there, they're really upfront. But speaking of which, is there somebody that can even challenge NVIDIA hardware-wise? Intel, AMD.
I really don't think so. We went through a very long process of working with AMD on training on the GPUs and stuff. And they're decent. Their hardware is better in many ways than NVIDIA's. The problem is their software is really bad, and I think they're getting better, right? They're getting better faster, but they're just so large, and like they don't spend enough resources on it, or haven't historically, right? Maybe they're changing their tune now, but for multiple months we were submitting those bugs, right? Like semi-analysis, right? Like what the fuck? Like why are we submitting those bugs, right? Because they only cared about their biggest customers, and so they shipped them a private image, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, but I am just using PyTorch, publicly available library. They don't care about that, right? So they're getting better, but I think AMD is not possible. Intel's obviously in dire straits right now, and needs to be saved somehow. Very important for national security, for American
Can you explain the obviously? So why are they in dire straits?
Going back to earlier, only 3 companies in R&D, right? Taiwan, Hsinchu, Samsung, Pyongyang, and Intel from Hillsboro. Samsung's doing horribly, Intel's doing horribly. We could be in a world where there's only one company that can do R&D. And that one company already manufactures most of the chips. They've been gaining market share anyways, but that's a critical thing, right? So what happens to Taiwan means the rest of the world's semiconductor industry is more tech. relies on Taiwan, right? And that's obviously precarious. As far as like Intel, they've been steadily declining. They were on top of servers and PCs, but now Apple's done the M1, and Nvidia's releasing a PC chip, and Qualcomm's releasing a PC chip, and in servers, hyperscalers are all making their own ARM-based server chips, and Intel has no AI silicon like wins, right? They have very small wins, and they never got into mobile because they said no to the iPhone. And like, all these things have compounded and they've lost their process technology leadership, right? They were ahead for 20 years, and now they're behind by at least a couple years, right? And they're trying to catch back up, and we'll see if like their 18A, 14A strategy works out, where they try and leapfrog TSMC. But like, and Intel's just like losing tons of money anyways, right? And they just fired their CEO, even though the CEO was the only person who understood the company well, right? We'll see. He was not the best, but he was pretty good, relatively technical guy.
Where does Intel make most of its money? CPUs.
PCs and data center CPUs, yeah. But data center CPUs are all going cloud, and Amazon, Microsoft, Google are making ARM-based CPUs. And then PC side, AMD's gained market share. Nvidia's launching a chip. That's not going to be a success, right? MediaTek, Qualcomm have launched chips. Apple's doing well, right? Like they could get squeezed a little bit in PC. Although PC generally, I imagine, will just stick Intel mostly for this side.
Let's talk about the broad AI race. Who do you think wins? We talked about Google.
The default leader has been Google because of their infrastructure advantage.
Well, like in the news, OpenAI is
They're the leading in
They have the best model.
They have the best model that you can use, and they're
They have the most AI revenue.
OpenAI is winning.
So who's making money on AI right now? Is anyone making money?
So accounting profit-wise, Microsoft is making money, but they're spending a lot of CapEx, right? You know, that gets depreciated over years. Meta is making tons of money from the recommendation system, which is AI, but not with Obama, right? Obama's losing money for sure, right? I think Anthropic and OpenAI are obviously not making money because otherwise they would be raising money, right? They have to raise money to build more, right? Although theoretically they are making money, right? Like you spend a few $100 million on GP4 and it's doing billions of revenue. So like obviously it's like, although they had to continue to research to get the compute efficiency with, right, and move down the curve to like that 1200x that has been achieved for GPT-3. You know, maybe we're only at like a couple 100x now, but the GPT-4 Turbo and 4.0, and there'll be another one probably cheaper than GPT-4.0 even that comes out at some point.
And that research costs a lot of money.
Yep, exactly.
That's the thing that I guess is not talked about with the cost. That when you're referring to the cost of the model, it's not just the training or the test runs; it's the actual research, the manpower.
Yeah, to do things like reasoning. Right now that exists, they're going to scale it. They're going to do a lot of research. So I think people focus on the payback question, but it's really easy to like just be like, well, like GDP is humans and industrial capital, right? And if you can make intelligence cheap, you can go a lot, right? It's a sort of dumb way to explain it, but that's sort of what basically the investment thesis is. I think only Nvidia is actually making tons of money, and other hardware vendors. The hyperscalers are all on paper making money, but in reality, they're like spending a lot more on purchasing the GPUs, which you don't know if they're still going to make this much money on each GPU in 2 years, right? You don't know if all of a sudden OpenAI goes kapoof, and now Microsoft has like hundreds of thousands of GPUs they were renting to OpenAI that they paid for themselves with their investment. That no longer have a customer, right? Like this is always a possibility. I don't believe that, right? I think OpenAI will keep raising money. I think others will keep raising money because the investments, the returns from it are going to be eventually huge once we have AGI.
So do you think multiple companies will get?
I don't think it's winner take all.
Okay, so it's not called AGI, whatever. It's like a single day. It's a gradual
AI, super powerful AI.
but it's a gradually increasing set of features that you use for it.
Rapidly increasing.
Rapidly increasing set of features. So you're saying a lot of companies will be. It just seems absurd that all of these companies are building gigantic data centers.
There are companies that will benefit from AI, but not because they train the best model. Like Meta has so many avenues to benefit from AI in all of their services. People are there. People spend time on Meta's platforms, and it's a way to make more money per user per hour.
Yeah, it seems like Google X/XAI/Tesla, important to say, Meta will benefit not directly from the AI like the LLMs, but from the intelligence, like the additional boost of intelligence to the product they already sell. So whether that's the recommendation system, or for Elon, who's been talking about Optimus, the robot, potentially the intelligence of the robot. And then you have personalized robots in the home, that kind of thing. He thinks it's a $10 plus trillion business, which
At some point, maybe. I don't know if it's not soon, but who knows? That's what robotics is. Let's do a TAM analysis, right? 8 billion humans, let's get 8 billion robots, right? And let's pay them the average salary. And there we go, 10 trillion. More than 10 trillion.
yeah, I mean, if there's robots everywhere, why does it have to be just 8 billion robots?
Yeah. I'm gonna have like one robot. You're gonna have like 20.
Yeah, I mean, I see use case to that. So yeah, so I guess the benefit would be in the products themselves, which is why OpenAI is in a trickier position.
All of the value of OpenAI right now as a brand is in ChatGPT. And there is actually not that, for most users, there's not that much of a reason that they need OpenAI to be spending billions and billions of dollars on the next best model when they can just license Llama 5 and Herbie Wait. So that's kind of like ChatGPT is an extremely valuable entity for them. But like they can make more money just off that.
The chat application is clearly like does not have tons of room to configure, right? Like the standard chat, right, where you're just using it for random questions and stuff, right? The cost continues to collapse. It's the latest one, biggest, but it's going to get supported by ads, right? Like Meta already serves 405B, probably loses the money, but at some point, they're going to get the models are going to get so cheap that they can just serve them for free with ads, right? And that's what Google's going to be able to do. And that's obviously they've got a bigger reach, right? So the chat is not going to be the only use case. It's like these reasoning, code, agents, computer use, all this stuff is where OpenAI has to actually go to make money in the future. Otherwise, they can place.
But X, Google, and Meta have these other products. So isn't it likely that OpenAI and Anthropic disappear eventually?
Unless they're so good at models, as they are.
But it's such a cutting edge. I mean, yes,
Depends on what you think AI capabilities are.
You have to keep winning.
Yes.
You have to keep winning as you climb. Even if the AI capabilities are going super rapidly, awesome in the direction of AGI, like there's still a boost for X in terms of data, Google in terms of data, Meta in terms of data, in terms of other products, and money. Like there's this huge amount of
The
money.
whole idea is human data is kind of tapped out. We don't care. We all care about self-play, verifiable.
Yes, that's a place.
AWS does not make a lot of money on each individual machine. And the same can be said for the most powerful AI platform, which is even though the calls for API are so cheap, there's still a lot of money to be made by owning that platform. And there's a lot of discussions as it's the next compute layer.
You have to believe that, and there's a lot of discussions that tokens, tokenomics, and LLM APIs are the next layer or the next paradigm for the economy, kind of like energy and oil was. But there's also like you have to sort of believe that APIs and chat are not where AI is stuck, right? It is actually just tasks and agents and robotics and computer use. And those are the areas where all the value will be delivered, not API, not chat application.
Right? Is it possible you have it all becomes a commodity and you have the very thin wrapper like Perplexity? Sure.
There are a lot of rappers making a lot of money.
Yeah, so but do you think it's possible that people would just even forget what OpenAI and Anthropic is and just because there'll be wrappers around the API and it just dynamic.
If model progress is not rapid, yeah, it's becoming a commodity, right? GPT-3 shows this, but also the GPT-3 chart earlier chart showed this, right? Llama 3B is 1200x cheaper than GPT-3. Any GPT-3, like anyone whose business model was GPT-3 level capabilities is dead. Anyone whose business model is GPT-4 level capabilities is dead.
It is a common saying that the best businesses being made now are ones that are predicated on models getting better.
Right? Which would be like wrappers, things that is riding the way with the models.
In the short term, the company that can make the most money is the one that figures out what advertising targeting method works for language model generations. We have the meta ads, which are hyper targeted in feed, not within specific pieces of content. But we have search ads that are used by Google and Amazon. It's been rising a lot in search. But within a piece, within a return from ChatGPT, it is not clear how you get get a high quality placed ad within the output. And if you can do that with model costs coming down, you can get super high revenue. Like that revenue is totally untapped and it's not technically housed.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the ad size innovation that Google did. The one day you'll have in GPT output an ad, and that's going to make like billions.
And it could be very slow. It could be in conversation. We have voice mode now. It could be some way of making it so the voice introduces certain things. It's much harder to measure, and it takes imagination to do.
And it wouldn't be so shady. It wouldn't come off shady, so that you would receive public blowback. That kind of thing. So you have to do it loud enough to where it's clear as an ad. And balance all that. So that's the open question they're trying to solve. Anthropic, OpenAI, they need to.
They may not say.
I don't think they care about that.
They don't care about it right now. I think their Perplexity are experimenting on that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, for sure.
Like Perplexity, Google, Meta care about this. I think OpenAI and Anthropic are purely laser focused on
AGI.
Yeah, the agents and AGI. And if I build AGI, I can make tons of money, right? Or I can pay for everything, right? This is it's just predicated like back on the like export control thing, right? If you think AGI is 5-10 years away or less, right? These labs think it's 2-3 years away. Obviously, your actions are, if you assume they're rational actors, which they are mostly, what you do in a 2-year AGI versus 5-year versus 10 years, very, very, very different, right?
Do you think agents are promising? We have to talk about this. This is like the excitement of the year. The agents ago. This is a generic hype term that a lot of business folks are using. AI agents are going to revolutionize everything.
Okay, so mostly the term agent is obviously overblown. We've talked a lot about reinforcement learning as a way to train for verifiable outcomes. Agents should mean something that's open-ended and is solving a task independently on its own and able to adapt to uncertainty. There's a lot of the term agent applied to things like Apple Intelligence, which we still don't have after the last WWDC, which is orchestrating between apps. And that sort of tool use thing is something that language models can do well. Apple Intelligence, I suspect, will come eventually. It's a closed domain. It's your messages app integrating with your photos, with AI in the background. That will work. That has been described as an agent by a lot of software companies to get into the narrative. Yeah. The question is, what ways can we get language models to generalize to new domains and solve their own problems in real time? Maybe some tiny amount of training when they're doing this, or fine-tuning themselves, or in context learning, which is the idea of storing information in a prompt, and you can use learning algorithms to update that. And whether or not you believe that that is going to actually generalize to things like me saying, book my trip to go to Austin in 2 days, I have XYZ constraints, and actually trusting it. There's an HCI problem, come back for information.
Well, what's your prediction there? Because my gut says we're very far away from that.
I think OpenAI's APP, I don't know if you've seen the 5 levels, right? Where it's chat is level 1, reasoning is level 2, and then agents is level 3, and I think there's a couple more levels, but it's important to note, right? We were in chat for a couple years, right? We just theoretically got to reasoning. We'll be here for a year or 2, right? And then agents, but at the same time, like people can try like approximate capabilities of the next level, but the agents are doing things autonomously, doing things for minutes at a time, hours at a time, etc. Right? Reasoning is doing things for tens of seconds at a time, right? And then coming back with an output that's going to verify and check out, right? And the biggest problem is, of course, like it's the same thing with manufacturing, right? Like there's the whole Six Sigma thing, right? Like how many 9s do you get, and then you compound the 9s onto each other, and it's like if you multiply, by the number of steps that are Six Sigma, you get to, a yield or something, right? So like in semiconductor manufacturing, tens of thousands of steps, 9999999 is not enough, right? Because you multiply that many times, you actually end up with like 0% yield, right? Really low yield, or 0. And it's the same thing with agents, right? Like chaining tasks together each time. LLMs, even the best LLMs in particularly pretty good benchmarks, don't get 100%, right? They get a little bit below that because there's a lot of noise. And so, how do you get to enough nines, right? It's the same thing with self-driving. We can't have self-driving because without it being like super geofenced like Google's, right? Then they have a bunch of teleoperators to make sure it doesn't stop, right? But you can't do that because it doesn't have enough nines.
And self-driving has quite a lot of structure because roads have rules. It's well defined. There's regulation. When you're talking about computer use for the open web, for example, or the open operating system, like it's a mess. So like the possibility, I'm always skeptical of any system that is tasked with interacting with the human world. Open, messy
That's the
human.
thing. If we can't get intelligence that's enough to solve the human world on its own, we can create infrastructure like the human operators for Waymo over many years that enables certain workflows.
There is a company, I don't remember what it is, but that's literally their pitch is, yeah, we're just going to be the human operator with agents. You just call us and we fix it. So it's like an API call. That's hilarious.
There's going to be teleoperation markets when we get human robots, which is there's going to be somebody around the world that's happy to fix the fact that it can't finish loading my dishwasher when I'm unhappy with it, but that's just going to be part of the Tesla service package.
I'm just imagining like an AI agent talking to another AI agent. One company has an AI agent that specializes in helping other AI agents.
And if you can make things that are good at one step, you can stack them together. So that's why if it takes a long time, we're going to build infrastructure that enables it. You see the operator launch. They have partnerships with sites, with DoorDash, with OpenTable, with things like this. Those partnerships are going to let them climb really fast. The balls get really good at those things. Proof of concept, that might be a network effect where more companies want to make it easier for AI. Some companies will be like, no, let's put blockers in place. And this is the story of the internet we've seen. We see it now with training data for language models where companies are like, no, you have to pay. Like, business working it out.
That said, I think like airlines have and hotels have high incentive to make their site work really well, and they usually don't. Like if you look at how many clicks it takes to order an airplane ticket, it's insane.
You actually can't call an American Airlines agent anymore. They don't have a phone number.
It's horrible on the interface fund and all. To imagine that agents will be able to deal with that website when I, as a human, struggle. Like I have an existential crisis every time I try to book an airplane ticket. That I don't. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to build an AI agent that's robust.
Well, like United has accepted the Starlink term. They have to provide Starlink for free, and the users are going to love it. What if one airline is, we're going to take a year, we're going to make our website have white text that works perfectly for the AIs. Every time anyone asks about an AI flight, they buy whatever airline it is.
Or like they just like, here's an API and it's only exposed to AI agents, and if anyone queries it, the price is 10% higher. And for any flight, we'll let you see any of our flights, and you can just book any of them. Here you go, agent. And then it's like, oh, then I made 10% higher price. Awesome. And like, am I willing to say that for like, hey, book me a flight to Sea Legs, right? Like, yeah, whatever. I think computers and real world and the open world are really, really messy. But if you start defining the problem in narrow regions, people are going to be able to create very, very productive things, and ratchet down cost massively, right? Like, crazy things like, robotics in the home, those are going to be a lot harder to do, just like self-driving, right? Because there's just a billion different variables, right? But like agents that can like navigate a certain set of websites and do certain sets of tasks, or like look at your take a photo of your groceries, your fridge, or like upload your recipes, and then like it figures out what to order from Amazon/Whole Foods food delivery. Like that's going to be like pretty quick and easy to do it. So it's going to be a whole range of like business outcomes. It's going to be tons of sort of optimism around people can just figure out ways to do it.
To be clear, these sandboxes already exist in research. There are people who have built clones of all the most popular websites of Google, Amazon, blah, 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 to make it so that there's AI probably has them internally to train these things. It's the same as DeepMind's robotics team for years has had clusters for robotics where you interact with robots fully remotely. They just have a lab in London and you send tasks to it and arrange the blocks and you do this research. Obviously there's techs there that fix stuff, but we've turned these crates of automation before. You go from sandbox to progress, and then you add one more domain at a time. generalize. In the history of NLP and language processing, instruction tuning and tasks per language model used to be one language model did one task. And then in the instruction tuning literature, there's this point where you start adding more and more tasks together, where it just starts to generalize to every task. And we don't know where on this curve we are. For reasoning with this RL and verifiable domains, we're early, but we don't know where the point is where you just start training on enough domains and poof, like more domains just start working and you cross the generalization barrier.
Well, what do you think about the programming context? So software engineering, that's where I personally and a lot of people interact with AI most.
There's a lot of fear names too for CS students, but there's also that is the area where probably the most AI revenue and productivity gains have come. Whether it be copilots or Cursor or what have you, right? Or just standard Chat GPT, right? Like I know very few programmers who don't have Chat GPT, and actually many of them have the $200 tier because that's what it's so good for, right? I think that in that world, we already see it like SweetBench, and if you looked at the benchmark made by some Stanford students, I wouldn't say it's like really hard, but I wouldn't say it's easy either. I think like it takes someone who's been through at least, a few years of CS or a couple years of programming to do SweetBench well. And the models went from 4% to 60% in like a year, right? And where are they going to go to next year? It's going to be higher. It probably won't be 100% because again, that 9s is like really hard to do. But we're going to get to some point where then we're going to need harder software engineering benchmarks and so on and so forth. But the way that like people think of it now is it's going to do code completion easy. You can do some function generation, you have to review it, great. But really the like software engineering agents I think can be done faster sooner than any other agent because it is a verifiable domain. You can always like unit test or compile, and there's many different regions of like you can inspect the whole code base at once, which no engineer really can. Only the architects can really think about this stuff, the really senior guys, and they can define stuff, and then the agent can execute on this. I think software engineering costs are going to plummet like crazy. And one interesting aspect of that is when software engineering costs are really low, you get very different markets, right? So in the US, you have all these platform SaaS companies, right? Salesforce and so on and so forth, right? In China, no one uses platform SaaS. Everyone just builds their own stack because software engineering is much cheaper in China. Partially because like people, STEM graduates, etc. So it's generally just cheaper to do. And so at the same time, code LLMs have been adopted much less in China because the cost of an engineer there is much lower. But like, what happens when every company can just invent their own business logic like really cheaply and quickly? You stop using platform SaaS, you start building custom tailored solutions, you change them really quickly. Now all of a sudden your business is a little bit more efficient too potentially because you're not dealing with the hell that is like some random platform SaaS company stuff not working perfectly and having to adjust workflows or random business automation cases that aren't necessarily AI required. It's just logic that needs to be built that no one is doing, right? All of these things can all happen faster. I think software, and then the other domain is like industrial, chemical, mechanical engineers suck at coding, right? Just generally, and like their tools, like semiconductor engineers, their tools are 20 years old. All the tools run on XP, including ASML lithography tools, run on Windows XP, right? It's like, and like a lot of the analysis happens in Excel, right? Like it's just like, guys, like you guys can move 20 years forward with all the data you have and gathered and like do a lot better. It's just you need the engineering skills for software engineering to be delivered to the actual domain expert engineers. So I think that's the area where I'm like super duper bullish of generally AI creating value.
The big picture is that I don't think it's going to be a click. We talked to, I think that a really good example of how growth changes is when Meta added stories. So Snapchat was on an exponential, they added stories, it flat. Software engineers, but up and to the right. AI is going to come in, it's probably going to be flat. It's like, it's not like everyone's going to lose their job. It's hard because the supply corrects more slowly, so the number of students is still growing, and I'll correct on a year delay, but the amount of jobs will turn, and then maybe in 20, 40 years, it'll be well down. But in a few years, there'll never be this snap moment where it's like software engineers are useful.
I think also the nature of what it means to be a programmer and what kind of jobs programmers do changes. Because I think there needs to be a human in the loop with everything you've talked about. There's a really important human in that picture of like correcting the code. Like fixing.
Larger than the context.
Yep, and debugging also, like debugging by sort of reading the code, understanding steering the system, like you missed the point, adding more to the prompt, kind of like yes, adding the human.
Designing the perfect Google button. Google's famous for having people design buttons that are so perfect. It's like how is AI going to do that? Like, that is like they can give you all the ideas. Perfect button.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You can call it taste. Humans have one thing humans can do is figure out what other humans enjoy better than AI systems. That's where the preference, you're loading that in, but ultimately humans are the greatest preference generator. That's where the preference comes from.
And humans are actually very good at reading, like judging between two things. This goes back to the core of what early preference tuning is that it's hard to generate a good answer for a lot of problems, but it's easy to see which one is better. And that's how we're using humans for AI now, is judging which one is better, and that's what software engineering could look like. It's the PR review. Here's a few options. What are the here's some potential pros and cons, and they're going to be judges.
I think the thing I would very much recommend is programmers start using AI and embracing that role of the supervisor of the AI system, or like partner of the AI system, versus writing from scratch or not learning coding at all, just generating stuff. And I think there actually has to be a pretty high level of expertise as a programmer to be able to manage increasingly intelligent systems.
I think it's that, and then becoming a domain expert.
Sure. Yeah.
Like seriously, if you go look at aerospace or semiconductors or chemical engineering, everyone is using really crappy platforms, really old software. Like the job of the data scientist is like a joke, right? In many cases, it's very real, but it's like bring what the forefront of human capabilities are to your domain, and like even if the forefront is like from the AI, your domain, you're like at the forefront, right? So it's like you have to be at the forefront of something, and then leverage the like rising tide that is AI for everything else.
Oh yeah, there's so many low hanging fruit everywhere in terms of where software can like help automate a thing or digitize a thing. In the legal system, I mean, that's why Doge is exciting. You know, I mean, I got to hang out with a bunch of the Doge folks, and government is like so old school. It's like begging for the modernization of software, of organizing the data, all this kind of stuff. I mean, in that case, it's by design, because bureaucracy protects centers of power and so on. But software breaks down those barriers, so it hurts those that are holding on to power, but ultimately benefits humanity. So there's a bunch of domains of that kind. One thing we didn't fully finish talking about is open source. So first of all, congrats. You released a new model.
Yeah.
Tulu.
I'll explain what a Tulu is. A Tulu is a hybrid camel, and you create a dromedary with a back Bactrian camel. Back in the early days after ChatGPT, there was a big wave of models coming out, like alpaca, vicuna, etc., that were all named after various mammalian species. So Tulu the brand is multiple years old, which comes from that. And we've been playing at the frontiers of post-training with open source code. And this first part of this release was in the fall, where we built on llamas, open models, open weight models, and then we added fully open code or fully open data. There's a popular benchmark that is Chatbot Arena, and that's generally the metric by which how these chat models are evaluated. And it's humans compare random models from different organizations. And if you looked at the leaderboard in November, December, among the top 60 models from 10s, 20s organizations, none of them had open code or data for just post-training. Among that, even fewer or none have pre-training data and code available, but post-training is much more accessible at this time. It's still pretty cheap and you can do it. And the thing is, like, how high can we push this number where people have access to all the code and data? So that's kind of the motivation of the project. Drawing lessons from Llama, NVIDIA had a Nematron model where the recipe for their post-training was fairly open with some data and a paper that's putting all these together to try to create a recipe that people can fine-tune models like GPT-4 to their domain.
So to be clear, in the case of Tool, if you can talk about all of it too, but in the case of Tool, you're taking Llama 3, 4, 5B.
Tulu has been a series of recipes for post-training. We've done multiple models over years.
Yeah. And so you're open sourcing everything.
Yeah, if you start with an open weight based model, the like whole model technically is an open source. You don't know what llama put into it, which is why we have a separate thing that we'll get to. But it's just getting parts of the pipeline where people can zoom in and customize. I know I hear from startup businesses that are okay, like I take this post training and try to apply it to my domain. We talk about verifiers a lot. We use this idea, which is reinforcement learning verifiable domain rewards, RLVR, kind of similar to RLHF, and we applied it to math. And the model today, which is we applied it to the Llama 405B base model from last year, and we have our other stuff. We have our instruction tuning and preference tuning, but the math thing is interesting, which is like it's easier to improve this math benchmark. The benchmark MATH math, all capitals. Tough name, and the benchmark name is the area that you're evaluating. We're researching. We're not brand strategists. And this is something the DeepSeek paper talked about as well. It's like at this bigger model, it's easier to elicit powerful capabilities with this RL training, and then they distill it down from that big model to the small model. And this model we released today, we saw the same thing. If we're at AI2, we don't have a ton of compute. We can't train 405B models all the time, so we just did a few runs, and they tend to work. And it's like it just shows that there's a lot of room for people to play in these things, and they crush the llamas absolutely. Like they're way better than it. Yeah, so our eval numbers, I mean, have extra months in this, but our eval numbers are much better than the llama instruct model they released.
And you also said better than DeepSeek V3.
Yeah, on our eval benchmark. The most DeepSeek V3 is really similar. We have a safety benchmark to understand if it will say harmful things and things like that, and that's what draws down most of the way. It's like an amalgamation of multiple benchmarks. Yeah, so we have a 10 evaluate. This is standard practice in post training. You choose your evaluation you care about. In academics and smaller labs, you'll have fewer evaluations. In companies, you'll have a really one domain that you care about. In frontier labs, you'll have 10s, 20s to maybe like 100 evaluations of specific things. So we choose a representative suite of things that look like chat, precise instruction following, which is like respond only in emojis, like does the model follow weird things like that, math, code, and you create a suite like this. So safety would be one of 10 in that type of suite. Where you have, what does the broader community of AI care about? And for example, in comparison to DeepSeek, it would be something like our average eval for our model would be 80, including safety, and similar without. And DeepSeek would be like 79% average score without safety, and their safety score would bring it down.
So you beat them even ignoring safety.
Yeah, so this is something that internally, it's like I don't want to win only by like how you shape the eval benchmark. So if there's something that's like people may or may not care about safety in the model, safety can come downstream. Safety can be when you host the model for an API. Like safety is addressed in the spectrum of limitations of AI applications. So it's like if you want to say that you have the best recipe, you can't just gate it on these things that some people might not want. And this is going to, it's like the time of progress. We benefit if we release a model later. We have more time to learn new techniques, like this RL technique. We started this in the fall. It's now really popular with reasoning models. The next thing to do for open source post training is to scale up verifiers, to scale up data to replicate some of the DeepSeek results. And it's awesome that we have a paper to draw on, and it makes it a lot easier. And that's the type of things that is going on among academic and closed frontier research in AI.
Since you're pushing open source, what do you think is the future of it? Do you think DeepSeek actually changes things since it's open source, or open way, or is pushing the open source movement into the open direction?
This goes very back to the license discussion. So DeepSeek R1 with a friendly license is a major reset. So it's like the first time that we've had a really clear frontier model that is open weights and with a commercially friendly license with no restrictions, use cases, dedicated distillation, whatever. This has never been the case at all in the history of AI in the last few years since ChatGPT. There have been models that are off the frontier or models with weird licenses that you can never use that.
So is it Meta? Is license pretty much permissible except with my companies?
And there's also, so this goes to like what open source AI is, which is there's also use case restrictions in the Llama license, which says you can't use it for specific things. So if you come from an open source software background, you would say that that is not an open source license.
What kind of things are those?
At this point, I can't pull them off the top of my head. But it'll be like
competitor.
it used to be military use was one. They removed that for scale. It'll be like CSAM, like child abuse material, or like that's the type of thing that is forbidden there. But that's enough from an open source background to say it's not open source license. And also the llama license has this horrible thing where you have to name your model llama if you touch it to the llama model. So it's like a branding thing. So if a company uses llama, technically the license says that they should say built with llama at the bottom of their application. And from like a marketing perspective, that just hurts. Like I can suck it up as a researcher. I'm like, oh, it's fine. Like it says llama dash on all of our materials for this release. But this is why we need truly open models, which is we don't know DeepSeek R1's data. But
Wait, so you're saying I can't make a cheap copy of llama and pretend it's mine, but I can do this with the Chinese one, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
that's what I'm saying, and that's why it's like we want this whole open language models thing, the OLMO thing, is to try to keep the model where everything is open with the data as close to the hardware as possible. So we're compute constrained, we're personnel constrained, we rely on getting insights from people. Like John Schulman tells us to do our own outputs. Like we can make these big jumps, but it just takes a long time to push the frontier of open source. And fundamentally, I would say that that's because open source AI does not have the same feedback loops as open source software. We talked about open source software for security. Also, is just because you build something once and you can reuse it. If you go to a new company, there's so many benefits. But if you open source a language model, you have this data sitting around, you have this training code. It's not like that easy for someone to come and build on and improve. You need to spend a lot on compute. You need to have expertise. So until there are feedback loops of open source AI, it seems like mostly an ideological mission. People like Mark Zuckerberg are just like, America needs this. And I agree with him, but in the time where the motivation ideologically is high, we need to capitalize and build this ecosystem around what benefits do you get from seeing the language model data. And there's not a lot about that. We're going to try to launch a demo soon where you can look at a HOMO model in a query and see what pre-training data is. It's like legally risky and complicated, but it's like, what does it mean to see the data that the AI was trained on? It's hard to parse. It's terabytes of files. It's like, I don't know what I'm going to find in there. But that's what we need to do as an ecosystem if people want open source AI to be financially useful.
We didn't really talk about Stargate. I would love to get your opinion on like what the new administration, the Trump administration, everything that's being done from the America side in supporting AI infrastructure and the efforts of the different AI companies. What do you think about Stargate? What are we supposed to think about Stargate? And does Sam have money?
Yeah, so I think Stargate is a opaque thing. It definitely doesn't have $500 billion. It doesn't even have $100 billion, right? So what they announced is this $500 billion number. Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Trump said it. They thanked Trump, and Trump did do some executive actions that like do significantly improve the ability for this to be built faster. One of the executive actions he did is on federal land, you can just basically build data centers with power. Like pretty much like that. And then the permitting process is basically gone, or you can file after the fact. So like one of the, again, like I had a schizo take earlier, another schizo take. If you've ever been to the city of in San Francisco, beautiful area. You could build a power plant and a data center there if you wanted to. Because it is federal land. It used to be military. But obviously this is like it's getting bit. Anyways, Trump has made it much easier to do this, right? Generally, Texas has the only unregulated grid in the nation as well.
Let's go Texas.
And so, therefore, like ERCOT enables people to build faster as well. In addition, the federal regulations are coming down. And so, Stargate is predicated. This is why that whole show happened. Now, how they came up with a $500 billion number is beyond. How they came up with a $100 billion number makes sense to some extent, right? And there's actually a good table in here that I would like to show. In that Stargate piece that I had, it's the most recent one. Yeah. So anyways, Stargate, it's basically right. Like there is, it's a table about cost. There, you passed it already. It's that one. So this table is kind of explaining what happened here. So Stargate is in Abilene, Texas, the first $100 billion of it. That site is 2.2 gigawatts of power in, about 1.8 gigawatts of power consumed, right? Per GPU, they have like roughly, Oracle is already building the first part of this before Stargate came out. So clearly they've been building for a year. They tried to rent it to Elon in that, right? Elon was like, it's too slow, I need it faster, so then he went and did his mechanism. And so OpenAI was able to get it with this like weird joint venture called Stargate. They initially signed a deal with just Oracle for the first section of this cluster, right? This first section of this cluster, right, is roughly $5 billion to $6 billion of server spend, right? And then there's another billion or so of data center spend. But and then likewise, like if you fill out that entire 1.8 gigawatts with the next two generations of NVIDIA's chips, GB200, GB300, VR200, and you fill it out completely, that ends up being roughly $50 billion of server costs, right? Plus there's data center costs, plus maintenance costs, plus operation costs, plus all these things. And that's where OpenAI gets to their $100 billion announcement that they have, right? Because they talked about $100 billion is phase one. That's this Abilene, Texas data center, right? $100 billion of total cost of ownership, quote unquote, right? So it's not capex, it's not investment, it's $100 billion of total cost of ownership. And then there will be future phases. They're looking at other sites that are even bigger than this 2.2 gigawatts, by the way, in Texas and elsewhere. And so they're not, completely ignoring that, but there is the number of $100 billion that they say is phase one, which I do think will happen. They don't even have the money for that. Furthermore, it's not $100 billion; it's $50 billion of spend, right? And then like $50 billion for operational cost, power, etc., rental pricing, etc. Because they're renting it. OpenAI is renting the GPUs from the Stargate joint venture, right? What money do they actually have, right? SoftBank is going to invest. Oracle is going to invest. OpenAI is on the line for $19 billion. Everyone knows that they've only got $6 billion in their last round and $4 billion in debt. So, but there's like news of like SoftBank maybe investing $25 billion into it, right? So that's part of it, right? So $19 billion can come from there. So OpenAI does not have the money out, right? To be clear, ink is not dried out anything. OpenAI has $0 for this $50 billion, right? In which they're legally obligated to put $19 billion of capex or into the joint venture, and then the rest they're going to pay via renting the GPUs from the joint venture. And then there's Oracle. Oracle has a lot of money. They're building the first section completely. They were spending for themselves, right? This $6 billion of capex, $10 billion of TCO. But they were going to do that first section. They're paying for it, right? As far as the rest of the section, I don't know how much Larry wants to spend, right? At any point he can pull out, right? Like this is again, it's like completely voluntary. So at any point, there's no signed ink on this, right? But he potentially could contribute tens of billions of dollars, right? But he's got the money. Oracle's got the money. And then there's like NGX, which is the UAE fund, which technically has $1.5 trillion for investing in AI. But again, like I don't know how real that money is, and like there is no ink signed for this. SoftBank does not have $25 billion of cash. They have to sell down their stake in ARM, which is the leader in CPUs, and they IPO'd it. This is obviously what they've always wanted to do. They just didn't know when they'd redeploy the capital. Selling down the stake in ARM makes a ton of sense, so they can sell that down and invest in this if they want to, and invest in OpenAI if they want to. As far as like money secured, the first 100,000 GB200 cluster is like defunded. Everything else after that is up in the air. Money's coming. I believe the money will come. I personally do.
It's a belief. Okay.
It's a belief that they are going to release better models and be able to release models.
Yeah.
Right? But like the actual reality is that Elon's right. There is the money does not exist. Right?
What does the U.S. government do with it? Well, what does Trump have to do with it? He's just a hype man?
Trump is reducing the regulations so they can build it faster, right? And he's allowing them to do it, right? Like any investment of this size is going to involve like interest, right? Like, so obviously he's going to allow them to do it. He's going to enable the regulations to actually allow it to be built. I don't believe there's any U.S. government dollars spent on this.
Yeah, so I think he's also just creating a general vibe that this is regulation will go down and this is the era of building. So if you're a builder, you want to create stuff, you want to launch stuff, this is how to do it.
And so like we've had this 1.8 gigawatt data center in our data for over a year now, and we've been like sort of sending it to all of our clients, including many of these companies that are building the multi-gigawatts. But that is like at a level that's not quite maybe executives like seeing $500 billion, $100 billion, and then everyone's asking them like, so it could spur like another like an even faster arms race, right? Because there's already an arms race, but like this like $100 billion, $500 billion number, Trump talking about it on TV, like it could spur the arm race to be even faster, and more investors to flood in, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're right, is that in that sense that OpenAI or sort of Trump is sort of like championing people are going to build more, and his actions are going to let people do.
What are you excited about these several years that are upcoming in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of breakthroughs in AI, like the best possible future you can imagine in the next couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years? What does that look like? Just it could be very specific technical things like breakthroughs on post training, or it could be just size, big,
Yeah, I mean, it's
impressive clusters.
I really enjoy tracking supply chain and like who's involved in what.
Yeah.
I really do. It's really fun to see like the numbers, the cost, who's building what capacity, helping them figure out how much capacity we should build, when deals, strategic stuff. That's really cool. I think technologically, there's a lot around the networking side that really excites me. With optics and electronics, right? Like kind of getting closer and closer, whether it be co-packaged optics or some sort of like forms of switching.
This is internal to cluster.
Yeah. Also, multi-data center training, right? Like, there's people putting so much fiber between these data centers and lighting it up with so many, with so much bandwidth that there's a lot of interesting stuff happening on that end, right? Telecom has been really boring since 5G, and now it's like really exciting again.
Can you educate me a little bit about the speed of things? So, the speed of memory versus the speed of interconnect versus the speed of fiber between data centers. Are these like orders of magnitude different? Can we at some point converge towards a place where it all just feels like one computer?
No, I don't think that's possible. Right? It's only gonna get harder to move, not easier.
Okay.
It's only gonna get more difficult, complicated, and more layers, right? The general image that people like to have is like this hierarchy of memory. So on chip is really close, localized within the chip, right? You have registers, right? Those are shared between some compute elements, and then you have caches, which are shared between more compute elements. Then you have like memory, right? Like HBM or DRAM, like DDR memory, whatever it is, and that's shared between the whole chip. And then you can have pools of memory that are shared between many chips, right? And then storage and keep zoning out, right? The access latency across data centers, within the data center, within a chip is different. So like you're always going to have different programming paradigms for this. It's not going to be easy. Programming this stuff is going to be hard to do, right? With programming this, but the way to think about it is that like there's sort of like the more elements you add to a task, you don't get strong scaling, right? If I double the number of chips, I need 2x performance, right? This is just like a reality of computing because there's inefficiencies, and there's a lot of interesting work being done to make it not, to make it more linear, whether it's making the chips more networked together more tightly, or cool programming models, or cool algorithmic things that you can do on the model side, right? DeepSeek did some of these really cool innovations because they were limited on interconnect, but still needed to parallelize, right? Like all sorts of, everyone's always doing stuff. Google's got a bunch of work, and everyone's got a bunch of work about this. That stuff is super exciting on the model and workload and innovation side, right? Hardware, solid-state transformers are interesting, right? For the power side, there's all sorts of stuff on batteries. There's all sorts of stuff on, I think when you look at every layer of the compute stack, right? There goes from lithography and etch all the way to like fabrication, to like optics, to networking, to power, to transformers, to cooling, to the networking, and you just go on up and up and up and up the stack. Even air conditioners for data centers are like innovating, right? Like it's like there's like copper cables are innovating, right? Like you wouldn't think it, but copper cables there's some innovations happening there with like the density of how you can pack them. Like it's like all of these layers of the stack, all the way up to the models. Human progress is at a pace that's never been seen.
I was just imagining you sitting back in a layer somewhere with everyone monitoring the supply chain, where all these clusters with all the information together. I mean, you do
There's a big team.
I mean, you do quite incredible work with analysis, and just keeping your finger on the pulse of human civilization in the digital world. Pretty cool. Like just to watch, feel that.
Thank you. I guess
Feel all of us like doing shit, epic shit. I mean, from meme to like reality. Is there like breakthroughs that you're like looking forward to potentially?
a while to think about this. Beautiful response.
So I knew this was coming, and it's like, realistically, training models is very fun because there's so much living fruit. And the thing that makes my job entertaining is train models. I've write analysis about what's happening with models. And it's fun because there is obviously so much more progress to be had. And the real motivation why I do this, like somewhere where I can share things, is that there's just, I don't trust people that are like, trust me, bro, we're gonna make AI good. Like, we're the ones that it's like, we're gonna do it and you can trust us and we're just gonna have all the AI. And it's just like, I would like a future where more people have a say in what AI is and can understand it. And that's, it's a little bit less fun, that it's not a like positive thing. I'm like, this is just all really fun. Training models is fun and bring people in is fun, but it's really like AI is going to be the most powerful technology of my lifetime. It's like, we need to have a lot of people involved in making that, and
making it open helps with that. As accessible as possible, as open as possible with that.
in my read in the last few years is that more openness would help the AI ecosystem in terms of having more people understand what's going on, whether that's researchers from non-AI fields to governments to everything. It doesn't mean that openness will always be the answer. I think that they'll reassess of like what is the biggest problem facing AI and tack on a different angle to the wild ride that we're on.
And for me, just from the user experience, anytime you have the coffee set, the aha moments, like the magic, like seeing the reasoning, the chain of thought, it's like there's something really just fundamentally beautiful about that. It's putting a mirror to ourselves and seeing like, oh shit, it is solving intelligence is the cliche like goal of these companies is you get to understand why we humans are special. The intelligence within us is special. And for now also why we're special in terms of we seem to be conscious and the AI systems for now aren't. We get to solve, we get to explore that mystery. It's just really cool to get to explore these questions that I would have never imagined would be even possible. Back when, so just watching with excitement, Deep Blue, Big Kasparov, like I wouldn't have ever thought this kind of AI would be possible in my lifetime. It's like this is really feels like AI. It's incredible.
I started with AI of learning to fly a silly algorithm. It's like learn to fly, and it was just like it learned to fly up and hit the ceiling and stop and catch it. It's like, okay, that is like really stupid compared to what's going on now.
And now you could probably, with natural language, tell it to learn to fly. It's going to generate the control algorithm required to do that.
There's low-level blockers and just weird stuff for that. But you can. You definitely
Back to our robotics conversation. Yeah, when you have to interact with actual physical world, what gives you hope about the future of human civilization? Looking into the next 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, how long do you think we'll make it? I think we got 1,000 years?
humans will definitely be around in 1,000 years. There's ways that very bad things can happen with fewer humans, but humans are very good at surviving. There's been a lot of things that is true. I don't think they're necessarily we're good at long-term credit assignment risk, but when the risk becomes immediate, we tend to figure things out. And for that reason, there's physical constraints to things like AGI, recursive improvement to kill us all type stuff. But for the physical reasons and for humans figured things out before, I'm not too worried about an AI takeover. There are other international things that are worrying, but there's just fundamental human goodness and trying to amplify that. Like we're on a tenuous time, and if you look at humanity as a whole, there's been times where things go backwards. There's times when things don't happen at all, and we're on what should be very positive trajectory right now.
Yeah, there seems to be progress, but just like with power, there's like spikes of human suffering. And we want to try to minimize the amount of spikes.
Generally, humanity is going to suffer a lot less, right? I'm very optimistic about that. I do worry of like techno-fascism type stuff arising as AI becomes more and more prevalent and powerful, and those who control it can do more and more. Maybe it doesn't kill us all, but at some point, every very powerful human is going to want a brain-computer interface so that they can interact with the AGI and all of its advantages in many more ways and merge its mind with, sort of like, and its capabilities, or that person's capabilities can leverage those much better than anyone else, and therefore be, it won't be one person rule them all, but it will be, the thing I worry about is there'll be like few people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions of people rule whoever's left, right? And the economy around it, right? And I think that's like the thing that's probably more worrisome is like human machine amalgamation. This enables an individual human to have more impact on the world, and that impact can be both positive and negative, right? Generally, humans have positive impacts on the world, at least societally, but it's possible for individual humans to have such negative impacts. And AGI, at least as I think the labs define it, which is not a runaway sentient thing, but rather just something that can do a lot of tasks really efficiently, amplifies the capabilities of someone causing extreme damage. But for the most part, I think it'll be used for profit-seeking motives, which will increase the abundance and supply of things and therefore reduce suffering. Right? That's the goal.
Scrolling at the timeline, just
Scrolling in spaces. Scrolling holds the status quo of the world. That is a positive outcome, right?
Yeah.
Like if I have food tubes and I'm scrolling and I'm happy, that's a positive outcome.
while expanding out into the cosmos. Well, this is a fun time to be alive, and thank you for pushing the forefront of what is possible in humans. Thank you for talking to me. This is fun. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lemon. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. For a successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations. For nature cannot be fooled. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
My strength lies not in my name, but in the backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry with me the essence of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. When I shake hands with a world leader, it's not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of India. Whenever we speak of peace, the world listens to us. Because India is the land of Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi. And Indians aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace, and wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. My early life was spent in extreme poverty, but we never really felt the burden of poverty. You see, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes will feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes our values. So how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we lived. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing-in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace. Look, regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. The young people follow. No matter how dark the night may seem, it is still just night, and morning is bound to come.
Following is a conversation with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. It was one of the most moving conversations and experiences of my life. Allow me here to say a few words about it. Please skip ahead straight to our conversation if you like. Narendra Modi's life story is incredible. He rose from poverty to lead a nation of 1.4 billion people, the biggest democracy in the world, where he won epic scale elections for Prime Minister 3 times. As a leader, he fought for ideas that unite his nation of India, a nation that is composed of a large number of highly varied and disparate cultures and peoples who have a long history marked by religious, social, and political frictions. He's known for taking decisive, at times controversial actions, for which he's loved by hundreds of millions of people and is also criticized by many. We discuss all of this at length in this conversation. On the world stage, he is respected as a peacemaker and friend by most major world leaders, even those whose nations are at war with each other, from the United States to China, to Ukraine and Russia, to Israel, Palestine, and the Middle East, and everywhere else. Now, at this moment in history, it is clear, at least to me, that the flourishing of human civilization hangs in several wars and the brink of escalation to regional and even global conflict, rising tensions between nuclear powers, technological developments from AI to nuclear fusion that aim to completely transform society and geopolitics as we know it, and, of course, generally increasing political and cultural turmoil. So now, more than ever, we need great leaders, great peacemakers, who build bridges, not destroy them, who may preserve the identity of their nations but still celebrate the common humanity of all of us, all people on earth. For this and many other reasons, this conversation with Prime Minister Modi was one of the most remarkable I've ever had. You may hear such words and think that I'm just enamored by power or access. No, never was, never will be. I do not idolize anyone, especially those in power. I'm generally skeptical of power, money, and fame because of their natural corrupting influence on the mind, the heart, the soul of a person. The whole point of all the conversations I've had in my life, on mic and off mic, is that I try to see and explore the full complexity of every human being, the good and the bad. I believe we're all the same in a deep fundamental sense, all capable, all all carry stories of pain, stories of hope. Whether you're a world leader or a truck driver, a coal miner, or a farmer in the American Midwest. And by the way, I will be talking to a lot of the latter kind of folk this year off mic, and maybe even on mic, as I travel the US and the world. My brief statements here about Narendra Modi are about both him as a leader and especially him as a human being. In the extensive time I spent with him, spoken, off mic and on mic, it was a deeply personal human interaction characterized by warmth, kindness, humor, inner and outer peace, and absolute focus on the conversation between us in the present moment, as if nothing else existed. I have heard from many people that he treats everyone he meets in this empathic way, no matter where they come from or what their position is in this world. So, for those and many other reasons, this really was an incredible experience I will never forget. Oh, and by the way, We make captions and voiceover audio tracks available in English, Hindi, and other languages. You can also listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Rabbi speaks Hindi. Separately, you can choose to turn on subtitles in your preferred language. On YouTube, you can switch between language audio tracks by clicking the settings gear icon, then clicking audio track, and then selecting the language you prefer. For fully English overdub, select English. For fully Hindi overdub, select Hindi. And to listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Mr. Modi speaks Hindi, please select Hindi Black audio track. So you can listen either to a version that's all one language, or to the original mixed language version with subtitles in your preferred language. The default is English overdub. But thanks to 11 Labs and a great team of translators, we do our best to bring the Prime Minister's voice to life with AI voice cloning in English. I promise that we will continue to work very hard to bring down the barriers that language creates and try to make these conversations as accessible as possible to everyone in the world. Anyway, let me pause one more time to say a big thank you for the wild ride this life has been. It's an honor for me to be on it with all of you. I love you all. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. And now, dear friends, here's the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. So I should also say I'm fasting right now. It's been almost 2 days, 45 hours. So just water, no food. In honor of this conversation, just to get in the right mindset, get into the spiritual level. I've read that you often fast for many days. Can you explain why you fast and where does your mind go when you fast?
First of all, I'm truly pleasantly surprised and honored that you're fasting. All the more because it feels like you're fasting as a tribute of respect for me. So I express my deepest gratitude to you for doing this. In India, our religious traditions are actually a way of life. Our Supreme Court once gave a brilliant interpretation of Hinduism. They have stated that Hinduism is not about rituals or methods of worship, but rather it's a way of living, a philosophy that guides life itself. And in our scriptures, there is deep discussion on elevating the body, mind, intellect, soul, and humanity. They outline various paths, traditions, and systems to achieve this. And fasting is one of them. But fasting alone isn't everything. In India, whether you see it culturally or philosophically, sometimes I see that fasting is a way to cultivate discipline. If I put it in simple terms or explain it to the viewers who are unfamiliar with India, it is a powerful tool to bring both the inner and outer self into balance. It shapes life in profound ways. When you fast, you may have noticed, as you said, you've been fasting on water for 2 days. Every single one of your senses, especially smell, touch, and taste, becomes highly sensitive. You may even notice the subtle aroma of water itself, something you probably never noticed before when drinking. If someone walks past you carrying tea, you will catch its aroma just like you would with coffee. A small flower you've seen before, you will see it again today. But now you can perceive its details more vividly. your senses become extra sharp, highly aware, and fully tuned in. And their capability to observe, to respond, multiplies and grows sharper. I have personally often experienced this. Another thing I've experienced is that fasting can greatly accelerate the thinking process and can give a fresh perspective. You start thinking outside the box. I don't know if everyone experiences this, but I certainly do. Most people assume that fasting simply means giving up food or not eating. But that's just the physical aspect of fasting. If someone is forced to go without food due to hardship, with an empty stomach, we call that fasting. Fasting is actually a scientific process. Whenever I fast for an extended period, I prepare my body in advance. For 5 to 7 days before the fast, I follow various Ayurvedic practices and yoga practices, along with other traditional cleansing methods to internally reset my system. Before actually beginning the fast, I make sure to drink a lot of water as much as possible. So you could say that this detoxification process helps prepare my body in the best possible way. And once I begin fasting, for me it's an act of devotion. For me, fasting is a form of self-discipline. For me personally, even while I go about doing my daily activities during the fast, my mind remains deeply introspective and focused inward. And that experience is profoundly transformative for me. My practice of fasting didn't come from reading books, listening to sermons, or following a tradition just because my family happened to have observed it. It came from my own personal experience. During my school days, there was a movement inspired by Mahatma Gandhi's vision, his vision of cow protection. The government had not enacted any laws at the time. At the time, people across the country observed a one-day fast by gathering in public places in silent protest. We were just kids, probably had just finished primary school. Something inside me said I should be part of this. And that was the first time in my life I experienced fasting. At such a young age, I felt neither hunger nor any desire for food. Instead, I felt a new awareness, a surge of energy within me. So I became convinced that fasting is a science, far beyond just skipping meals. It is something far greater than that. Then gradually, I refined my body and mind through various experiments. Over time, it became a long and disciplined journey for me. And one thing is certain, fasting never slows me down. I work just as much as usual. Sometimes I even work more. And another fascinating thing I've noticed is that when I need to express my thoughts, I'm amazed at where they come from and how they flow. It's truly an incredible experience.
So you still do meetings with world leaders, you still manage the affairs of India, you still carry out your role as a leader on the world stage, all fasted, and sometimes 9 days.
Well, this practice has a long historical context. I hope it may be interesting for those listening. There is an ancient tradition in India called Chaturmas. During the monsoon season, we know that the digestion tends to slow down. And so in this season, Many people in India follow the practice of eating only a single meal within 24 hours. For me, this starts around mid-June and goes on until after Diwali, around November. For about 4 to 4.5 months, I follow this tradition of eating only once in 24 hours. Then comes the Navratri festival in India, which usually falls in September or October. During this time, the whole country celebrates Durga Puja, a festival of strength, devotion, and spiritual discipline. This lasts for 9 days. During this time, I completely abstain from food and only drink hot water. Although drinking hot water has always been a part of my daily routine, my past lifestyle was such that I naturally developed this habit over time. Then, in March or April, another Navratri occurs, called Chaitra Navratri. This year, it will likely begin around March 31st. During this 9-day fast, I eat only one specific fruit once a day. So for those 9 days, if let's say I choose papaya, then for all 9 days I won't touch anything else, just papaya. That too, I eat only once a day. That's how I follow my 9-day fasting routine. So there are numerous fasts I keep throughout the year, and this has become a deeply ingrained tradition in my life. Perhaps I can say that I've been following these practices for 50 to 55 years.
Has there been times when you met with a world leader and completely fasted? And maybe what do they think about that? What do they think about your ability to do that kind of thing? And you're right, as you mentioned, that from even my 2 days, my ability to be present, my ability to sense everything, sharply focus on this experience is elevated. But yes, is there stories with a world leader that maybe jump to mind when you were fasted?
Well, most of the time, I don't even let people know about it. It's my personal matter, so I never publicized it. But people gradually started finding out. It became known only after I became chief minister and prime minister. Otherwise, it was purely personal. But now that it's out in the open, I don't mind sharing. If someone asks, I tell them so it might be useful to them. Because it's not my personal property. It's my experience. And if that can help someone, why not share it? After all, my life has always been devoted to the well-being of others. For example, after I became prime minister, I had a bilateral meeting at the White House with President Obama. And he had also arranged a formal dinner. Then, as discussions between the two governments progressed, someone said, "Please join us for dinner." To which another replied, "But the Prime Minister doesn't eat." This left them a bit concerned. How do you host the leader of such a major nation at the White House without serving food? When we sat down, they brought me a glass of hot water. I turned to President Obama and jokingly said, "Look, my dinner has arrived." As I placed the glass in front of me. Later, when I visited again, he still remembered. He smiled and said, "Last time you were fasting. This time we're having lunch. Since you're not fasting, you'll have to eat twice as much."
Let's go to the beginning. You rose from humble beginnings to lead the world's largest democracy. So I think there's a lot of people for whom this is truly inspiring. Uh, your family was of very modest means. You grew up in a one-room house with a mud floor, the whole family living there. Tell me about your childhood. How did those humble beginnings shape your outlook on life?
My birthplace is in Gujarat, specifically in North Gujarat, in Mehsana district, in a small town called Vadnagar. Historically, this town holds great significance. And so, Vadnagar is where I was born and completed my early education. Looking at the world, As I understand it today, I can reflect on my childhood and the unique environment I grew up in. My village had certain fascinating aspects, some of which are quite rare even globally. When I was in school, there was an elder in our village who would regularly tell students, listen kids, wherever you go, if you find a carved stone or you find a stone with inscriptions on it or anything with engraving, bring it and place it in this corner of the school. Over time, my curiosity grew and I started to understand. I realized that my village had a rich and ancient history. Discussions at school often revealed more fascinating details about its past. Later, I learned that China is a film about it. I had read in the newspaper about a film that mentioned the Chinese philosopher Yuan Tsang, who had spent a considerable amount of time in my village, having arrived there many centuries ago. Back then, it was a major center for Buddhist learning. That's how I first learned about it. And perhaps around the 1400s, it was a prominent Buddhist educational hub. There was a victory monument from the 12th century, a temple from the 17th century, and in the 16th century, two sisters, Tana and Riri, who were renowned musicians. As I uncovered these history traces, I grasped the depth of our heritage. So, when I became chief minister, I initiated large-scale excavation projects. The findings from these very projects confirmed that thousands of Buddhist monks had, at one time, studied there. It was a place where Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu traditions coexisted harmoniously. And for us, history wasn't just confined to books. Every stone spoke. Every wall had a story to tell. And so, when we began the large-scale excavation work, we uncovered findings that hold immense historical significance. So far, they have discovered evidence dating back 2,800 years, proving that this city has remained unbroken and eternal for all those 2,800 years. They have discovered solid proof of how its development unfolded over these centuries. Now, an international level museum has been established there, open to visitors, especially for archaeology students. It has become a major area of study. So, the place where I was born holds its own unique historical significance. I see it as my good fortune. Some things in life unfold beyond our understanding. Kashi became my realm of peace. Now, Kashi is also eternal. Kashi, also known as Banaras or Varanasi, is an eternal city that has remained vibrant and alive for centuries. Perhaps it was some divine design that led a boy born in Vadnagar to eventually make Kashi his realm of duty, living in the embrace of Mother Ganga. When I think about my family, my father, my mother, my siblings, my uncles, aunts, grandparents, we all grew up together in a small house. The place we live was likely even smaller than where we are sitting now. There was no window, just a small door. That's where I was born, that's where I grew up. Now, when people talk about poverty, It's natural to discuss it in the context of public life. And by those standards, my early life was spent in extreme poverty, but we never really felt the burden of poverty. You see, someone who is used to wearing fine will feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes in our lives. So, how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we lived. Our mother worked incredibly hard. My father, too. He was extremely hardworking, and he was also extremely disciplined. Every morning around 4 or 4:30 a.m., he would leave the house, walk long distances, visit several temples, and then reach his shop. He wore traditional leather shoes, handmade in the village. The shoes were very tough and sturdy, making a distinct tock, tock, tock sound when he walked. People in the village used to say that they could tell the time just by hearing his footsteps. Oh yes, he would say, Mr. Damodar is on his way. Such was his discipline. He worked tirelessly, late into the night. Our mother too ensured that we never felt the struggles of our circumstances. But despite everything, these challenging circumstances of living in scarcity never left a mark on our minds. I remember in school, the idea of wearing shoes never even crossed my mind. One day while I was on my way to school, I ran into my uncle on the way. He saw me and was surprised. Hey, you go to school like this, without shoes? So at that time, he bought me a pair of canvas shoes and made me wear them. Back then, they must have cost around 10 or 12 rupees. But here's the thing, they were white canvas shoes and they would quickly get stained. So what did I do? In the evening, after school was over, I would stay back for a while. I would go from classroom to classroom, collecting leftover pieces of chalk that the teachers had discarded. I would take the pieces of chalk home, soak them in water, mix them into a paste, and polish my canvas shoes with it, making them bright white again. For me, those shoes were a treasured possession, a symbol of great wealth. And I don't exactly know why, but from childhood, our mother was extremely particular about cleanliness. Perhaps that's where we inherited that habit too. Not sure how I picked up the habit of dressing neatly, but it's been there since childhood. Whatever I wore, I made sure it looked proper. Back then, as you can imagine, we didn't have any arrangement for ironing clothes. So instead, I would heat up water in a copper pot, hold it with tongs, and press my clothes myself. Then I'd head off to school. That's how I lived, and I found joy in it. We never thought about being poor or judged about how others lived or what their struggles were. We lived carefree, enjoying whatever little we had, and kept working hard. Never once did we complain about it. And all these aspects of my life, whether you call it fortune or misfortune, unfolded in such a way in politics that they started coming to light. Because when I was taking my oath as chief minister, TV reporters went to my village, questioned my childhood friends, went to capture videos of my home. That's when people started asking, who is this and what background he's coming from? Before that, very few knew much about my life. That's just how my journey had been. My mother possessed an an innate spirit of caring for others' well-being. It was woven into the very fabric of her being. She possessed knowledge of traditional remedies and healing practices and would treat children with these home remedies. Every morning before sunrise around 5 o'clock, she would start treating them. So all the children and their parents would gather at our home, little children crying, and we had to wake up early because of it. Meanwhile, my mother would continue treating them with care. This spirit of service, in a way, was nurtured through these experiences. A sense of empathy for society, the desire to do good for others. These values were instilled in me from my family. I believe that my life has been shaped by my mother, my father, my teachers, and the environment I grew up in.
There's a lot of young people listening to this that are truly inspired by your story. From those humble beginnings to the leader of the biggest democracy in the world. What can you tell to those young folks who are struggling, who are lost in the world, but trying to find their way? What advice could you give them?
I want to tell all the young people the following. No matter how dark the night may seem, it is still just night, and morning is bound to come. That's why we need patience and self-confidence. Yes, the challenges are real, but I am not defined by my circumstances. I am here for a purpose, sent by a higher power, and I am not alone. The one who sent me is always with me. This unwavering faith should always remain within us. Difficulties are a test of endurance. They are not meant to defeat me. Hardships exist to make me stronger, helping me grow and improve, not to leave me feeling hopeless or discouraged. Personally, I see every crisis, every challenge as an opportunity. So to all young people, I say, have patience. There are no shortcuts in life. At our railway stations, there hangs a sign for those who habitually cross the tracks instead of using the bridge. It reads, shortcut will cut you short. I would tell young people the same, shortcut will cut you short. There are no shortcuts in life. Patience and perseverance are essential. Whatever responsibility we are given, we must pour our heart into it. We should live it with passion, enjoy the journey, and find fulfillment. I truly believe that if this mindset is cultivated, it transforms life. Similarly, abundance alone is not enough. There is no guarantee of success. Even a wealthy person who indulges in comfort and idleness will eventually wither away. Instead, he must decide, yes, I may have resources around me, but I must use my abilities to grow them further. I must contribute more to society with my own strength. Even if I am in a good position, there is still so much more to do. Even if I am not in a good position, there is still so much work to do. That's what I believe. I have also noticed that some people tend to think, I've learned enough, that's it. But one should never let the student in them die. Learning should never stop. I believe that as long as I am alive, I must have a purpose. Perhaps I exist to keep learning, to keep growing. Now, my mother tongue is Gujarati, and we were not very familiar with the Hindi language, nor did we know how to speak it eloquently or communicate effectively. But as a child, I used to sit at my father's tea shop, and at that young age, I got the chance to meet so many people And every time I learned something from them, I observed their ways of speaking, their expressions. These things taught me a lot. Even though I wasn't in a position to apply it then, I thought, if I ever get the chance, why not? Why shouldn't I present myself well? So I believe the desire to learn should always remain alive. And another thing I've observed is that most people dream about achieving something or becoming someone. They set big targets. And when they fall short, they feel disappointed. That's why whenever I get a chance to talk to my friends, I tell them, instead of dreaming about getting and becoming, dream of doing something. If you focus on doing something, and let's say your goal is to reach 10, but you make it to 8, you feel discouraged. You still want to do a 10 with determination. But if your dream is only to become something and it doesn't happen, even your achievements may feel like a burden. That's why we must adjust our mindset in life. Instead of thinking about what I got or didn't get, the mindset should be, what can I give? Because true contentment doesn't bloom on its own. It grows from the depth of what you give.
And I should say that this young kid, one of the things I dream of doing is to do this very thing, to talk to you today. So this is very surreal. At 17, another fascinating part of your life. You left home, spent 2 years roaming in the Himalayas, searching for purpose, for deeper truth, for God. So not much is known about this period of your life. You lived a nomadic, minimalist existence, very much like a yogi, often sleeping without a roof over your head. What are some memorable spiritual moments, rituals, experiences from that time?
It seems like you put in a lot of effort. Look, I don't usually talk much about this, but I can share a few external aspects of it. I grew up in a very small town. Our life was all about being part of a community. We lived among people surrounded by it. That was just how life was. There was a library in the village, and I used to go there often to read books. Whenever I read something from the books, I often found myself feeling inspired, thinking, why shouldn't I shape my own life like that? That desire was always there. When I used to read about Swami Vivekananda or read about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, I would often wonder, how did they live? How did they build such remarkable lives? And for that, I constantly experimented on myself. Most of my experiments were physical in nature, testing my body's limits. For example, where I live, winters weren't too hot, but December nights could get quite cold. But still, at night, the cold would bite. It was natural. So sometimes I would decide to sleep outside in the open with nothing to cover myself, just to see how my body endures the cold. So from a very young age, I would often experiment with my body, and this became a regular thing for me. For me, going to the library, reading extensively, visiting the home, washing the family's clothes, and swimming became part of my routine. Swimming was my main physical activity. All of these things were deeply connected to my life. Later, as I read Vivekananda, I became even more drawn to his teaching. One time I read about Swami Vivekananda. His mother was ill, so he went to Sri Ramakrishna Paramahans for guidance. He would argue with him, debate with him. In his early days, he would often argue with him, questioning everything intellectually. He said, my mother is sick. If I were earning, I could take better care of her. Sri Ramakrishna said, don't bother me with all this. Go to Goddess Kali. She is there. Ask her for what you need. And so Swami Vivekananda went and sat before Goddess Kali's idol for hours, and he immersed himself to deep meditation. After a few hours, when he returned, Ramakrishna asked him, so did you request the goddess? Swami Vivekananda replied, no, I didn't. Ramakrishna said, go again tomorrow. She will fulfill your request. Ask her. He went the next day, and then again the day after. But each time, he found himself unable to ask for anything. His mother was unwell, and he needed help. But when he sat before Goddess Kali, he was completely absorbed in her presence. And yet, he could not bring himself to ask for anything. Each time, he returned empty-handed. He told Sri Ramakrishna, I came back empty-handed. I didn't ask for anything. To stand before the divine goddess and not be able to ask for anything. That moment, that experience, lit a flame inside him. There was a spark in his life. And from that came the spirit of giving. I believe that perhaps that small incident in Vivekananda's life left an impression on me too. The thought of what can I give to the world? Maybe true contentment comes from giving. If my heart is only filled with the hunger to receive, that hunger will never end. And within that realization came the idea of Shiva and living being as one. If you wish to serve Shiva, serve all living beings. Recognize the unity between the divine and the living. True non-duality is experienced through this realization. I would often lose myself in such thoughts, my mind naturally drifting in that direction. I remember an incident in the neighborhood where we lived, just outside. There was a Lord Shiva temple. One day a saint came to stay there. So that saint used to engage in meditation and spiritual practices. I started feeling drawn to him, thinking perhaps he possessed some spiritual energy. I had only read about Swami Vivekananda, never seen such figures in real life. During Navratri, he was fasting, and he had placed sorghum grains on his hand, a common tradition in our culture. In a way, sprouting seeds on your palms and sleeping like that for 9 or 10 days. It was a kind of spiritual vow, and this saint was observant. During those same days, my maternal uncle's family was preparing for my aunt's wedding. Everyone from my home was going to my uncle's house for the wedding. Now, for any child, visiting an uncle's house is always exciting. But I told my family, I'm not going, I'll stay here. And I will take care of Swami. Since he has these grains on his hand, he can't eat or drink. So I will take care of him. So as a child, I chose not to attend the wedding. I stayed back, serving Swamiji instead. somehow my mind was naturally drawn in that direction. At times, whenever soldiers from my village came home during their holidays, they would walk around in their uniforms with such pride. I would run behind them all day thinking, look at them, they are serving the nation. So there was always a strong feeling inside me to do something meaningful. I didn't fully understand what it would be, and I didn't have a roadmap. There was a hunger within me, a deep longing to understand life, to explore its meaning. So I just set out and began the journey. During my time in the mission, I came across remarkable things. They showered me with love and blessing. Among them, I formed a special bond with Swami Atmastananji. He lived for nearly 100 years, a life full of wisdom and service. In his final year, I deeply wished for him to stay with me at the Prime Minister's residence. But his responsibilities were vast and he couldn't come. However, back when I was Chief Minister, he used to visit, and I was fortunate to receive his blessings and guidance. He once looked at me and said, why have you come here? You have a greater purpose to fulfill. Is your priority your own well-being, or is it the welfare of society? Whatever Swami Vivekananda said was for the betterment of society. He said you are meant to serve others. So I remember feeling a bit disheartened at that moment. I had come seeking guidance, but all I got were words. So I continued on my journey, wandering from place to place. I spent time in the Himalayas, embracing the solitude of the mountains. I met many remarkable individuals along the way. Some were great ascetics, people who had renounced everything, but still, my mind remained restless. Perhaps it was my age of curiosity, of wanting to learn, to understand. It was a new experience, a world shaped by the mountains, by ice, by the towering snow-covered peaks. But all of this played a huge role in shaping me. It strengthened me from within and enabled me to discover my inner power. Practicing meditation, waking up in the sacred pre-dawn hours, bathing in the cold, serving people with devotion, and naturally tending to elderly saints became a seamless part of who I was. Once a natural calamity struck the region, and I immediately devoted myself to helping the villagers. So these were the saints and spiritual masters with whom I stayed from time to time. I never remained in one place for long. I kept moving, constantly walking. That was the kind of life I lived.
And for people who don't know, that moment in the Ramakrishna Mission ashram with the monk Swami Atmajananda, as you mentioned, he helped steer you towards a life of service. So there's another possible life that could have been where you take sannyasa, you give away everything, and you're a monk. So we could have had a monk Narendra Modi, a Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he helped you take the decision to live a life of service at every scale.
From the outside, people may call me a leader. Some call me the Prime Minister. Others call me the Chief Minister. And that's how they see me from their perspective. But deep within, there is only an unwavering spiritual commitment. The Modi who lovingly helped his mother care for children during their treatments, tending to them with patience and compassion. The Modi who wandered through the Himalayas, and the Modi who now works from this seat of responsibility. They are all tied together by the same inner consistency. Every action is dedicated to serving others. People may see a stark difference between a saint and a leader, but to me, there is no real difference. Yes, the attire changes, the way of life changes, the words spoken throughout the day shift, and the nature of work evolves. But the core of my being remains unchanged. carrying out every responsibility with the same sense of calm focus and dedication.
Another part of your life, of who you are, is you've spoken your whole life about putting your nation of India above all else. When you were 8, you joined the RSS, which espouses the idea of Hindu nationalism. Can you tell me about RSS and what impact they had on who you are and the development of your political ideas?
Ever since childhood, I always had the habit of staying engaged in something or the other. I remember there was a man named Makoshi. I don't quite recall his full name. I think he was part of the service group, Makoshi Soni or something like that. He used to carry a small drum-like instrument called a tamburi, and he used to sing patriotic songs in his deep, powerful voice. Whenever he came to our village, he would hold programs in different places. I would run after him like a crazy fan just to listen to his songs. I would spend entire nights listening to their patriotic songs. I enjoyed it. I don't even know why, but I just did. In our village, there was a branch of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh where we played sports and sang patriotic songs. Something about those songs touched me deeply. They stirred something inside me. And that's how I eventually became part of the RSS. One of the core values that were instilled in us at RSS was whatever you do, do it with a purpose. Even while studying, study with the goal of learning enough to contribute to the nation. Even when you exercise, do it with the purpose of strengthening your body to serve the nation. This is what we were taught. And today, RSS is a massive organization. It is now nearing its 100th anniversary. Such a massive volunteer organization likely doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. Millions of people are connected to it. But understanding RSS is not that simple. One must make an effort to the nature of its work. More than anything, the RSS provides you with a clear direction toward what can truly be called a purpose in life. Secondly, the nation is everything, and serving the people is akin to serving God. This is what has been said since the Vedic era, what our sages have said, what Vivekananda said, and what the RSS echoes. A volunteer is told that the inspiration he gains from RSS, it's not just about attending the 1-hour session or wearing the uniform. What matters is what you do for society. And today, inspired by that spirit, many initiatives are thriving. Like some volunteers established an organization called Seva Bharti. This organization served the slums and settlements where the poorest people live, which they call service communities. To my knowledge, they run approximately 125,000 service projects without any government assistance, solely through community support. They spend time there, teach the children, care for their health, instill good values, and work towards improving cleanliness in these communities. Running 125,000 social service projects is no small feat. Similarly, some volunteers nurtured by RSS are dedicated to serving tribal communities through Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram. They live among the tribal people, working for their welfare. They have established over 70,000 one-teacher schools in remote tribal regions. There are also some people in America who show their support for this cause and contribute donations of about $10 or $15. And they say, skip a Coca-Cola this month, don't drink Coca-Cola, and donate that money to an one-teacher school instead. Now imagine 70,000 one-teacher schools dedicated to educating tribal children. Some volunteers have founded Vidya Bharati to revolutionize education. Today they run nearly 25,000 schools, educating around 3 million students. And I believe that millions of students have benefited from this initiative, receiving quality education at an incredibly low cost. Alongside education, values are prioritized that students remain grounded, learning skills so they don't become a burden on society. That is, in every aspect of life, whether it's women, youth, or even neighborhood, the RSS has played a role. In terms of membership size, if I may say so, we have the Indian Labor Union. It has around 50,000 unions with millions of members across the country. Perhaps in terms of scale, there is no bigger labor union in the world. But what's interesting is the approach they take. Historically, leftist ideologies have fueled labor movements worldwide. And what has been their slogan? Workers of the world, unite. The message was clear: unite first, and then we'll deal with everything else. But what do the labor unions run by RSS trained volunteers believe in? They say, workers unite the world. Others say, workers of the world unite. And we say, workers unite the world. It may seem like just a small shift in words, but it represents a huge ideological transformation. The volunteers who come from the RSS follow their own interests, nature, and inclination. And in doing so, they strengthen and promote these kinds of activities. When you observe these initiatives, you'll see how, for the past 100 years, the RSS has dedicated itself with the discipline and devotion of a seeker, staying away from the glare of mainstream attention. I feel blessed to gain life's values from such a sacred organization. Through the RSS, I found a life of purpose. Then I was fortunate to spend time among the saints, which gave me a strong spiritual foundation. I found discipline and a life of purpose. And through the guidance of saints, I gained spiritual grounding. Swami Atmastananda and others like him have held my hand throughout my journey, constantly guiding me at every step. The teachings of Ramakrishna Mission, Swami Vivekananda, and the service-driven philosophy of the RSS have played a crucial role in shaping me.
But they've also helped push the idea of India. What is the idea that unifies India? What is India as a nation? What is the foundational idea that unites all of these disparate worlds and communities and cultures? What would it be?
Look, India is a cultural identity. It is a civilization that dates back thousands of years. Consider the vastness of India. Over 100 languages, thousands of dialects. India is so diverse that we have a saying that every 20 miles the language changes. Customs change, cuisine changes. Even clothing styles shift from region to region, from the south to the north. You will see immense diversity across the country. But if you dig a little deeper, you will find a common thread. For example, the stories of Lord Ram can be heard everywhere in India. His name echoes in every corner of the country. But if you look closely, from Tamil Nadu to Jammu and Kashmir, you will always find people whose names include Ram in some form. In Gujarat, he might be called Rambhai. In Tamil Nadu, Ramachandra. And in Maharashtra, Rambhai. This unique cultural bond is what unites India as one civilization. Take something as simple as bathing in water. We have a ritual where all the rivers of India are remembered. They chant, I am bathing with the waters of all these rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, Godavari, Saraswati, Narmada, Sindhu, Kaveri. It's a sentiment that unites a nation, and we have a long tradition of making such resolutions at the beginning of important events and rituals. And the resolution itself can present a historical record, and in so doing, serve as a way of collecting and preserving historical data. It has been an incredibly unique system, guided meticulously by our scriptures. When someone makes a resolution, performs a puja, or even during wedding, we start by invoking the entire universe, beginning with Jambudvi, ROTHSCHILD, Aryavrat, and gradually narrow it down to the village, then mentioning the specific family, and finally, we invoke the family deity. This practice is still alive, happening daily in every corner of India. But sadly, the Western and global models began viewing nations only as administrative systems. India, however, has had a variety of administrative systems throughout history. Many systems were fragmented, scattered, and varied across regions. Kings and rulers were numerous. But India's unity lay in cultural bonds. Pilgrimage traditions played a key role in preserving this unity. Shankaracharya established the four pilgrimage sites. Even today, millions of people travel from one place to another for pilgrimage. In Kashi, you will find people who bring water from Rameshwaram to Kashi and take water from Kashi to Rameshwaram. Even if you look at our Hindu calendar, you'll find so many things across the country that you can't even imagine.
If we look at the historical foundation of modern India, along with yourself, Mahatma Gandhi is one of the most important humans to ever lived, but certainly one of the most important humans to the history of India. What do you admire about Mahatma Gandhi?
As I had mentioned before, I was born in Gujarat, and Gujarati is my mother tongue. Mahatma Gandhi was also born in Gujarat. His native language was Gujarati too. He pursued a career as an attorney and lived overseas for several years. He had plenty of great opportunities, but the deep sense of duty within him, along with the values instilled by his family, led him to give up all comforts and devote his life to serving the people of India. He joined the struggle for India's independence, and to this day, he continues to deeply influence the life of every Indian. Mahatma Gandhi tried to live by his principles and practice what he preached. For example, he strongly advocated for cleanliness and practiced it himself. And he made it a point to discuss cleanliness wherever he went. Another key factor to consider is India's fight for independence. India was ruled by the Mughals, the British, and several other foreign powers. Despite being bound by the shackles of colonial rule for centuries, the flame of independence burned brightly. In every corner and nook of India, never fading, always fueling the desire for freedom. Millions of people sacrificed their lives so the light of freedom would shine on India. They laid down their lives for freedom, sacrificing their youth behind prison walls. Mahatma Gandhi also fought for India's independence, but in his own way. Indeed, the other freedom fighters were brave warriors and devoted sons of Mother India. They came, they fought, and their martyrdom immortalized them. And they did indeed have a lasting impact. But it was Mahatma Gandhi who awakened the nation, leading a mass movement fueled by truth. And he wove even a sweeper into the very fabric of the freedom struggle. He told teachers their work was part of the freedom struggle. He told the people spinning thread and weaving cloth they were freedom fighters. He told those tending to lepers that their service was a step toward India's freedom. He viewed every task as a vital thread in the fabric of India's independence movement. And this transformed India's common man into a soldier in the quest for freedom. Gandhi forged a mass movement so immense that the British could never fully grasp it. The British never imagined that a pinch of salt from the Dandi March could spark a massive revolution, and he made it happen. And his life, presence, style, mannerisms all left a profound impact. And I have seen many of his stories evolve into timeless legends. I recall an incident from a roundtable conference. Yeah, I believe he was attending a roundtable conference. He was supposed to meet King George at the Buckingham Palace. Draped in his briefcase, Mahatma Gandhi made his way to the palace. Many people were amazed that he had showed up in that attire to meet the king. Gandhi remarked he didn't need to wear a lot of clothes. He said, "Your king is wearing enough clothes for the both of us." This was the whimsical charm of his nature. Mahatma Gandhi possessed many remarkable qualities. His call for unity and recognition of the people's strength still resonates with me. In everything I do, I strive to include the common man and to ensure the participation of as many as possible. I don't believe in leaving everything to the government. I am a firm believer in the power of social change.
So he was probably one of the greatest leaders of the 20th century. You are one of the greatest leaders of the 21st century. Those two centuries are very different. And you have been masterful in the game, in the art of geopolitics. So let me ask you, you have found a balance. So when negotiating on the world stage with super powerful nations, is it better to be loved or feared? It seems like you are a masterclass of being loved by everybody, but everybody knows and feels the strength. So finding that balance. Can you speak to that balance?
First and foremost, I don't think this is a fair comparison. Mahatma Gandhi wasn't just a 20th century leader. His relevance transcends centuries. Mahatma Gandhi's legacy will last for centuries to come, and he remains relevant today. As far as I am concerned, I have a responsibility to fulfill. Yet, the weight of that responsibility pales in comparison to my country. I am nowhere near as great as my country, and my strength lies not in my name, but in the backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry with me the essence of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. When I shake hands with a world leader, it's not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of India. You see, I recall something that happened all the way back in 2013. It was when my party declared I would be the prime ministerial candidate. My critics often tried to corner me on one point. It became a topic of widespread discussion. Modi is nothing more than a state leader. What does he know of foreign policy? Does he even understand global geopolitics? This was on everyone's lips. And I was asked this question in every interview. I gave a very well thought out answer at the time. I said, I won't lay out my entire foreign policy in an interview, nor is it needed. That said, India will neither allow itself to be looked down upon, nor will it ever look up to anyone. India will now see eye to eye with her counterparts. This was my belief in 2013, and it still lies at the heart of my foreign policy. For me, the country always comes first. However, to belittle someone or speaking ill of others is neither part of my cultural values nor my traditions. Moreover, our culture upholds and advocates for the welfare of mankind. India has always championed the ideas of global peace and brotherhood. For centuries, we have envisioned the world as one big family. Our noble ancestors envisaged the welfare of the whole world and universe. And that's why you must have noticed the nature of our conversation, as well as the ideas that I have presented on the global stage, which are rooted in respect and positivity. For example, I spoke about the environment in one of my speeches. I proposed the concept of one sun, one world, one grid. During the COVID pandemic, I delivered a speech at the G20 summit. I put forth the vision of one health where humans and nature would live in harmony. And I have always worked towards this. We hosted the G20 summit with the motto, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We have inherited this timeless wisdom, and it's our duty to share it with the world. To give you an example, I have advocated for embracing renewable energy. We founded the International Solar Alliance with the motto, One Sun, One World, One Grid. Even when it comes to global healthcare, I had proposed One Earth, One Health. This initiative extends not only to humans, but also to all flora and fauna. I have always aimed to initiate efforts that foster global well-being. And the global community needs to join hands to accomplish that. We must also understand that the world has become one small village today. No country can thrive in isolation. Today we all depend upon one another. No one can make it far by themselves. That is why you must learn to synchronize with everyone. And everyone else must learn to synchronize with you. That's the only way to propel this initiative forward. Organizations like the United Nations came into being after the First World War. But they failed to evolve with the times. And this inability to adapt has sparked a global debate on their relevance.
You have spoken about, you have the experience, you have the skill, you have the geopolitical leverage to be the biggest peacemaker in the world today on the world stage, and there's several wars going on. Can you maybe explain how you approach the process of making peace, helping make peace between two warring nations? For example, Russia and Ukraine.
Well, I represent the country. That is the land of Lord Buddha. I represent the country that is the land of Mahatma Gandhi. These are the great souls whose teaching, words, actions, and behavior are entirely dedicated to peace. And that is why, culturally and historically, our background is so strong that whenever we speak of peace, the world listens to us. Because India is the land of Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi, and Indians aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace, and wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. Returning to your example, I have a close relationship with Russia and Ukraine alike. I can sit with President Putin and say that this is not the time for war. And I can also tell President Zelensky in a friendly way that, brother, regardless of how many people stand with you in the world, there will never be a resolution on the battlefield. The resolution will only come when both Ukraine and Russia come to the negotiating table. Ukraine may hold countless discussions with their allies, but it will bear no fruit. Discussions must include both parties instead. Initially, it was challenging to find peace, but now the current situation presents an opportunity for meaningful and productive talks between Ukraine and Russia. There has been a lot of suffering. Even the global south has suffered. The world has been grappling with a food, fuel, and fertilizer crisis. So, the global community should unite in the pursuit of peace. As for me, I have always maintained that I stand with peace. I am not neutral. I have a stance, and that is peace. And peace is what I strive for.
Another difficult historic relationship and conflict is between India and Pakistan. Because one of the most tense conflicts in the world, two nuclear powers with strong ideological differences. You are a great peacemaker, looking out into the future as a visionary. What do you see as the path for friendship, for peace, for good relations between India and Pakistan?
I would like to delve into periods of our history the world may be unfamiliar with. Before 1947, during the struggle for independence, everyone was fighting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. And the nation was eagerly waiting to celebrate the freedom, the joy of independence. Now, we could have a lengthy discussion on what led to the events that unfolded. But the fact remains that the policymakers of the time agreed to India's partition. And they agreed to the Muslim side's demand of carving out a separate nation, with hearts weighed down by grief and silent tears. Indians embraced this painful reality. However, what unfolded was an immediate heartbreaking saga of bloodshed. Trains filled with bloodied, wounded people and corpses started arriving from Pakistan. It was a harrowing sight. After getting their own way, we expected them to live and let live. And yet, they chose not to foster a harmonious coexistence. Time and again, they decided to be at odds with India. They have waged a proxy war against us. Don't mistake this for ideology. What kind of ideology thrives on bloodshed and the export of terror? And we are not the sole victims of this menace. Wherever terror strikes in the world, the trail somehow leads to Pakistan. Let's take the September 11th attacks, for example. The main mastermind behind it was Osama bin Laden, where did he eventually emerge from? He had taken refuge in Pakistan. The world has recognized that, in a way, terrorism and the terrorist mindset are deeply rooted in Pakistan. Today, it stands as an epicenter of turmoil, not just for India but for the world. And we have repeatedly asked them what good can come from this path. We have urged them to abandon the path of state-sponsored terrorism for good. What do you hope to gain by surrendering your nation to lawless forces? I even personally traveled to Lahore in the pursuit of peace. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing-in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet, every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace because even they must be weary of living in strife and unrest. They must have grown weary of relentless terror where even innocent children are killed and countless lives are destroyed.
Is there some memorable stories from your past attempts to try to improve relations with Pakistan that could guide the path forward into the future?
Like I mentioned, my first attempt at improving bilateral relations was when I invited my Pakistani counterpart to my swearing in. It was a gesture of goodwill. It was a diplomatic gesture unlike any in decades. The very people who once questioned my approach to foreign policy were taken aback when they learned I had invited all SARC heads of state and our then president, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee, beautifully captured that historic gesture in his memoir. This was a testament to how clear and confident India's foreign policy had become. This sent a clear message to the world about India's commitment to peace and harmony. But we didn't get the desired outcome.
Maybe to ask a little bit of a lighter question, who is the better cricket team, India or Pakistan? The two teams have a epic rivalry on the pitch. And more seriously, given the geopolitical tensions that you spoke to, what role do sports, cricket, and football play in fostering better relations?
I think sports have the power to energize the entire world. The spirit of sports brings people together across different nations. That's why I would never want to see sports being discredited. I truly believe that sports play a major role in human evolution. They're not just games. They connect people on a deeper level. Now, coming to the question of who's better and who's not. When it comes to techniques in sports, I'm not an expert. Only those who specialize in the technical aspects can judge which techniques are superior and who the best players really are. But sometimes the results speak for themselves. Just a few days ago, India and Pakistan played a match. The result reveals which is the better team. That's how we know.
Yeah, I've watched the series called The Greatest Rivalry, India versus Pakistan, that describes so many incredible players, so many incredible games. It's always beautiful to see a great rivalry. You've also spoken about football. Football is very popular in India. So another tough question, who is the greatest football player of all time? We got Messi, Pele, Maradona, Cristiano Ronaldo, Zidane. Who do you think is the greatest football player to have ever played?
It's absolutely true that many regions in India have a strong football culture. Our women's football team is performing really well, and the men's team is also making great progress. But if we talk about the past, back in the 1980s, one name that always stood out was Maradona. For that generation, he was seen as a true hero. And if you ask today's generation, they immediately mention Messi. Now that you've asked, another interesting memory just came to mind. There's a state in India called Madhya Pradesh, right in the center. There's a district called Shadol, a completely tribal region where a large tribal community resides. I really enjoy interacting with people from such communities, especially the self-help groups run by tribal women. So I decided to visit them and have a conversation. But when I got there, I noticed something fascinating. Around 80 to 100 young boys, kids, and even some older youth, all dressed in sports uniforms, standing together. Naturally, I walked over to them. So I asked them, "Where are you all from?" And they replied, "We're from Mini Brazil." I was surprised and said, "What do you mean by Mini Brazil?" They said, "That's what people call our village." Curious, I asked, "Why do they call it Mini Brazil?" They explained, "In our village, football has been played for 4 generations. Nearly 80 national level players have come from here. Our entire village is dedicated to football." They also told me, when we host our annual football match, nearly 20 to 25,000 spectators come from nearby villages to watch. I see the growing craze for football in India these days as a positive sign because it not only fuels passion but also builds true team spirit.
Yeah, football is one of the great sports that unites not just India and the whole world, and that just shows the power of what sport can do. You recently visited the United States and reinvigorated your friendship with Donald Trump. What do you like about Donald Trump as a friend, as a leader?
I'd like to share with you an event that stands out in my memory. Perhaps from that, you'll get a better understanding of the point I'm trying to convey. For example, we had an event in Houston, Howdy Modi. Both President Trump and I were there, and the entire stadium was completely packed. A massive crowd at an event in the US is a huge moment. While packed stadiums are common, this was extraordinary for a political rally. The Indian diaspora had gathered in large numbers. Both of us delivered speeches, and he sat down below listening to me speak. Now that's his humility. The President of the United States sitting in the audience while I spoke from the stage. That was a remarkable gesture on his part. After finishing my speech, I stepped down. And as we all know, security in the US is extremely strict and thorough. The level of scrutiny there is on a completely different level. I went over to thank him and casually said, "If you don't mind, why don't we take a lap around the stadium? There are so many people here. Let's walk, wave, and greet them." In American life, it's almost impossible for the president to walk into a crowd of thousands. But without even a moment's hesitation, he agreed and started walking with me. His entire security detail was thrown off guard. But for me, that moment was truly touching. It showed me that this man had courage. He makes his own decisions, but also he trusted me and my lead in that moment enough to have walked with me into the crowd. It was that sense of mutual trust, a strong bond between us, that I truly witnessed on that day. And the way I saw President Trump that day walking into a crowd of thousands without even asking security was truly amazing. And if you watch the video now, you'll be amazed. When he was shot during the recent campaign, I saw the same resilient and determined President Trump the one who walked hand in hand with me in that stadium. Even after being shot, he remained unwaveringly dedicated to America. His life was for his nation. His reflection showed his America first spirit, just as I believe in nation first. I stand for India first. And that's why we connect so well. These are the things that truly resonate. And I believe that across the world, politicians are covered so much by the media that people mostly perceive each other through its lens. People rarely get the chance to truly meet or personally know one another. And perhaps third party intervention is the real cause of tension. When I visited him in the White House for the first time, there was already a lot written about President Trump in the media. At that time, he was still new to office, and the world had a rather different perception of him. Even I had been briefed in many different ways before meeting him. But to my surprise, the very moment I stepped into the White House, he broke all formal protocols right away. And then he personally took me on a tour of the White House. As he showed me around, I noticed something striking. He wasn't holding any notes or cue cards, nor was anyone accompanying him to assist. He pointed things out himself. This is where Abraham Lincoln lived, he said. He even explained why the courtroom was designed so long. He would point at the table and tell me which president signed here and on what date. I found that incredibly impressive. It showed how much he honored the presidency and how respectful and deeply connected he was to America's history. I could feel that. And he spoke to me freely, discussing many things openly. That was my experience from our first meeting. Later, when his first term ended and President Biden won, 4 years passed. But during that time, whenever someone we both knew met him, and this must have happened dozens of times, he would say, Modi is my friend, convey my regards. That kind of gesture is rare. Even though we didn't meet physically for years, our direct and indirect communication, our closeness, the trust between us remained unshaken.
He said that you're a much tougher, much better negotiator than he is. He said this recently when you visited. Well, what do you think of him as a negotiator? And what do you think he meant about you being a great negotiator?
Now, that's not something I can comment on, since it's his graciousness and humility. It is very kind of him that he openly appreciates me on various occasions and in different contexts. But about negotiation, I always put my country's interest first. That's why in every forum I speak up for India's interest, not to harm anyone, but in a positive manner. And because of that, no one takes offense. People know that if Modi is present, he will strongly advocate for these things. After all, the people of India have given me this responsibility. For me, my nation is my high command, and I will always honor their will.
You've also had a bunch of productive meetings with several other folks on your visit to the United States. Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy. What are some things that stood out from those meetings? Maybe key takeaways, key memories.
Look, I can say this. I have observed President Trump both during his first term and now in his second term. This time, he seems far more prepared than before. He has a clear roadmap in his mind with well-defined steps, each one designed to lead him toward his goals. I also had the chance to meet members of his team, and I truly believe he has put together a strong, capable group. And with such a strong team, I feel they are fully capable of implementing President Trump's vision, based on my interaction with them. I've met several people, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, and there was a family-like atmosphere. Everyone had come with their families. As for Elon Musk, I have known him since my time as chief minister. He was there with his family and children, so naturally the atmosphere felt warm and friendly. Of course, we had discussions and we talked about many different topics. Now, with his Deutsche mission, he is incredibly excited about how it's progressing. And honestly, it makes me happy too because when I took office in 2014, I wanted to free my country from the deep-rooted issues and harmful practices that have crept in. And I continue striving to eliminate as many of them as I possibly can. For example, after I took office in 2014, I observed that back then we weren't part of many global discussions, not like how President Trump and Doge are being talked about today. But let me give you an example so you can see the kind of work that was done. I noticed that the benefits of certain government schemes, especially welfare programs, were being exploited by so many people who never even existed in real life. There were ghost names, pensions being issued to fake people. Widow pensions were being granted even before marriages took place, and disability pensions were given without any real disability. Then I launched a scrutiny process, and you'll be shocked to know what we found. 100 million people, 100 million people. That's 100 million fake or duplicate names that I removed from the system. And because of that, we saved massive amount of money. Then I introduced direct benefit transfer, ensuring that every rupee sent from Delhi reached the rightful person without leakage. As a result, my country saved nearly 3 trillion rupees that would have otherwise ended up in the wrong hands. Just because of direct benefit transfer through technology, we eliminated middlemen, ensuring transparency in the system. I also introduced the GEM portal for government purchases, which has helped save both time and money. It has increased competition and improved quality. In India, we had an overwhelming burden of compliances. I eliminated 40,000 unnecessary compliances and removed nearly 1,500 outdated laws that served no purpose. So, in a way, my efforts have been about freeing governance from unnecessary dominance and inefficiency. And naturally, when bold changes happen, just like Doge's mission, they become a topic of discussion worldwide.
You and Xi Jinping have considered each other friends. How can that friendship be reinvigorated to help de-escalate some of the recent tensions and resume dialogue and cooperation in China?
Look, the relationship between India and China isn't something new. Both nations have ancient cultures and civilizations. Even in the modern world, they play a significant role. If you look at historical records, for centuries, India and China have learned from each other. Together, they have always contributed to the global good in some way. Old records suggest that at one point, India and China alone accounted for more than 50% of the world's GDP. That's how massive India's contribution was. And I believe our ties have been extremely strong with deep cultural connections. If we look back centuries, there's no real history of conflict between us. It has always been about learning from each other and understanding one another. At one time, Buddhism had a profound influence in China, and that philosophy originally came from here. Our relationship should remain just as strong in the future. It should continue to grow. Of course, differences are natural when two neighboring countries exist. Occasional disagreements are bound to happen, even with your family. Not everything is always perfect. But our focus is to ensure that these differences don't turn into disputes. That's what we actively work toward. Instead of discord, we emphasize dialogue. Because only through dialogue can we build a stable, cooperative relationship that serves the best interest of both nations. It is true that there have been ongoing border disputes between us. And in 2020, the incidents along the border created significant tensions between our countries. However, after my recent meeting with President Xi, we have seen a return to normalcy at the border. We are now working to restore conditions to how they were before 2020. Slowly but surely, trust, enthusiasm, and energy will return. But of course, it will take some time since there's been a 5-year gap. Our cooperation isn't just beneficial, it's also essential for global stability and prosperity. And since the 21st century is Asia's century, we want India and China to compete in a healthy and natural way. Competition is not a bad thing, but it should never turn into conflict.
The world is worried about a brewing global war, the tension between China and the United States, in Ukraine, Russia, Europe, Israel, the Middle East. What can you say about how we in the 21st century can avoid a global war, avoid an escalation towards more conflict, more war?
Look, COVID exposed the limitations of every nation. No matter how much we consider ourselves as a great nation, no matter how progressive we think we are, or how scientifically advanced we believe we've become, everyone has their own way of looking at things. In the end, we all found ourselves on the same ground. Every country in the world faced this reality. At that time, it felt like the world would learn from it, that we would move toward a more unified world. Just as a geopolitical order emerged after World War II, many thought something similar would happen post-COVID. But unfortunately, instead of moving towards peace, the world became even more fragmented, ushering in a period of uncertainty. And the wars have only made it worse. I believe that modern wars are no longer just about resources or interests. Today I see so many kinds of conflicts happening. Physical battles often get discussed. Struggles are happening in every domain. International organizations that were once powerful have become almost irrelevant. No real reforms are happening. Institutions like the UN are failing to fulfill their roles. People who disregard international laws and rules continue to act freely, and no one can stop them. In such situations, the prudent choice for everyone is to let go of conflict and move toward cooperation. And A development-driven approach is the way forward. Expansionism will not work. As I've said before, the world is interdependent and interconnected. Every nation needs one another. No one can stand alone. And from all the different forums I attend, one thing is clear. Everyone is deeply worried about this conflict. We can only hope that peace is restored very soon.
I'm never.
You keep looking at your watch.
No. I barely know what I'm doing, Prime Minister. I'm not very good at this. Okay. You've been through your career and through your life. You have seen a lot of difficult situations in the history of India. One of them, the 2002 Gujarat riots. One of the most challenging periods of modern Indian history, when there was violence between Hindu and Muslim citizens of Gujarat that led to over 1,000 deaths. It revealed the intensity of religious tensions in the region. You were, as you mentioned, Chief Minister at the time. Looking back, what lessons do you draw from that time? And we should also say that India's independent Supreme Court upheld twice in 12 and 22 that you had no involvement in the violence of the 2002 Gujarat riots. But I was wondering if you could speak to the broad lessons you draw from that time.
Look, regarding your first point, when you humbly said that you don't know what you're doing, that you're not good at this, I disagree and personally feel you put in tremendous care. You've done extensive research and have dived deeply into every small detail. So I think you've done very well. And all the effort you put in during our conversation and in all your conversations are appreciated. And rather than simply interviewing me, I feel you're trying to deeply understand India. That's why I strongly feel there's genuine honesty in your sincere effort to uncover the truth. And for that sincere approach, I genuinely congratulate you.
Thank you.
Regarding the earlier events that you mentioned, like the 2002 riots in Gujarat, I'd like to paint you a clearer picture of the 12 to 15 months leading up to that, so you can fully understand the atmosphere of that time. For instance, take December 24, 1999, roughly 3 years ago. An Indian flight from Kathmandu to Delhi was hijacked, redirected to Afghanistan, and landed in Kandahar. Hundreds of Indian passengers were held hostage. It caused massive turmoil across India as people faced life and death uncertainty. Then, in the year 2000, the Red Fort in Delhi was attacked by terrorists. Yet another crisis struck the nation, intensifying fear and turmoil. On September 11, 2001, the Twin Towers in America faced a devastating terror attack, once again shocking the entire world. Because ultimately, the people behind these attacks are driven by a similar mindset. Then, in October 2001, terrorists attacked the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Soon after, on December 13, 2001, India's parliament was targeted. Within just 8 to 10 months, these major global terrorist attacks took place. Violent incidents that led to bloodshed and the loss of innocent lives. In such a tense environment, even the smallest spark can ignite unrest. The situation had already become extremely volatile. In such times, suddenly, on October 7th, 2001, I was given the responsibility of becoming Chief Minister of Gujarat. This was an enormous challenge. At that time, Gujarat was recovering from a devastating earthquake, the largest of the previous century, which had left thousands dead. My first major task as Chief Minister was overseeing the rehabilitation of survivors. This was a crucial task, and from day one after my oath, I immersed myself in it. I was a person who had absolutely no prior experience with government. I had never been part of any administration, never even served in government before. I had never contested an election, never even been a state representative. For the first time in my life, I had to face elections. On February 24, 2002, I became a state representative, an elected representative for the first time. And it was only around February 24th, 25th, or 26th that I stepped into the Gujarat Assembly for the very first time. On February 27th, 2002, we were seated in the Assembly for the budget session. And that same day, it had been just 3 days since I'd become a state representative when suddenly the horrific Godhra incident occurred. It was a tragedy of unimaginable magnitude. People were burned alive. You can imagine, against the backdrop of incidents like the Kandahar hijacking, the attack on Parliament, or even 9/11, and then to have so many people killed and burned alive, you can imagine how tense and volatile the situation was. Of course, this was tragic for everyone. Everyone prefers peace. The perception that these were the biggest riots ever is actually misinformation. If you review the data from before 2002, you'll see that Gujarat faced frequent riots. Curfews were constantly being imposed somewhere. Communal violence would erupt over trivial issues like kite flying contests or even minor bicycle collisions. Before 2002, Gujarat witnessed over 250 significant riots. The riots in 1969 lasted nearly 6 months. So there was a long history, long before I was in the picture. But that one tragic incident in 2002 became a sparking point, leading some people towards violence. Yet, the judiciary thoroughly investigated the matter. At that time, our political opponents were in power, and naturally, they wanted all allegations against us to stick. Despite their relentless efforts, the judiciary analyzed the situation meticulously twice and ultimately found us completely innocent. Those who were truly responsible is justice from the courts. But the most important thing is, in Gujarat, where riots used to happen somewhere or the other every year, but after 2002, in 22 years, there hasn't been a single major riot in Gujarat. Gujarat remains completely peaceful. Our approach has always been to avoid vote bank politics. Instead, our mantra has been together with everyone, development for all, trust from all, and efforts by everyone. We've shifted away from the politics of appeasement to the politics of aspiration. Because of this, anyone who wishes to contribute joins us willingly. We continuously strive to turn Gujarat into a well-developed state. And today, Gujarat is actively contributing toward building a developed India as well.
A lot of people love you. I've got to hear from a lot of them. But there is also people who criticize you, including from the media. And folks in the media have criticized you over this 2002 Gujarat riots. What's your relationship like with criticism? How do you deal with critics? How do you deal with criticism coming from the media or in your own inner circle or just in your own life?
Look, regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. If democracy truly runs in your veins, you must embrace it. In our scriptures, it said, always keep your critics close. Critics should be your nearest companion because through genuine criticism, you can improve quickly and work democratically with better insight. In fact, I believe we should have more criticism and it should be sharp and well informed. But my real complaint is that nowadays what we see isn't real criticism. Genuine criticism requires thorough study, in-depth research and careful analysis. It demands finding the truth from falsehoods. Today, people look for stuff, avoid proper research, and skip deep analysis. Instead of identifying genuine weaknesses, they jump straight to accusations. There's a big difference between allegations and criticism. The references you're giving, they are allegations, not criticism. For a strong democracy, genuine criticism is necessary. Allegations benefit no one. They just cause unnecessary conflict. That's why I always welcome criticism openly. And whenever false accusations arise, I calmly continue serving my country with complete dedication.
Yeah, the thing you speak of is very important to me because I admire great journalism. And unfortunately, in modern day, a lot of journalists seek clickbait headlines, make accusations because they operate under incentive, because they want the headline, the cheap shot. I think there is room and desire and hunger for great journalists, and that requires deep understanding. And it saddens me how often one of the reasons, I don't think I'm very good at this, but one of the reasons I really wanted to talk to you is because I don't see enough high effort, deep dive research. I don't know how many books I've read. I've read a lot. And preparing just to experience, just to try to understand. It requires a lot of preparation, a lot of work, and I would love to see great journalists do that more. And from that place, you can criticize. From that place, you can really investigate the complexity of a situation of people in power, their strengths, their flaws, the mistakes they've made. And that requires great preparation. So this wish there was more of that, of great journalism.
Yes, clear, well-directed, and specific criticism genuinely helps in the process of effective policy making. It leads to a clear-cut policy vision. I specifically pay close attention to such constructive criticism. In fact, I actively welcome it. Regarding your point about journalistic headlines, if someone's attracted by catchy headlines or plays with words, I honestly don't mind that much. But when there's a deliberate agenda behind the action and the truth is deliberately ignored, that can cause damage that lasts for decades. If someone focuses on pleasing their readers or viewers with attractive headlines, maybe we can compromise a little. But if there's a hidden motive or if things are intentionally twisted, that's a serious issue worth worrying about.
And in that, the truth suffers.
I remember once in London, I was invited to give a speech at an event organized by a Gujarati newspaper. So during my speech, I casually said, since it was an event attended by journalists, what kind of journalism should we have? Should it be like a fly or a bee? I explained. A fly sits on dirt and spreads the dirt around, but a bee lands on flowers, collects nectar, and then shares that sweetness everywhere. Yet, if something wrong occurs, the bee can sting so powerfully that you'd have to hide your face for 3 days straight. However, some people selectively picked up just half of my analogy and created a huge controversy out of it. Honestly, was I being negative about anyone? Not at all. I was simply highlighting the incredible strength of a bee, that even its small sting can leave such an impact that can make someone hide their face for days. You can't show your face. That's the power journalism should have. But unfortunately, some people prefer the fly approach instead.
I now have a new life goal of becoming the bee. You mentioned democracy, so, and not knowing much about government until 2002. But from 2002 to today, you won 8 elections that I can count. So many of the elections, over 800 million people vote in India. What does it take to win an election like that? And to win an election with 1.4 billion people, where you get to represent those people, the biggest democracy in the world.
Well, I've been actively involved in politics for years. Before stepping into active politics, my focus was primarily on organizational work. This also included managing elections and strategizing campaigns. So that was where I dedicated my time for 24 years. The people of Gujarat and India have placed their trust in me to lead with unwavering dedication and a deep sense of duty. I try to fulfill the sacred duty entrusted to me by the people I revere as divine. I remain committed to honoring their trust, ensuring it never falters, and they see me for what I truly am. My government is committed to ensuring welfare schemes reach every citizen. Every scheme must reach its intended beneficiaries. Every beneficiary must be treated equally. No one should face discrimination on caste, creed, faith, wealth, or ideology. We must strive to ensure the well-being and prosperity of everyone. This way, even those not directly benefiting never feel left out or treated unfairly. They find comfort in knowing they too will benefit in due course. This fosters a deep sense of trust, and trust is the cornerstone of my governance model. Secondly, my governance flows beyond the ebb and flow of elections. My governance is rooted in the people, not the polls. It is committed to the well-being of my citizens and the greater good of the nation. As you may know, I had once set out on a quest for spiritual awakening. So now I revere my nation as the divine itself, and I now revere the people as the manifestation of the divine. Like a devoted priest, my heart is set on serving the people. I don't distance myself from the people. I live among them as one of them. And I tell everyone I work with, if you work hard, I will work harder. People see this and it builds trust. Besides, I have no conflict of interest. I have no friends or relatives who stand to gain from the position I hold. The common man appreciates this lack of vested interest. And that's probably just one reason why. Moreover, I come from a party with millions of dedicated volunteers. volunteers who are completely devoted to the welfare of India and its citizens. They have had no stake whatsoever in politics. They've held no title, nor strayed where influence holds sway. My party is blessed with millions of volunteers who work tirelessly. I am proud to belong to the world's largest political party. And it's not like my party has been around forever. It reflects the hard work of millions of volunteers. Their selfless service is widely recognized and valued by the community. It fortifies people's trust in the BJP, echoed in the election results. I never tally our election triumphs, but we have had people's blessings.
I was wondering if you could speak to the incredible logistics that blew my mind of running the elections in India. So there's a lot of interesting anecdotes that arise. For example, that no voter should be more than 2 kilometers away from a polling station. The result of that is you have these stories of voting machines having to be carried to remote regions of India. It's really incredible. Just every single voter counts. And the machinery of having 600 plus million people vote. Is there some anecdote you could speak to that is particularly impressive to you, or maybe you could speak generally to the logistics of what it makes to run an election that big, a democracy that big?
First and foremost, I am truly grateful for your insightful question. Anyone who believes in democracy should listen to what I am about to share with you. We often discuss election results, but all the behind the scenes work is overlooked. Let's take the recently concluded 2024 general elections as an example. There were 980 million registered voters. Each of those voters had a registered ID and all the necessary details in a vast database. And this number is twice the entire population of North America. It even surpasses the total population of the entire European Union. Out of the 980 million registered voters, 646 million people ventured out and braved the intense heat of May, determined to cast their votes. Temperatures soared to 40 degrees in some areas, yet they chose to go. And the size of this voter base is double the population of the United States. We had more than 1 million polling booths. Can you fathom all the manpower involved in this? My country has more than 2,500 registered political parties. This staggering figure, with such a vast array of political parties, has the power to leave the entire world in awe. My country has more than 900 round-the-clock news channels. There are over 5,000 newspapers published daily. They each play a role in upholding democracy in their own way. Even the humblest villages here embrace technology with remarkable swiftness, while some other countries take months to declare election results. We announced the result within a day, despite the mind-boggling number of votes, and you were spot on in saying that even the remotest villages have polling stations. We even use helicopters to transport polling stations. I believe Arunachal Pradesh has the highest altitude polling booth on record. In Gujarat, a polling booth was set up in the Gir forest for just one voter, who was in the middle of nowhere, but we ensured a polling booth was set up for them. All I mean to say is that we truly leave no stone unturned in our unwavering commitment to strengthening democracy, ensuring that we are always fully prepared and election ready, no matter the circumstances. I firmly believe that India's election commission sets a global standard as a benchmark for conducting free and fair elections. It is the apex decision maker. This in itself is such a remarkable story that the world's top universities should consider it a case study. They should analyze the management behind it as a valuable learning example. Given the sheer number of voters, can you truly grasp the immense depth of political awareness? All of this will make for an excellent case study for the younger generation worldwide.
To me, I love democracy. This is one of the main reasons I love the United States, but there's just nothing quite as beautiful as democracy when it functions in India. You know, like you said, 900 million people registered to vote. It really is a case study. It's beautiful to see that many people come together willingly, passionately, casting a vote for some person to represent them. Like they're putting their heart in that. It's really important for a person to feel like their voice is going to be heard. It's beautiful. Speaking of which, you are loved by a lot of people. You are one of the most powerful humans in the world. Do you sometimes think about whether this much power has a corrupt effect in mind? Especially across the many years that you've been in power.
Well, I don't think the word powerful quite reflects the journey of my life. I can never claim to be powerful, for all I am is a humble servant. I even identify myself as not the Prime Minister, but the Prime Servant. And service is the guiding principle of my work ethic. As far as power is concerned, it is something I have never bothered about. I entered politics not to play power games, but to serve, rather than seeking power. I stay committed to doing and getting work done. I am more focused on productivity than power. I have always dedicated myself to serving the people. I have always devoted myself to bringing about a positive change in their lives.
Like you mentioned, you work a lot. You give your whole soul to your work. You ever get lonely?
Look, I never experienced loneliness because I am an ardent believer in the philosophy of 1+1. And this philosophy of 1+1 is aligned with my moral compass. And whenever I am asked to elaborate on this outlook, I say the first one represents Moses and the other one represents the Almighty. I am never alone, for He is always there to keep me company. This is just how I function. Having wholeheartedly embraced the ideals of Swami Vivekananda, I firmly believe that service to mankind is service to God. For me, the nation itself is divine, and mankind is a reflection of the divine. I walk this path with the conviction that serving the people is serving the divine. That's why the very notion of struggling with loneliness has never even remotely crossed my mind. Like at the time of pandemic, with the lockdowns and traveling restrictions in place, I came up with a way to make the most of my time. I designed a governance model that operated seamlessly through video conferencing. I kept myself occupied with remote work and virtual meetings. Another thing I did was to connect with the people I had worked with throughout my life. Among my party's volunteers nationwide, I made a list of those who were 70 and older. Some of the volunteers had very humble beginnings and came from very modest backgrounds. I personally called every volunteer age 70 and above. I made it a point to inquire about their health and their family's well-being. I inquired about how their area was coping. I asked these questions to make sure they were doing well. This allowed me to build rapport with them, and we would go down the memory lane. They were touched that the Prime Minister would check on them in the pandemic. I made around 40 calls every day without fail. I carried on with this throughout the pandemic. It gave me the chance to reconnect and relive old memories with familiar faces. Loneliness is never a concern for me, as I always find ways to stay engaged. And I have long been at peace with myself. The time I spent in the Himalayas have helped me develop this.
I've heard from many people that you are the hardest worker they know. What's your philosophy behind that? Maybe you put in crazy hours every single day. Do you ever get tired? What's your source of strength and perseverance through all of that?
Look, first of all, I don't believe I'm the only one working. I look at the people around me and always think, these people work harder than I do. When I think about farmers, I realize how hard they work. They toil and sweat under the open sky day after day. When I look at our country's soldiers, I think about how many hours someone spends working tirelessly in snow, deserts, or even underwater day and night. When I see a laborer, I think about how hard they're working. I always think about how hard our mothers and sisters work in every family for the happiness of the family. They're the first to wake up and the last to go to bed, taking care of everyone in the family, while also managing social responsibilities. Thinking of all this, I'm in awe of how hard people work. So I think, how can I sleep? How can I relax? So naturally, the motivation is right in front of my eyes. Those very things around me keep me motivated. Secondly, my responsibilities keep pushing me forward. The responsibilities entrusted to me by my fellow citizens always remind me that I'm not here to enjoy privileges. I will always give it my absolute best. Perhaps there are a couple of things I may not accomplish, but there will never be a lack of effort or hard work from me. And when I was campaigning in 2014, I had made a promise first in Gujarat and later across India. I promised my fellow citizens that I will never fall behind in hard work for my country. Secondly, I promised I would never act with bad intentions. And thirdly, I vowed I'd never do anything for personal gain. Today, it's been 24 years for such a long period. The people have entrusted me as head of government. I've continuously held myself to these three standards, and I still live by them today. My inspiration comes from serving 1.4 billion people, from understanding and fulfilling their aspirations, and addressing their needs. I'm always determined to do as much as I can, work as hard as possible. Even today, my energy remains just as strong.
Me, as an engineer, as a person who loves mathematics, I have to ask. Srinivasa Ramanujan is an Indian mathematician from a century ago. He's widely considered to be one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. Self-taught, grew up in poverty. You have often spoken about him. What do you find inspiring on him?
Look, I deeply respect him, and everyone country respects him as well. Because I strongly believe there's a deep connection between science and spirituality. If you closely observe many scientifically advanced minds, you'll find they're often spiritually advanced too. They're not disconnected from spirituality. Srinivasa Ramanujan once said that his mathematical ideas came from the goddess he worshipped, meaning ideas emerge from spiritual discipline. And discipline is more than just hard work. It means fully devoting yourself to a task and completely immersing yourself into it so much that you become one with your work. You see, the more open we are to new and different sources of knowledge, the more new ideas we'll have. I think it's important for us to clearly understand the difference between information and knowledge. Some people mistakenly confuse information with knowledge, carrying around large amounts of information. But I don't believe information alone equals knowledge. Knowledge is something deeper. It gradually evolves through processing, reflection, and understanding. Recognizing this difference is important in how we handle both.
You have a reputation for being a decisive leader. So can you walk me through on this topic of ideas, how you make decisions, what's your process? So, for instance, when facing a high stakes choice with no clear precedence, a lot of uncertainty, having to balance input, how do you make decisions?
There are many factors to my decision making. First, I'm perhaps the only politician in India who has stayed overnight in around 85 to 90% of the districts across the country. This was before my current role. I used to travel extensively. I learned a lot from those experiences. They gave me first-hand knowledge of the ground realities and grassroots level issues, not something asked or heard or learned merely from books. Secondly, from a governance perspective, I carry no baggage of any kind. I don't carry any baggage that weighs me down or forces me to act a certain way. Thirdly, I have a simple yardstick for decisions. My country first. I always question if what I'm doing harms my nation in any way. Additionally, Mahatma Gandhi once said that if you're ever unsure when making a decision, think of the poorest person's face, remember them, and ask yourself, will this help them? Then your decision will be right. That wisdom always guides me, remembering ordinary citizens and considering how my actions affect them. Another factor in my approach is that I'm very well connected. In my administration, my officials know this well and probably feel overwhelmed by the fact that my information channels are numerous and are very active. Because of that, I receive lots of insights from various sources. So, when someone comes to brief me, that's not my only source of information. I always have additional perspectives available to me. Another thing, I maintain a learner's mindset. Because I'm not familiar with something and an official explains it to me, I approach them like a student and ask, can you clarify this? How does it work? Then what happens next and how? And whenever I have different information, I deliberately play devil's advocate and ask challenging questions. I thoroughly analyze the issue from multiple angles, hoping that careful evaluation will yield something valuable. Then, once I converge toward a decision or action that is worth taking, I share the idea informally with like-minded people gauge their reactions and see how they respond, gathering insights and feedback before moving forward. Until finally, I have a strong conviction that my decision is right. This entire decision-making process doesn't actually take much time. My speed is very fast. Let me share an example. How did I make decisions during COVID? I had Nobel Prize winners advising me, giving countless economic examples from around the world. They'd say, this country is doing this, that country did that, you should do it too. Renowned economists constantly bombarded me with suggestions. Political parties pressured me relentlessly, urging me to spend huge amounts of money. But I didn't act immediately. I paused and reflected. What exactly should I do? Then, considering the unique conditions of my own country, I made a clear decision. I wouldn't let the poor sleep hungry. I wouldn't allow social tensions to arise over basic daily needs. These core principles guided my approach. The entire world was in lockdown. Global economies were collapsing. Everyone pressured me to empty the treasury, print more currency, and flood money everywhere. But I decided that this was not the right economic route to follow. And so instead, the path I chose, after carefully listening to experts, understanding their opinions without opposing them, and combining their advice with my own country's situation and my personal experiences, created a system that worked effectively. As a result, when the whole world suffered from severe inflation immediately after COVID, India did not. Today, my country is steadily advancing at a rapid pace, emerging as one of the fastest growing major economies in the world. The main reason is that during that crisis, with patience and discipline, I resisted the temptation to apply every global theory blindly. We didn't worry about what newspapers would say, whether they praise or criticize. Ignoring all that, I stayed focused on basic fundamentals, and by doing so, we succeeded and kept moving ahead. So ultimately, my economy benefited as well. My approach has always been to stay focused on these fundamentals. Another strength is my risk-taking capacity. I don't worry about potential losses for myself. If something is right for my country, for the people, I'm always prepared to take the risk. And secondly, I take ownership of my decisions. If something goes wrong, I don't shift blame to others. I stand up, take responsibility, and own the outcome. When you take ownership, your team also becomes deeply committed. They know this person won't let us down, won't abandon us, will always stand with us. Because they see I'm making honest decisions, not for myself, but for the nation. I've openly told the country from the start I'm human. I can make mistakes, but I won't act with bad intention. People remember those words clearly, even if something doesn't go as planned. They trust that Modi's intentions were right. They think he probably meant to do something good, even if it didn't work out. So society sees and accepts me just as I am.
You gave a powerful speech on AI a few weeks ago at the AI Summit in France. In it, you spoke about the talent pool for AI engineers in India. I think it's probably one of the biggest pools of brilliant engineers in the world. So, how can India become the leader in the space of AI? It currently lags behind the United States. What does it take for India to start winning and leading the world in AI?
One thing I'm about to say might sound strong, and it may even upset some people. But since you've asked, I'll speak openly from my heart. No matter what the world does with AI, it will remain incomplete without India. I'm making this statement very responsibly. Tell me, you've heard my speech at the AI Summit in Paris on global cooperation. What do you think? Can anyone develop AI entirely on their own? What is your perspective on this?
So you gave actually in your speech a brilliant example of the positive impact of AI and the limitations of AI. I think the example you gave is when you ask it to generate an image of a person writing with the left hand, it's always going to generate a person writing with the right hand. So in that way, the West creating an AI system where India is not part of that process is always going to generate the person with the right hand. It's an essential part of what the world is historically, but especially in the 21st century.
I agree. I believe AI development is fundamentally a collaboration. Everyone involved supports one another through shared experiences and learning. India isn't just developing theoretical AI models, it is actively working on and bringing to life AI driven applications for very specific use cases. To ensure that GPU access is available to every section of society, we have already created a unique marketplace-based model to ensure its broad accessibility. A significant mindset shift is taking place in India. The historical influences, traditional government procedures, or the lack of strong support infrastructure made us appear as lagging behind to others. Take 5G, for example. The world initially believed we were far behind, but once we started, we became the fastest nation globally to roll out comprehensive 5G networks. Recently, an American company executive visited me and shared his experiences about this very fact. He told me that if I were to advertise in the US for engineers, I would only receive enough applicants to fill a single room at best. But if I do the same in India, even a football field wouldn't be enough to hold them. This indicates that India has access to an extraordinarily vast pool of talent, and that's our greatest strength. After all, artificial intelligence is fundamentally powered, shaped, and guided by human intelligence. Without genuine human intelligence, AI can't thrive or progress sustainably. And that real intelligence exists abundantly in India's youth and talent pool. And I believe that's our greatest asset.
But also, if you look, many of the top tech leaders, first of all, tech talent, but tech leaders in the US are of Indian origin. Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Arvind Sarnath. You've met with some of them. What spirit of their Indian origins do you think they carry in them that enables them to be so successful?
Look, Indian culture emphasizes that there should be equal respect for the place where you're born and the place where you work. There should be no difference. As much as there is dedication to the land of birth, there should be the same sense of dedication to the land of work. You should always give your best wherever you are. Because of these rich cultural values, every Indian strives to give their best effort, regardless of their role or position. They don't wait until they're in senior roles, even in smaller roles. Secondly, they never get involved in anything questionable or unethical. They tend to remain dedicated to what's right and ethical. Their nature is collaborative. They easily get along with others, eventually for success. Just having knowledge isn't enough. The ability to work effectively as part of a team matters significantly more. Understanding people and harnessing their abilities is an incredibly valuable skill. Generally, people raised in India, especially those coming from joint families and brought up in an open society, find it easier to lead complex tasks and large teams effectively. That's why today, in major corporations across the globe, you'll find Indians holding key leadership positions. And the problem solving ability, along with the analytical thinking of Indian professionals, are truly exceptional. I believe this capability is so strong, it makes Indians globally competitive and extremely valuable on the international stage. This is the reason why, in fields like innovation, entrepreneurship, startups, and boardrooms, you'll find Indians achieving extraordinary results everywhere. Take our space sector, for example. Previously, it was entirely government controlled. But just a couple of years ago, I opened it up to the private sector. And now we already have 200 startups working in space technology. Moreover, our missions like Chandrayaan are extremely cost effective. India's Chandrayaan mission cost less than what Hollywood spent making a single blockbuster film. So when the world sees how cost effective our work is, they naturally think, why not partner with India? This automatically generates respect for Indian talent globally. I believe this is a hallmark of our civilizational ethos.
So you spoke about this human intelligence. Do you worry that AI, artificial intelligence, will replace us humans?
It's true that in every era, a competitive atmosphere was created between technology and humanity. At times, it was even portrayed as conflict. It was often portrayed as if technology would challenge human existence itself. But every time, as technology advanced, humans adapted and stayed a step ahead. It has always been the case. After all, it is humans who find the best ways to use technology to their advantage. And I believe that with AI, humans are now being forced to reflect on what it truly means to be human. This is the real power of AI. Because of the way AI functions, it has challenged how we perceive work itself. But human imagination is the fuel. AI can create many things based on that. And in the future, it may achieve even more. Still, I firmly believe that no technology can ever replace the boundless creativity and imagination of the human mind.
I agree with you. It does make me and a lot of people wonder what it is that makes humans special, because it seems that there's a lot that makes humans special. The imagination, the creativity, the cautiousness, the ability to be afraid, to love, to dream, to think outside of the box, outside of the box, of the box, of the box, take risks, all of those things.
Now, look, humans have an innate ability to care for each other, the natural tendency to be concerned about one another. Now, can someone tell me, is AI capable of this?
This is one of the big open questions of the 21st century. Every year, you host Pariksha Chacha, where you interact directly with young students and give them advice on how to prepare for exams. I watched a bunch of them. So you give advice on how to succeed in exams, how to manage stress, all those kinds of things. Can you explain at a high level the different exams that students in India need to take in their education journey and why it's so stressful?
By and large, a strange mindset has developed in society today. Even schools measure their success by students' rankings. Families too feel pride when their child achieves a high rank because they believe it improves their educational and social status. This mentality has resulted in increased pressure on children. Kids also began feeling that their entire life depend on 10th and 12th grade exams. We've introduced significant changes in our new education policies to address this issue. But until those changes take effect on the ground, I feel another responsibility. If our children face challenges, it's my duty to listen to them, understand them, and ease their burden. In a way, when I conduct Pariksha Pe Charcha, I get insights directly from the students, understand their parents' mindset, as well as the perspectives of people in the educational field. So these discussions don't just benefit the students, they benefit me too. Exams are valuable for assessing knowledge in a specific domain, but they can become the sole measure of someone's overall potential. Many people may not score high academically, yet can hit a century in cricket because that's where their true strength lies. When the focus shifts to actual learning, scores tend to naturally improve. I remember when I was a student, I had a teacher whose learning techniques still greatly appeal to me today. He would give us children specific instructions. To one child, he would say, tomorrow bring exactly 10 chickpeas from home. To another, he might request, bring 15 grains of rice, no more, no less. A third child could be told, bring 21 mung beans, precisely that. Different students got different quantities and varieties. So each child would think, I need to get exactly 10. And counting them at home helped them memorize numbers better. Then they'd learn what chickpeas were. And after returning to school, they'd pool it all. The teacher would then ask, take out 10 chickpeas, 3 chickpeas, 2 mung beans. This way, children learned math and could identify chickpeas and mung beans effortlessly. I'm talking about early childhood education here. Such learning techniques educate children without burdening them, and we've incorporated similar methods into our new education policy. When I was in school, I observed one of my teachers using an innovative idea. On his very first day, he placed a diary on the table and said, whoever arrives earliest each morning will write one sentence in this diary along with their name. The next then need to write a related sentence. At first, I'd rush to school very early every day. Why? So that I could write the first sentence. I once wrote something like, today's sunrise was magnificent. It filled me with energy. I'd write my name, and whoever arrived after me had to write something connected to the sunrise as well. After a few days, I realized my creativity wasn't improving much from this. Why? Because I'd arrived with a fixed thought already in mind and simply write it down. So I decided I'd start going last instead. What happened then was that I read what others had written first and then tried to give my very best. As a result, my creativity began to improve even more. Sometimes teachers do these small, simple activities that greatly impact your life. These experiences, combined with my own background in organizational work, made human resource development a key area of focus for me. That's why I engage with children through events once or twice each year. And over time, these efforts have resulted in a book that's benefiting thousands of children. serving as a valuable reference for them.
Can you speak a little bit more uh, by way of advice to students of how to be successful on their path in their career, how to find their career, and how to find success in India, and just to all the people across the world who find inspiration in your words?
I believe that whatever task you get, if you perform that task with complete dedication and sincerity, they inevitably become an expert sooner or later, and their enhanced capabilities open doors to success while working. One must continually strive to improve their skills and should never underestimate their ability to learn. When someone constantly neglects their learning ability, they limit their growth. But those who look beyond their task and observe what others around them are doing, their capacity can double or even triple. To young people, I'd say this clearly: there's no need to feel discouraged. There's certainly some task out there destined just for you. Don't worry. Focus on enhancing your skills, and opportunities will come. You may think, I wanted to be a doctor but became a teacher. My life is wasted. Thinking like that won't help you at all. Alright, you didn't become a doctor, but as a teacher, you can shape 100 doctors. If you had become a doctor, you'd serve only your patients, but now, as a teacher, you can inspire students to fulfill their dreams of becoming doctors, so that both you and your students can together serve millions of patients. Then he gains a new perspective on life. I couldn't become a doctor, so I was miserable, and I was unhappy being a teacher. But now I realize as a teacher, I can create doctors. Connecting your life to a greater purpose brings a sense of inspiration and meaning. I have always believed that God has given everyone unique capabilities. Never lose faith in your own abilities. You should always maintain trust in your own abilities. Keep believing in yourself and trust that when the opportunity comes, you'll perform and you'll succeed. That confidence makes a person deliver results.
How do those students deal with stress, with struggle, with difficulties along that path?
Parents must first understand that life is not just about taking exams. Families should understand that their children aren't trophies meant to be displayed or models to show off in society. It's not about saying, look, my kid scores so high. Parents really need to stop using their kids just as status symbols. Secondly, students should always keep themselves well prepared beforehand. Only then can they appear for exams feeling stress-free and confident. They should have complete trust in themselves and their abilities. Sometimes I see students panic over the smallest issues during exams. They take papers or other things, and when their pen suddenly stops working, causing anxiety, sometimes they feel uneasy, thinking, oh no, I don't like sitting next to this place. If the bench wobbles, their whole attention goes there, indicating self-doubt. Those lacking confidence constantly keep looking for distractions. But if you're confident and have genuinely worked hard, just take a minute, take some deep breaths, relax your mind, and refocus your attention calmly. Slowly read through the questions and allocate your time systematically. I have this amount of time, I'll dedicate these minutes per question. In my experience, students who regularly practice writing test papers can easily overcome such situations without any trouble at all.
And you said always focus on learning. What's your approach to learning? What advice can you give on how to learn best? Not just when you're young, throughout your life.
Let me share a personal example with you. I used to learn a lot from reading, but these days, more and more, I learn by being fully present. Whenever I meet someone, I am fully present in the moment. I give them my full attention. This complete focus allows me to view concepts quickly. When I'm with you, I'm fully present, grounded in the moment. No calls or messages can pull me away from this moment with you. I am fully present, focused on the here and now. That's why I always believe this is a habit everyone should embrace. It will sharpen your mind and improve your learning ability. Besides, knowledge alone cannot light the way. You must immerse yourself in the flow of practice. You cannot master driving merely by reading the life stories of great drivers. You must get behind the wheel and take the road yourself. You must dare to take risks. You can never master the road if fear of accident or death holds you back. I truly believe that. Those who live in the present are the ones who live their life to the fullest. That's because they know that every moment lived has already slipped into the past. So you must embrace the moment before it fades into the past. Otherwise, chasing the future only turns the present into the past. It's not a trade worth making. Most people stress so much about the future that their present quietly slips away. Before they know it, the moment has already faded into the past.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories of you having meetings with people, and it's usually all the distractions. There's no distractions. It's just two human beings, just like this, and just focused on the moment of the interaction. That's a really beautiful thing. And today really is a gift that you give that focus to me. So thank you. Let me ask maybe a difficult, maybe a human question. Do you contemplate your mortality? Are you afraid of death?
Can I ask you a question instead?
Sure.
I have a very interesting question. Life and death are two sides of a coin, but which of the two is more certain?
Death.
Exactly. Now, with that out of the way, we know for a fact that life itself is a whispered promise of death. And yet, life is also destined to flourish. So again, in the dance of life and death, only death is certain. So why fear what is certain? That's why you must embrace life instead of fretting over death. That's how life will evolve and flourish. For it is uncertain. That's why you must commit to enriching, refining, and elevating your life so you can live fully and with a purpose before death comes knocking. That's why you must let go of the fear of death. After all, death is inevitable, and there's no use worrying about when it will arrive. It will arrive when it's meant to.
What gives you hope about the future, not just of India, but all of human civilization, all of us humans here on Earth?
Well, I am an optimist at heart. Pessimism and negativity are simply not ingrained in my mindset. They don't align with the way I think. That's why I always gravitate toward the bright side instead. If we take a moment to reflect on the history of mankind, we see the incredible crises humans have overcome with resilience and strength. We also see the major changes humanity has embraced to evolve with the times. And this continuous transformation has carried on for millennia. In every era, it is in human nature to adapt to the ever flowing current of change. And while our progress has gone through cycles of ups and downs, It is those people who can break free from the constraints of these historical cycles and outdated thinking patterns. It is they who can help humanity achieve extraordinary positive breakthroughs with an unshackled speed and grace, transcending the limitations of the old way of doing things by embracing change.
In this moment, I was wondering if you could guide me, perhaps through into prayer or meditation for a few moments. I learned, I'm trying to learn the Gayatri mantra. And in my fast, I was trying to do the chants. Perhaps I could try chanting. You could tell me about the importance of this mantra and maybe others in your life, in your spirituality. Should I try?
Yes, please.
Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. How'd I do? It's okay.
You did great. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. This mantra is dedicated to the radiant power of the sun and is considered a powerful tool for spiritual enlightenment. Many mantras in Hindu philosophy are deeply intertwined in some intricate and interesting ways with science and nature, each woven into different facets of life. Chanting mantras on a daily basis brings profound and lasting benefits.
In your own spirituality and moments when you're with God, where does your mind go? What role do mantras play when you're fasting, when you're just alone with yourself?
The word meditation has been overused to the point that it feels like a cliche. In Indian languages, we usually refer to it as dhyan. If I associate dhyan to meditation, it might seem burdensome to some. One might think, this is too difficult. I'm not an enlightened being. But it's not rocket science. It just means freeing yourself from distraction. For example, even when you're in class, your mind wanders to recess. All you think about is lunch, not the lesson. Meditation is simply being present in the moment. I recall an incident from my time living in the Himalayas. There I encountered this wise sage. He taught me a simple, practical technique. It was nothing spiritual. There are several little streams in the Himalayas. He positions a large leaf to get water from one of those streams and placed an upside down bowl below so water would drip rhythmically from the leaf onto the bowl. He asked me to focus only on the dripping water, ignoring all other sounds. Ignore the chirping birds and the soft rustle of the breeze. He would place the leaf and I would meditate there for hours. I felt my mind slowly tuning into the rhythmic sounds of the water droplets falling onto the bowl, like a melody guiding me into deep focus. And it's not like I was chanting mantras or reciting God's name. I like to call it the divine resonance. It was by tuning into that divine resonance that I learned the art of concentration. This practice slowly evolved into meditation. Sometimes you happen to stay at a fancy hotel. You get a lavish, luxurious room. The decor is impeccable. And you have been wholeheartedly bathed. But there's a dripping faucet in the bathroom. That faint sound is enough to make a luxurious room feel worthless. At times, we realize the value of concentration in life's inner journey. We come to appreciate the difference a little bit of concentration can make. One very interesting concept comes to mind from our scriptures. Since we spoke about life and death, I would like to quote a mantra. Om Purnamadam Purnamidam Purnatma Purna Madhurte. In other words, all life is part of a complete circle. And this mantra emphasizes the path to achieve that completeness. Similarly, Hindus never focus solely on individual well-being. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niram. In other words, we wish for the well-being and prosperity of all. Sarve bhadrani pasyan, ma kaschintu bhag. This mantra encompasses the idea of universal well-being and prosperity. And you know how this mantra ends? Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Every Hindu mantra ends on the same note. Peace, peace, peace. These ancient and powerful rituals born in India have emerged from thousands of years of the spiritual practice of sages. They connect us to the essence of life.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you for this honor. Thank you for this incredible conversation. Thank you for welcoming me to India. And I can't wait to break the fast with some Indian food tomorrow. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. This was an honor.
I am thankful for the opportunity to have this conversation with you. After fasting for 2 days, I recommend you ease into eating slowly. And I hope you reap great benefits from this fasting experience. I've explored several new realms of thought for the first time ever with you today. I had long kept those thoughts tucked away within myself. But today you brought those thoughts to light. I hope
Thank you.
I hope your viewers may enjoy it. It was a great pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now, let me answer some questions and try to reflect on and articulate some things that we're thinking about. If you would like to submit questions or get in touch with me for whatever reason, go to letspeak.com/contact. First, let me give a shout out to the amazing team around the Prime Minister. Everyone is super kind, excellent at what they do, efficient, great communication, just great people all around. And since I spoke English and Prime Minister Modi spoke Hindi, I have to comment on the interpreter who was doing simultaneous interpreting for both of us. She was absolutely amazing. I can't sing her enough praises, from the equipment used to the quality of the translation to just the human touch of it all. And in general, my travels around Delhi and India revealed to me some early glimpses of what felt like another world, almost like another planet, different culturally from anything I've experienced before. A chaos of human interactions, out there big dynamic personalities and characters. Obviously, India is composed of many distinct subcultures, and Delhi represents just one slice, much like either New York or Texas or Iowa alone represent America. They're all different flavors of America. On my visits, I walked around and rode rickshaws everywhere, just aimlessly wandering the streets, looking to talk to people about life. Of course, like many places on Earth, there are always some people, especially those that have something to sell, who will at first see me as a tourist, a foreign traveler, one with some money to spend. Like always, I avoided such shallow interactions. I went straight past the small talk to the meaningful conversations, shooting the shit about what they love, what they fear, what kind of hardship and triumph they've experienced in their lives. I think the cool thing about people anywhere on Earth is they quickly do see the real you, past the facades that strangers put up for each other, if you're vulnerable and honest enough to let them. And I try to do just that. And I should say that for the most part, everyone was super kind in the genuine human way, even when they didn't speak English. It was always easy to understand, probably more than any other peoples I've interacted with. In India, people's eyes, faces, body language all communicate a lot of information, a lot of emotion, not reserved at all. When I traveled to Eastern Europe, for example, in contrast, greeting a person is much tougher. The meme does have some truth to it. There's often a protective layer between the heart of the person and the outside world. In India, it's all there on full display. So I had a lot of epic conversations and interactions as I walked around Delhi for a couple of weeks. In general, on the topic of reading people, I do believe the eyes can often say more than words can. We humans are a fascinating bunch. There really is a deep, turbulent ocean behind the surface waves we show the world. In some sense, what I try to do in conversations, on and off the mic, is to get to that depth. Anyway, the few weeks I spent in India were a magical experience. Traffic alone was a wild time, like the world's most difficult test for self-driving cars. It reminded me of watching nature documentary videos of swarms of fish when it's thousands of them swimming on at insane speeds, seemingly in complete chaos. And yet, when looking at the big picture of it, it all works like a perfectly tuned orchestra. I will, most certainly, travel around India with my friend Paul Rosalie in the near future, maybe with some other friends, all around, from the north of India to the south. Now, allow me to also comment about one of the books that first drew me toward India and to its deep history of philosophical and spiritual traditions. The book is Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. I first read most of Hesse's major work as a teenager, but then reread them again over the years. It first found me, Siddhartha, when I was immersed in a very different kind of literature of Dostoevsky, Camus, Kafka, Orwell, Hemingway, Kerouac, Steinbeck, and so on. Many of these explored the same human condition that puzzled me when I was a young man and still puzzles me today, even more so. But Siddhartha was my introduction to the Eastern way of looking at these puzzles. It was written by Hermann Hesse, and by the way, please allow me this pronunciation of his last name. I've heard some people say Hesse, but my whole life I've always said Hesse. So, anyway, it was written by Hermann Hesse, a German-Swiss Nobel Prize-winning writer, during one of the darkest periods of his own life. His marriage was failing, World War I had shattered his vascular sentios, and he suffered from debilitating headaches, insomnia, and depression. During this period, he began psychoanalysis with Carl Jung, which in part led him to explore Eastern philosophies as a way to heal his fractured psyche. Hesse immersed himself in translations of ancient Hindu and Buddhist texts, studying the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. And so, the writing of Siddhartha was in itself, for him, a journey that paralleled that of the main character in the book. Hesse started writing the book in 1919 and finished 3 years later, experiencing an extensive psychological crisis in the middle. The book follows Siddhartha, a young man in ancient India, as he leaves behind wealth and comfort to search for meaning. You can feel his personal struggle in every page. Siddhartha's restlessness, his dissatisfaction with conventional wisdom, his need to find truth through direct experience. Again, the book wasn't simply philosophical exploration for Hesse. It was psychological survival. He was writing his way out of suffering and towards his own light. I won't go into a deep analysis of the book here, but I will mention two key lessons I took away and carried with me to this day. First lesson comes from a scene in the book that, to me, is one of the great scenes in all of literature. Siddhartha is sitting by a river, just listening. And in that river, he hears all of life, all sounds, all voices, all of time, past, present, future, flowing together as one. That scene gave me the experience and the notion that while in some grounded human sense, the linear arrow of time does exist, in another sense, time is a kind of illusion, that in fact, everything exists simultaneously, that our lives are both momentary and eternal. It is hard to describe these ideas with words. I think they must be experienced as personal revelations. I'm reminded of the fish story that David Foster Wallace, another one of my favorite writers, described in a commencement speech 20 years ago. The story goes, two young fish are swimming along when they encounter an older fish swimming the opposite way. The older fish nods and says, "Morning, boys. How's the water?" The young fish swim on, and eventually one turns to the other and asks, "What the hell is water?" The illusion of the forward progress of time is water, is metaphor. As humans, we are fully immersed in it. But enlightenment part involves being able to step back and get a glimpse at another deeper perspective on reality, where all things are inextricably interconnected across both time and space. Another key lesson from the novel that was especially formative to me as a young man was that one should not blindly follow others or learn about the world exclusively through books, but rather forge your own path and thrust yourself into the world where the lessons of life can only be learned by experiencing them directly. And every experience, both positive and negative, mistakes, suffering, and even seemingly wasted time, is all an essential part of growth. To this point, Hesse draws a distinction between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge can be taught by others. Wisdom can only be gathered through experiencing the full mess of life yourself. In other words, the path to understanding isn't through rejection of the world, but through complete immersion in it. Those are my early steps in seeing the world through the lens of Eastern philosophy, but many of Hesse's books had an impact on me. I would recommend to read Damien when you are younger, Steppenwolf when you are older, Siddhartha throughout your life, especially in moments of crisis, and The Glass Being Game if you want to take on Hesse's magnum opus that rigorously explores the ways the human mind and human civilization can engage in the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and meaning. But Siddhartha is the only one I've returned to more than twice. In my own life, when faced with a difficult situation, I often return to the moment in the book where Siddhartha is asked what skills he possesses. And his answer is simply, I can think, I can wait, I can fast. Let me elaborate. Indeed, the first part, I can think. As Marcus Aurelius said, the quality of your life is determined by the quality of your thoughts. But the second part, I can wait. Patience, waiting, often is indeed the optimal decision when facing a problem. Time does bring clarity and depth of understanding. The third part, fast, needed, being able to live and flourish with less is a prerequisite of being free, when the mind, the body, and society all are trying to put you in cages. Alright, friends, now, sadly, our time together in this episode has come to a close. As always, thank you for being here, and thank you for your support through the years. Let me leave you with a few words from the Bhagavad Gita. He who experiences the unity of life sees his own self in all beings, and all beings in his own self, and looks onto everything with an impartial eye. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
My strength lies not in my name, but in the backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry with me the essence of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. When I shake hands with a world leader, it's not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of India. Whenever we speak of peace, the world listens to us. Because India is the land of Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi, and Indians aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace, and wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. My early life was spent in extreme poverty, but we never really felt the burden of poverty. You see, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes, we feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes in our lives. So, how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we lived. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet, every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace. Regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. I want to tell all the young people the following. No matter how dark the night may seem, it is still just night, and morning is bound to come.
Following is a conversation with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. It was one of the most moving conversations and experiences of my life. Allow me here to say a few words about it. Please skip ahead straight to our conversation if you like. Narendra Modi's life story is incredible. He rose from poverty to lead a nation of 1.4 billion people, the biggest democracy in the world, where he won epic scale elections for Prime Minister 3 times. As a leader, he fought for ideas that unite his nation of India, a nation that is composed of a large number of highly varied and disparate cultures and peoples who have a long history marked by religious, social, and political friction. He's known for taking decisive, at times controversial actions, for which he's loved by hundreds of millions of people and is also criticized by many. We discuss all of this at length in this conversation. On the world stage, he's respected as a peacemaker and friend by most major world leaders, even those whose nations are at war with each other, from the United States to China to Ukraine and Russia to Israel, Palestine, and the Middle East, and everywhere else. Now, at this moment in history, it is clear, at least to me, that the flourishing of human civilization hangs in the balance. With several wars on the brink of escalation to regional and even global conflict, rising tensions between nuclear powers, technological developments from AI to nuclear fusion that aim to completely transform society and geopolitics as we know it, and of course, generally increasing political and cultural turmoil. So now, more than ever, we need great leaders, great peacemakers who build bridges, not destroy them, who may preserve the identity of their nations but still celebrate the common humanity of all of us, all people on earth. For this and many other reasons, this conversation with Prime Minister Modi was one of the most remarkable I've ever had. You may hear such words and think that I'm just enamored by power or access. No, never was, never will be. I do not idolize anyone, especially those in power. I'm generally skeptical of power, money, and fame because of their natural corrupting influence on the mind, the heart, the soul of a person. The whole point of all the conversations I've had in my life, on mic and off mic, is that I try to see and explore the full complexity of every human being, the good and the bad. I believe we're all the same in a deep fundamental sense, all capable of good, all capable of evil, all carry stories of pain, stories of hope. Whether you're a world leader or a truck driver, a coal miner, or a farmer in the American Midwest. And by the way, I will be talking to a lot of the latter kind of folk this year off mic, and maybe even on mic, as I travel the US and the world. My brief statements here about Narendra Modi are about both him as a leader and especially him as a human being. In the extensive time I spent with him, I spoke with him, off mic and on mic, it was a deeply personal human interaction, characterized by warmth, kindness, humor, inner and outer peace, and absolute focus on the conversation between us in the present moment, as if nothing else existed. I have heard from many people that he treats everyone he meets in this empathic way, no matter where they come from or what their position is in this world. So, for those and many other reasons, this really was an incredible experience I will never forget. Oh, and by the way, we made captions and voiceover audio tracks available in English, Hindi, and other languages. You can also listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Prime Minister Modi speaks Hindi. Separately, you could choose to turn on subtitles in your preferred language. On YouTube, you can switch between language audio tracks by clicking the settings gear icon and clicking audio track, and then selecting the language you prefer. For fully English overdub, select English. For fully Hindi overdub, select Hindi. And to listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Prime Minister Modi speaks Hindi, select Hindi Latin audio track. So you can listen either to a version that is all one language, or to the original mixed language version with subtitles in your preferred language. The default is English overdub. But thanks to 11 Labs and a great team of translators, we do our best to bring the Prime Minister's voice to life with AI voice cloning in English. I promise that we will work very hard to break down the barriers that language creates and try to make these conversations as accessible as possible to everyone in the world. Anyway, let me pause one more time to say a big thank you. What a wild ride this life has been. It's an honor for me to be on it with all of you. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. And now, dear friends, here's the Prime Minister of India, Narendra. So I should also say I'm fasting right now. It's been almost 2 days, 45 hours. So just water, no food. In honor of this conversation, just to get in the right mindset, get into the spiritual level. I've read that you often fast for many days. Can you explain why you fast and where does your mind go when you fast?
First of all, I'm truly pleasantly surprised and honored that you're fasting. All the more because it feels like you're fasting as a tribute of respect for me. So I express my deepest gratitude to you for doing this. In India, our religious traditions are actually a way of life. Our Supreme Court once gave a brilliant interpretation of Hinduism. They have stated that Hinduism is not about rituals or methods of worship, but rather it's a way of living, a philosophy that guides life itself. And in our scriptures, there is deep discussion on elevating the body, mind, intellect, soul, and humanity. They outline various paths, traditions, and systems to achieve this. And fasting is one of them. But fasting alone isn't everything. In India, whether you see it culturally or philosophically, sometimes I see that fasting is a way to cultivate discipline. If I put it in simple terms or explain it to the viewers who are unfamiliar with India, it is a powerful tool to bring both the inner and outer self into balance. It shapes life in profound ways. When you fast, you may have noticed, and you said you've been fasting on water for 2 days. Every single one of your senses, especially smell, touch, and taste, becomes highly sensitive. You may even notice the subtle aroma of water itself, something you probably never noticed before when drinking it. If someone walks past you carrying tea, you will catch its aroma just like you would with coffee. A small flower you've seen before, you will see it again today, but now you can perceive its details more vividly. Your senses become extra sharp, highly aware, and fully tuned in, and their capability to observe and to respond multiplies and grows sharper. I have personally often experienced this. Another thing I've experienced is that fasting can greatly accelerate the thinking process and can give a fresh perspective. You start thinking outside the box. I don't know if everyone experiences this, but I certainly do. Most people assume that fasting simply means giving up food or not eating, but that's just the physical aspect of fasting. If someone is forced to go without food due to hardship, with an empty stomach, and we call that fasting. Fasting is actually a scientific process. Whenever I fast for an extended period, I prepare my body in advance for 5 to 7 days before the fast. I follow various Ayurvedic practices and yoga practices, along with other traditional cleansing methods, to internally reset my system. Before actually beginning the fast, I make sure to drink a lot of water as much as possible. So you could say that this detoxification process helps prepare my body in the best possible way. And once I begin fasting, for me it's an act of devotion. For me, fasting is a form of self-discipline. For me personally, even while I go about doing my daily activities during a fast, my mind remains deeply introspective and focused inward. And that experience is profoundly transformative for me. My practice of fasting didn't come from reading books, listening to sermons, or following a tradition just because my family happened to have observed it. It came from my own personal experience. During my school days, there was a movement inspired by Mahatma Gandhi's vision, his vision of cow protection. The government had not enacted any laws at the time. At the time, people across the country observed a one-day fast by gathering in public places in silent protest. We were just kids, probably had just finished primary school. Something inside me said I should be part of this. And that was the first time in my life I experienced fasting. At such a young age, I felt neither hunger nor any desire for food. Instead, I felt a new awareness, a surge of energy within me. So I became convinced that fasting is a science, far beyond just skipping meals. It is something far greater than that. Then gradually, I refined my body and mind through various experiments. Over time, it became a long and disciplined journey for me. And one thing is certain, fasting never slows me down. I work just as much as usual. Sometimes I even work more. And another fascinating thing I've noticed is that when I need to express my thoughts, I'm amazed at where they come from and how they flow. It's truly an incredible experience.
So you still do meetings with world leaders. You still manage the affairs of India. You still carry out your role as a leader on the world stage, all fasting, and sometimes 9 days.
Well, this practice has a long historical context. I hope it may be interesting for those listening. There is an ancient tradition in India called Chaturmas. During the monsoon season, we know that the digestion tends to slow down. And so in this season, many people in India follow the practice of eating only a single meal within 24 hours. For me, this starts around mid-June and goes on until after Diwali around November. For about 4 to 4.5 months, I follow this tradition of eating only once in 24 hours. Then comes the Navratri festival in India, which usually falls in September or October. During this time, the whole country celebrates Durga Puja, a festival of strength, devotion, and spiritual discipline. This lasts for 9 days. During this time, I completely abstain from food and only drink hot water. Although drinking hot water is part of my daily routine, my past lifestyle was such that I naturally developed this habit over time. Then, in March or April, another Navratri occurs, called Chaitra Navratri. This year, it will likely begin around March 31st. During this 9-day fast, I eat only one specific fruit once a day. So for those 9 days, if let's say I choose papaya, then for all 9 days I won't touch anything else, just papaya. That too, I eat only once a day. That's how I follow my 9-day fasting routine. So there are numerous fasts I keep throughout the year. And this has become a deeply ingrained tradition in my life. Perhaps I can say that I've been following these practices for 50 to 55 years.
Has there been times when you met with a world leader and completely fasted? And maybe what do they think about that? What do they think about your ability to do that kind of thing? And you're right, I should mention that from even my 2 days, my ability to be present